Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council hearing for the Committee on Finance. At this time, we ask that you please silence all cell phones and electronic devices to minimize disruptions throughout the hearing. If you have testimony you wish to submit for the record, you may do so via email at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Once again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. At any time throughout the hearing, do not approach the dais. We thank you for your cooperation. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Okay, thank you, Sergeant. Good morning and welcome to today's Finance Committee meeting. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan. I have the privilege of chairing the Committee on Finance. I first want to acknowledge we've been joined by our Speaker, Adrienne Adams, in addition to members Lee, Krishnan, Narcisse, Brooks Powers, Barron, Schulman, Carr, Marte, and Joseph. And on Zoom, we've been joined by Council members Ariola and Moya. And we've also been joined by Councilmember Brewer. Today, the Finance Committee will be holding an oversight hearing to review the Mayor's November financial plan. While the Council typically begins its budget examination process with the preliminary budget in March, the proposed changes by the administration in the November plan and their effects on New York City require closer attention at this time. But before I go any further today, I want to invite our Speaker, Adrienne Adams, to give her opening remarks.
Good morning. I'm New York City Council Speaker Adrienne Adams, and I thank you all for joining us today. And thank you to our Finance Committee Chair, Justin Brannan, for chairing today's oversight hearing on the Mayor's fiscal year 2024 November financial plan. On November 16th, Mayor Adams released his November financial plan that includes broad 5% cuts to city agency budgets and a citywide hiring freeze as part of a program to eliminate the gap, or PEG. 2 additional rounds of similar reductions are expected for a total of 15% in ordered budget cuts by the spring of 2024. The Mayor's Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, has proposed the PEGs in response to budget gaps for the current fiscal year, which are closed in the November plan, as well as in out-year budgets that remain. OMB has estimated that the budget gaps for fiscal years 2025, 2026, and 2027 remain at $6 to $7 billion for each year. For months, the Mayor's administration has solely attributed these budget challenges facing our city squarely on the arrival of tens of thousands of asylum seekers in our city. OMB has projected that the cost of care and shelter for migrants will be $12 billion over 3 years, while other financial oversight bodies have estimated lower costs. The Council has urged that the administration pursue different ways to provide asylum seeker-related services that are more effective and cost-efficient than the city over-relying on contracts with expensive for-profit companies. Nonetheless, the reality is that many factors are contributing to the gaps in our city's out-year budgets, and asylum seekers are not to blame. The expiration of billions in federal COVID-19 stimulus dollars, slowing economic growth, real estate challenges such as commercial office vacancies, and weakening residential home sales, and under-budgeted costs are the underlying drivers of our budget gaps. Despite the resilience of our national and local economies, the Council's economic and tax revenue forecast released yesterday is projecting that the city is expected to enter a period of slower tax revenue growth. The forecast anticipates tax revenue to decline in FY24, which has only happened 3 times over the past 40 years. Still, the Council forecast estimates the city will receive $1.2 billion more in tax revenue for this fiscal year than recognized by OMB, which has not updated its revenue projections since April. All of this makes clear that the city is facing tough economic headwinds in the coming years that we must confront. But our approach must be surgical and strategic, prioritizing the investments that we need to safeguard for New Yorkers. Cutting every agency's budget indiscriminately will disproportionately impact everyday New Yorkers. The essential services that New Yorkers rely on, like educational programs that provide stability for young people, our libraries, and sanitation services that keep our streets clean, must be protected. As a city, we have already witnessed what happens when city agencies are understaffed and lack the resources needed to serve New Yorkers. The delivery of life-saving food, benefits, and housing assistance to help residents find and stay in their homes have already been delayed, putting too many families at risk. Working and middle-class families have been leaving New York, often because of the combined lack of affordability and breakdown in city services. This exodus of New Yorkers is not one we can continue to afford. Our city must take a different approach to its budget. For the current fiscal year, in addition to the $1.2 billion more revenue expected, there is also $1.45 billion of in-year reserves that must be used within the fiscal year. We must protect vital services as a priority for our city and New Yorkers. As we approach closure of the out-year budget gaps, it will require additional support from Albany and Washington that city stakeholders must be united in demanding. Nowhere is this more important than for our schools and students that are still trying to recover from pandemic learning loss. Closing our significant budget gaps will also require other solutions, including the identification of additional revenues. We cannot close our budget gaps by simply cutting services. There are voluminous tax breaks that the city and state continue to provide without an analysis of whether they provide public benefit to our economy. When we face budgetary challenges, all considerations must be on the table, and that must include revenue and tax breaks. Let's think creatively about finding additional revenues in a thoughtful way that spares working and middle-class New Yorkers from harm. At a time of serious budget challenges, we must be responsible. Today, we seek to examine the mayor's financial plan to clarify a path forward to support the health of our city and all who call it home. This will require the administration to work collaboratively with the council, service providers, and all New Yorkers who have a stake in the success and future of our city. As a city, we can and must shift our approach to meet the challenges ahead. I look forward to hearing from OMB Director Jacques Giha and administration officials about the mayor's November financial plan and ways to protect our budget and city. Thank you to our council finance staff for your hard work on this critical oversight hearing, and I turn it back over to Chair Brannan.
Thank you, Speaker Adams. We've also been joined by council members Osei, Lewis, Menon, Nurse, and Abreu. On November 16th, 2023, the Office of Management and Budget released the November plan, an update to the city's financial plan agreed upon with the council at adoption of the FY24 budget this past June. In the November plan, the FY24 budget increases to $110.5 billion, and the FY25 budget gap increases by $2 billion to $7.1 billion. The increased expenditures in the November plan are largely driven by the addition of funding related to the city's asylum seeker response, partially offset by a program to eliminate the gap. The PEG changes amount to $3.7 billion for the first 2 years of the financial plan and $7.5 billion in total across the entire financial plan. Today we'll look to examine the November plan with a focus on the effects of the PEGs and how the administration plans to maintain essential services both now and in the years ahead, as well as receive testimony from members of the public. The elevated and increasing costs of asylum seeker operations remain a concern, and the council continues to maintain that financing the solutions for an international migrant crisis is far too high a burden for any local government to bear on its own. Our partners in Albany and D.C. can and must stand up for their proportional share. That said, we should be clear that it is inaccurate and careless and sometimes dangerous to infer that our current financial circumstances are solely the result of increased costs from the asylum seeker response. The council has sounded warnings before that the funding of permanent city services with temporary, time-limited COVID relief funds was problematic and stressed the need to locate other sources of funding to guarantee the continuation of these crucial services once those COVID funds expired. Costs related to the migrant influx are an additional hurdle, but we wouldn't be seeing gaps like this today if that was the only challenge on our plate. I also want to take time to note this committee with the Committees on General Welfare and Oversight Investigation held a joint hearing on October 23rd on the administration's cost projections for the asylum seeker response. November 9th, we sent a follow-up letter to the Mayor's Office of Asylum Seeker Operations with questions and requests for information from Speaker Adams, myself, and several of my colleagues, including information the administration agreed during the hearing to get back to us on. Despite repeated reminders, we have not yet received the requested information, and so we'll be digging further into the administration's costs and projections for asylum seeker response today. Furthermore, this committee and the council cannot ignore the fact that the administration's November plan, the PEGS, includes planned savings targeted items that the council and the administration just agreed upon as part of our adopted budget this past June. The administration PEGs affect a number of areas: community schools, libraries, the CCRB, just for an example, that this body fought to preserve from cuts at adoption, rendering the handshake agreement made barely 5 months ago meaningless. In this hearing, we'll want to know why the administration elected to implement a blunt and wide-scale approach to savings instead of something more tailored to impose the least disruption to the lives of everyday New Yorkers. But before we begin, I want to thank the finance staff, Deputy Chief of Staff Tanisha Edwards, Finance Director Richard Lee, Managing Director Jonathan Rosenberg, Deputy Directors Emra Adeb, Chima Obichair, Paul Simone, and Isha Wright, Assistant Directors Carillion Francisco, Elizabeth Hoffman, Chief Economist Dalara Demnaku, Unit Heads Aliyah Ali, Julia Haramis, Florentine Kabore, Jack Story, Paul Sturm, and the tireless finance analysts and support staff who work hard behind the scenes, Committee Counsel Mike Toomey, my Senior Advisor John Yedden, for all their hard work in putting this hearing together. To get the show on the road, I'm going to turn it over to the Committee Counsel to swear in OMB so we can get moving. Thank you.
Good morning. If you raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and that you will respond honestly to councilmember questions? Director Jiha? Yes. First Deputy Director Godner?
I do.
Senior Deputy Director McKinney?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin.
The mic's on.
Good morning, Speaker Adams, Chair Brennan, and members of the Finance Committee and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today about the November 2023 financial plan update. I'm Jacques Jiha, Director of New York City Mayor's Office of Management and Budget. I'm joined by OMB First Deputy Director Ken Gardner and Senior Deputy Director for Intergovernmental Relations and Education, Latanya McKinney. In this November plan update, fiscal year 24 remains balanced at $110.5 billion. This represents growth of $3.4 billion since budget adoption and relates to the recognition of $2.6 billion in grant funds and $776 million of better than expected revenue collections, primarily driven by income and sales taxes. The plan was crafted in the midst of a national humanitarian crisis. Since the spring, the city has cared for more than 150,000 asylum seekers, with over 67,000 currently in our care. Last August, we updated our asylum seeker expense forecast because we were seeing higher than anticipated growth in the asylum seeker census. At the time, we said the city would need to spend $12.25 billion to feed, care for, and house these migrants over fiscal year 23 through 25. This is nearly 3 times higher than the previous cost estimates for those years. This drastic increase opened a gap in fiscal year 24 and substantially expanded the fiscal year 25 gap, which was already high at $5.1 billion as of the adopted budget. For this reason, in September, the mayor announced a PEG that required agencies to reduce city-funded spending by 5%. The November plan was our first opportunity to fund the updated asylum seeker expense forecast. As a result, we added $6.2 billion in city funds over fiscal year 24 and 25 on top of resources that were appropriated at adoption. The PEG was a success, with every agency meeting their target. We achieved almost $3.7 billion in savings over fiscal year 24 and 25 without laying off a single employee. We worked diligently throughout the PEG process to minimize service reductions for New Yorkers by prioritizing efficiencies, expense re-estimates, and underspending. But despite our best efforts, we expect some operations will be impacted. We will work with the agencies as they operationalize their plan to minimize disruption of services to New Yorkers. And if financial circumstances change, we will reassess some of the savings initiatives. Through our aggressive savings effort, we balanced fiscal year 24. These actions also effectively limited the growth of the fiscal year 25 gap, but were not enough to cover the incremental asylum seeker expenses. So even with a successful PEG, new spending grew the fiscal year 25 gap by 40% to an unprecedented $7.1 billion, which is $2 billion larger than it was at adoption in June. By law, this gap must be closed in the preliminary budget that will be released in just 37 days. It's important to note that there are always out-year gaps at this stage of the budget cycle. However, without the substantial migrant-related spending, the fiscal year 25 gap would have been manageable and within historic norms. The reality is that as a municipality, the city has limited fiscal tools to address a challenge of this scope on its own. Consequently, as we announced in September and then again in November, we will implement another 5% PEG on city-funded agency spending in the upcoming preliminary budget. The mayor, however, is concerned about the impact on safety and cleanliness. Hence, the fire department, the sanitation department, and the NYPD will be exempted from this round of savings. We will also be working with the Office of Asylum Seeker Operations to reduce asylum seeker spending by 20%. Among other goals, we will adjust per diem spending to a level consistent with the cost of services provided to the city existing shelter population, reduce the length of shelter and HERC stays, and manage the current shelter capacity more effectively in order to avoid opening up new sites. On top of these efforts to achieve savings and control spending, we will use annual reserves and take other measures to close the fiscal year 25 gap. I want to be very clear that the road ahead will be difficult. We simply cannot rely exclusively on PEGs to fund asylum seekers' expenses. It is not sustainable. If we are not able to substantially reduce the migrant census, we face very difficult and grim decisions around how to fund this national humanitarian crisis, absent robust financial assistance and decompression strategies from the federal and state governments. Your partnership is crucial to help us weather this storm. Collectively, you represent 8.3 million New Yorkers. Your voices are powerful and amplify the deep concern we all have for the welfare of this great city. We appreciate the Council's efforts at the state and federal level to advocate for the resources we need from Albany and Washington. I urge you to continue this work and want you to know that we are here to support your effort. We also encourage you to share creative and innovative solutions to the challenges we face in maintaining a balanced budget, ensuring continuous service delivery, and operating city government effectively under these circumstances. In closing, this is not the first time New Yorkers have faced adversity, and it won't be the last. But as our history shows, we are resilient and have overcome every obstacle that has been put in our way. With your partnership, and because of the steps we are taking, we will weather this challenge too. We look forward to working together in the weeks and months ahead, and I will be more than happy to take your question now.
Okay, before we turn to Speaker Adams for questions, I want to acknowledge we've been joined by Council members Velasquez, Stevens, Williams, Hanif, Caban, De La Rosa, Aviles, Gutierrez, Hudson, and Powers. Speaker Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome again. In your September 9th letter to agencies in regard to the November Plan PEG, you stressed to the agencies that while they were required to submit 5% reductions to their city funds budget, these reductions should avoid meaningfully impacting services where possible. You went on to inform the agencies that they should expect rounds of cuts prior to the release of the next two financial plans. Given that the council anticipates having $1.2 billion in additional revenue, and with the availability of the $1.45 billion in in-year reserves, why are we cutting important programs for our children, like community schools and computer science in the middle of the school year, when we know that this is destabilizing to them? How is that a prudent budgeting and policy choice?
Madam Speaker, thanks to the tireless effort of the OMB staff, close to 82% of the savings were generated from by not cutting programs. Okay, the majority of the PEG were expense re-estimates, underspending, elimination of vacant position, costs shifting to federal and state funding sources, and efficiency savings. And more importantly, from our perspective, all of the savings were achieved without laying off a single employee. That being said, in this plan, there are some pegs that could impact services. Our goal is to work with the agencies as they operationalize their plan to make sure we minimize as much as we can the impact on the public. We wish there was a less painful way to fund this national humanitarian crisis, given that we must adhere to the city's right to shelter, court mandate, and we are not getting adequate financial assistance from the federal government and from the state.
Which agencies weren't able to avoid making cuts that had meaningful impacts to service in the November Plan PEG?
As I said, most of the pegs, most of the pegs, as I said, 82% of the pegs did not impact services. There were some agencies, that that will be impacted by these pegs. However, as I said, we will be working with those agencies as best as we can to minimize the impact on the public.
How sure are you that agencies are actually going to be able to weather 15% cuts to their budgets without meaningfully impacting services?
Again, the goal is basically trying to minimize as best as we can. As I said, we asked my letter to the agencies, we asked them to identify savings that did not include layoffs and to avoid services that would have impact on the public. Again, we will work closely with them like we have done in the past, and we also want to partner with you to find alternative ideas. Again, we don't have a monopoly of wisdom. So if you have better ideas, more creative ideas that could help us to deal with this problem, we are more than happy. We will work with you and try to implement those as well.
Looking at prior years, many city agencies typically underspend their budget, which we all know. We understand get swept at the close of the fiscal year. For instance, the Department of Citywide Administrative Services underspent on average $78.5 million in each of the past 2 years. That's $110.4 million in fiscal year 22 and $46.6 million in fiscal year 23. Some agencies' needs are greater than others because of the direct human services they provide to the public, while others are able to maintain their level of service because they always have budgets greater than their need. So why use a cudgel to make these reductions, mandating a 15% reduction for each agency instead of taking a scalpel approach to the reductions, looking at the budget holistically?
Madam Speaker, that is exactly what we have done. As I mentioned to you before, we use underspending, we right-size many of the agencies as much as possible in order to avoid impacting the operations and services. We identify savings, however, they were not enough. Because as I said, this is a huge problem. Even after the PEG exercise, where we generated $3.7 billion in savings, we still have a $7 billion budget gap that we have to face in fiscal year 25. So it's not like we didn't try. We try. As I said, close to 82% of the PEG savings were not generated by cutting programs. They are basically, like you said, we look at underspending, we look at expensive estimates, but they were not enough. So therefore, I understand the concern. But remember, as you go through this exercise, if you were to reduce one agency, for you to generate that kind of savings, to reduce one agency, let's say to 3% instead of 5%, it means that you have to increase another agency to 7%. So it's not enough. It's because the size of the gap is so big. As I said, even after the PEG exercise, we still have a $7 billion budget gap that we have to close in 37 days.
Yeah, I don't think that that there's a discrepancy as far as the gap is concerned. It's the way to close the gap that we're trying to get to a more reasonable way to do that. Why does the administration rely solely on broad cuts to agencies in its approach to budgeting rather than pursuing a more balanced solution or set of solutions like examining the billions in tax breaks that may produce no positive economic benefit for the city at all?
This has always been part of the review process. The challenge that you have with these, what I call tax expenditures, is these are long-term commitments that the city makes, So even if you were to remove them, you're going to get the impact very, very, very far down the road. So it's not like you could use the savings right away to close the budget gap, because these are long-term, 20, 30 years tax expenditures, you provided developers, you provided folks. So these are long-term commitments. Removing them is going to give you the savings all the way in the long term, but you can't use them in the very short term to deal with the budget problem that you currently have.
I hear what you're saying, Mr. Director, but I need to hear that there's at least some kind of consideration to do that.
Well, it is something that is, remember please, it's also subject to, we also have to have authorization from Albany. We have to go to Albany for Albany to remove them. These are things that are put in place by state law. But again, as I said, I hear you. This is something that we always review. We always take them into consideration. But the impact of them, okay, is going to be felt in the long run if you do. But for us to close fiscal year 24-25 budget gaps, it's almost impossible for us to resort to them because they won't provide, they won't yield the savings that we need in the short term.
Okay. We'll talk about that a little bit more. But at adoption, it was estimated that over 20,000 positions were vacant. While there had been a concerted effort made by the administration with assistance from the council to hire for these vacancies, the September PEG letter all but halted the process, initiating a hiring freeze for most positions. Currently, we estimate the city has over 16,000 vacancies, which will likely continue to grow as agencies attrit employees without the ability to replace them. We've heard from agencies and seen in the mayor's management report that critical agency services have been hindered, some seriously as a result of the large number of vacancies. How can you justify a blanket hiring freeze that doesn't allow for critical positions to be filled at a greater than a 1-for-1 level?
As always, Madam Speaker, it has always been our policy, okay, to exempt positions that are critical to public safety, health, revenue-generating positions. For instance, as part of this freeze, we exempted frontline workers for the cash assistance or SNAP and SNAP application review. We exempted EMS, 911 dispatchers, fire protection inspectors. Uniform positions were exempt from this hiring freeze. For HPD, the housing inspectors, DOB inspectors were exempted. But again, as I said, we are in a very difficult situation. We face some very difficult time, okay? So therefore, we had to rely on the hiring freeze, okay, so that the agency have the tools they could use to apply toward the PEG savings that we're asking them.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the asylum seekers, which you stress in your remarks and overall for the reason, as being the reason, the primary reason for these cuts. In the November plan, a total of $4.7 billion is budgeted in fiscal year 2024, $6.1 billion in fiscal year 2025, $2 billion in fiscal year 2026, and $1 billion in fiscal year 2027 for the costs related to the provision of services to the asylum seekers. This includes an additional $6.9 billion added in the November plan for fiscals 2024 and 2025. If the asylum budget was its own agency, it would be the fourth largest city agency budget. In looking at state funding and breaking that down in each fiscal year, how much of the funding added in the November plan is from state sources? And what services or programs does the funding relate to?
Madam Speaker, the city's response to the ongoing national crisis has exceeded what anyone would have anticipated a year ago. We built an infrastructure to basically for over 150,000 migrants and taking care of 67,000 of them. The asylum seeker expenses, right now we're looking at, as part of, as I said in my testimony, we added $6.2 billion in fiscal year 24 and 25. That's city funds. okay, for fiscal year 24 and 25 on top of what we appropriated, what was appropriated in the adopted budget. In terms of the state, we added about $447 million in fiscal year 24 and $272 million in fiscal year 25. But as I said, from the federal government, we're getting very little. So far, we have a commitment of about $155.9 million. And that's what was added in the November plan to account for the federal contribution to this. So it's $155.9 million toward a $12 billion problem.
Okay. When we look at funding by agency, as of the adopted plan, funding for asylum seeker services was budgeted across 7 agencies. In the November plan, this expanded considerably to 26 agencies, with additional funding allocated to 25 agencies. Why has there been such a large expansion? And can you please walk us through how much funding was added to each agency in the November plan, in which fiscal years, and for what services or programs?
This is a crisis that requires the entire city to be involved as part of as part of the process to resettle 155,000 people. So we have to rely on staffing from all agencies because we have we have folks basically volunteer, and so therefore their overtime have to be covered by the city. Our goal is to manage down the census going forward so that we could ensure that the agencies have the appropriate staff to handle their workload. So again, as I said, our goal as we peg the asylum seekers to bring down the census as much as we can so that we don't have to rely on employees from all these other agencies. I could give you a breakdown. I would give you a breakdown of the major agencies that were impacted. In total, it's about 26, I believe. The DHS is for fiscal year 24, it's like $1.3 billion and $1.3 billion in 25. H&H, it's 1.4 in 24, 2.6 in 25. HPD is about $286 million in fiscal year 24 and 619.6 in 25. NISM, it's $131.9 million in 25. And DCAS, 379 in 24 and 403. But as I said, I will provide your staff the list of all the agencies, breakdown of all the agencies, how much is allocated by the agencies. But most of them is basically to account for staff overtime, in those agencies.
In early August, several weeks after the budget was adopted, the administration released updated costs and population projects for the asylum response efforts that projected an additional $6.9 billion would be needed in fiscals 2024 and 2025. This additional funding was added to the budget in the November plan. Given that the August revision to cost projections was released 4 months ago, why were projections not re-estimated for the November plan?
It's because so far we have not seen any systematic deviation from our forecast. There's been no change in our forecast in the November plan. The census and actual spending more or less align with our projection, so therefore there was no reason for us to change the forecast. We'll continue to monitor the data on a monthly basis to see, the census growth and the per diem costs. So we'll continue to monitor those, and if there is a need to do so, we'll adjust the forecast in January.
So you don't have any plans to?
In November plan, there was no reason to change it because, as I said, for instance, as of November, the spending is a $1.66 billion spending against a forecast of 1.64. So the forecast and the actual more or less match. So there was no reason for us to change the forecast at this moment in time. But again, we'll continue to monitor the data on a month-to-month basis, and if there's a need to change the forecast, we will do so in January.
When does the administration next expect to update its projections?
In January, in the preliminary budget.
And what modifications are you planning to make to the assumptions and approach to projections?
Again, because we are doing like a 20% peg on the asylum seeker expense, so we're going to have to see exactly how we're going to break down the different assumptions we're making in terms of the census, where we expect the census to be, and on the other hand, where we expect the per diem cost to be, because our goal is to bring down the per diem cost, and at the same time to continue to manage the census by, with the policies that we're implementing, which are the 30 days and 60-day policies. So we'll continue to monitor those two things because we're seeing the impact of the 30 days and 60 days in terms of managing the exit, increasing the exit of folks out of the system. So we'll continue to monitor those trends to see, and so we'll make the appropriate adjustment either on the census side or on the per diem cost side.
Okay, and looking at the per diem then, the November 20th, 2023 PEG letter indicates that the preliminary plan will include a 20% PEG on asylum expenses in fiscals 2024 and 2025 to reduce per diem costs and the length of shelter stays. How much savings would be generated, and how will the savings be generated? Which agencies will be impacted?
Again, as I said, the goal here is we're going to approach this from a three-pronged approach. One is, as I said earlier, is managing down the service and staffing model that we currently have to reduce the per diem cost to a level consistent with the per diem for the DHS system. That's one thing. So the services, we're going to look at the services we provide, how much staffing, reduce the staffing, reduce the services. That's one thing, to bring down the per diem cost. The other thing, as I said, we're doing is to managing the exit, to increase the exits, because this is very critical, okay? Because if we don't bring down the census, it's going to be extremely difficult for us in the out years. Because right now, we are over-relying on PEG to manage, to fund the census. So if we don't bring down the census, we can't continue to rely on PEGs to do so. We're going to have to make some difficult decision as a city, okay, in terms of how we're going to fund this going forward if we don't bring down the census. So the second piece is managing down the census, okay, using different policies to see what works, okay, to get as many people out of the system as quickly as possible. And the third piece of the strategy is basically manage more effectively the current capacity that we have, okay, in terms of moving folks from high-cost hotels to cheaper places. One of the things that we're thinking about doing is the small HERCs and the small hotels, move them from private providers to not-for-profit providers. So we're looking at better ways of managing the system. Now that we have the one way, we're not managing this through emergency. So these are the major three pieces of the puzzle that we're going to try to tackle. It's not going to be easy, okay, to bring down the expenses by 20%. Because as we speak, we have a major increase in the population of folks coming, a major inflow coming in now. Okay, so it's not going to be easy to do so, but this is our goal.
Is the city planning to implement additional shelter stay limits?
Again, we'll continue to review many initiatives, many policy initiatives to see what works, what doesn't work. This policy currently, from our perspective, is we're seeing some positive result out of the exit policies that we're implementing. For instance, we review a sample of, let's say, 500 notices that were sent. What we're seeing normally, under normal circumstances, we have people leaving the system after 60 days, 51% of people leaving the system after 60 days. But because of the notices, we see an additional 33%. So we only have like 16% of people stay in the system after 60 days. So they are, we're seeing an impact of the policy initiatives. So we'll continue to explore those initiatives and basically expand them to even more folks to see to the extent that we could get as many folks leaving the system as quickly as possible.
Can you give us an idea of how many of those folks are actually coming back once those limits are imposed?
So far, we got about, as I said, 16% of folks coming back and reapply, okay? But again, you know, our goal is to basically target at some point all these case management, all these resources that we have to the hard to leave group cohort, that 16%, to provide them as much resources as possible to try to get them out of the system as quickly as possible.
Let's take a look at H&H. I know my colleagues and I have discussed and are still talking about H&H, their impact and their role, their tremendous role in asylum response efforts. The council would like to better understand why the administration is relying so heavily on H&H in its asylum seeker response efforts. In fiscal year 2023, the majority of spending on the asylum seeker response occurred in agencies that provided shelter and local services to asylum seekers. DSS at $764 million, H&H at $476 million, and NYSEM at $92 million. While DSS incurred the lion's share of expenditures last fiscal year and is currently housing the majority of asylum seekers, DSS expenditures in fiscal year 2024 through October total $401 million, a good deal lower than H&H expenditures of $592 million. Why does H&H, whose mission is to provide health care, continue to play such an outsized role in the city's asylum seeker response efforts? And we know from October 23rd, 2023, that hearing on asylum seeker response costs, it is at least partly due to H&H holding contracts that apply to the whole system. Are there any other reasons?
Madam Speaker, as you can imagine, no municipality, including New York City, no matter how big we are, has the infrastructure to resettle 150,000 people in a year. Initially, when the crisis begins, we rely heavily on DHS. But once DHS reached its capacity, we had to turn to agencies that had some kind of existing service delivery infrastructure to deal with this problem. Only H&H had that as part of the COVID test and trace infrastructure that they created, okay, to go around. So therefore, that's the reason why we had to rely on some agency that had at least some semblance of an infrastructure, okay, to deal with a crisis of this magnitude, because the city didn't have that, okay? So once DHS reached its capacity, that's when we had to find something else. As I said, it's 150,000 folks. We're settling them in a matter of a year. This is not easy.
Thank you. H&H includes in its cost for delivery of services for asylum seekers an indirect rate of 15%. In fiscal year 2023, the city paid H&H $62 million for the indirect rate. How much has been paid in fiscal 2024, and why are we subsidizing H&H's budget, leaving less funds for the provision of services to asylum seekers?
As you know, Madam Speaker, H&H does not have the resources to administer a program of this magnitude. So therefore, the city had to cover the administration costs of this program to H&H. Otherwise, H&H would have to take resources that they currently don't have, okay, to channel those resources toward the management and administration of this program. So H&H doesn't have the resources, so therefore the city had to provide H&H the kind of resources. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do it. They wouldn't be able to help us managing this crisis.
Does H&H follow the same procurement rules that other city agencies do?
H&H procurement quota are set by state law, and this is a public benefit corporation, and they have their own procedures. But as part of an MOU we have with them, we review the contract dealing with the migrant crisis. We approve some of these contracts as part of an MOU we have with them. We have some kind of oversight over a lot of the activities that they do
Through the MOU.
through the MOU.
On November 30th, 2023, the Comptroller released a report on emergency contracting. The same day the report was issued, the Comptroller's office sent a notice to city agencies revoking the citywide prior approval for asylum seeker response efforts it had previously issued. Going forward, agencies will be required to obtain independent prior approval on a case-by-case basis for all emergency procurement requests, including amendments and extensions. Will this change have an impact on the provision of services?
Because of the use of emergency contracts, we managed to resettle 150,000 asylum seekers in a matter of a year. The Comptroller revocation of emergency contract will probably add some time to the review process, but from our perspective, as long as the Comptroller is quick and efficient in his review of the contract, we should not have any problem whatsoever to continue to manage this crisis.
So in essence, do you see a benefit then in the revocation by the Comptroller?
No, you know, as I said to folks, it is if I told you New York City could resettle 150,000 folks, which is 1.5 times the size of Albany population in less than a year, okay, everybody would think it would be a joke. Okay, it is because of this kind of the tools that we have at our disposal we managed to do this. But again, we have the one way now in front of us. Before we didn't have that. Now we have a one way, we could plan better. So again, removing the emergency contract as a tool probably would add to the process. But at the end of the day, I don't think this is the end of the world.
The city is spending significant sums of money to serve asylum seekers, yet it seems that the great majority of these funds are spent on contracts with for-profit entities, and you brought that up a minute ago also. The city has numerous nonprofit community-based organizations that provide many of the same services that the city is contracting with for-profit entities, even though some of those for-profit providers have little to no track record of providing the services for which they were contracted. Many nonprofits have expressed concern that the city is contracting with for-profit organizations, while the nonprofits who've been providing these services for many years are being ignored. What steps did the city take to consider nonprofit organizations, including those that it already contracts with, for things such as operating shelters, providing services for immigrants, healthcare, social services, and so on, for the contracts that ultimately went to for-profit companies? And what were the barriers to using nonprofit organizations in the first place?
The challenge is the scope and the size of the problem. As I said, resettling 155,000 folks and taking care of 67,000, it's a lot more than our current capacity. So therefore, when the problem first arose, we had to rely on for-profit providers, because the non-for-profit, they didn't have the physical infrastructure and the financial wherewithal to deal with this. Because don't forget, they would have to tap into their own balance sheet to pay, and then the city paid them back. So you can imagine a not-for-profit struggling already, had to advance money and get paid 3, 4, 5 months later by the city. So they didn't have the financial wherewithal and the physical infrastructure to deal with this problem. So therefore, we had to rely on for-profit providers. But as I said earlier, we're pivoting right now. Okay, now that we have a long runway in front of us, we are moving the smaller Hercs and hotels to not-for-profit. This is one of the ideas we're thinking about doing, particularly as part of the PEG exercise. H&H has already released RFPs to providers for services, and some of them are not-for-profit providers. We responded to, I believe, the International Rescue Committee is one of them, one of the big non-for-profit, responded to the RFP. And we will continue, as they issue more RFPs, they will continue to do outreach to not-for-profit providers, particularly those that have the financial wherewithal to deal with a crisis of this magnitude. So the challenge is the physical infrastructure and the financial wherewithal to deal with a crisis of this magnitude. You know,
We're looking forward to seeing, again, the not-for-profits who do have the experience take more of a responsibility.
we
handle
definitely
this.
will rely on them more as we go forward. As I said, because now we have the one way. We're not dealing with emergency contracts per se right now. We issued RFPs and reviewing them. We're doing outreach to them to make sure that they respond to the RFPs. But again, as I said, it's a consideration, but it's up to them. They have to respond to the RFPs based on their financial wherewithal and based on the physical infrastructure that they have. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Chair Brannan.
Thank you, Speaker. Director, I want to push back a little bit on, the Speaker brought up the tax breaks. So our folks say we could see savings as soon as FY25. I also think that even if that were not the case, I know we're dealing with the November plan right now, but just because savings might be in the future doesn't mean we shouldn't take a look at $14 billion in tax breaks, right?
No, of course, it should be it should be on the table. But what I'm saying to you is, the benefits that you're going to get in the short term is very little. It's the bulk of the benefits is the long term because these are long-term commitments.
Is that something you would work with us on, to identify some of those tax breaks that you think might
Be more than happy to work with the council to review, to see what can be done. But again, as I said, we have to take into account the fact that we're dealing with a short-term problem, very short-term problem, when the benefit of these things are long-term.
Yeah. Okay. So the council released our forecast over the weekend. The updated forecast identifies additional tax revenues of $1.2 billion in FY24. How can the public properly assess if the city needs to make these budget cuts when OMB is working on tax revenue projections that are essentially 8 months old?
Again, we adjusted our revenue upward by about $800 million as part of the November plan. But what message that I want to communicate, to convey, is revenues alone will not close the existing budget gap. As I said, even we're adding $8 million in revenues, okay, in the November plan, and after a successful PEG of $3.7 billion, we still have a gap of $7 billion to close in 37 days. So I'm not saying that that $1.2 billion is not money. It's money, okay? But we need other things to do. So that's when the PEG comes in, okay? PEG of the agency, PEG of the asylum seekers program. We need other tools to deal with the problem of this size.
We don't disagree. We just want to make sure we're putting all the cards on the table.
No, we will adjust our forecast also in November, in January, okay? Again, we are all concerned about the direction of the economy, as your economists indicate in your own report, that there is a slowdown of the economy, that, we'll take that into account. And so that will also guide our forecast of tax revenue.
And if OMB releases a stronger tax forecast as part of the prelim in January, do you think further PEGs would be needed?
Again, at this point in time, I cannot. Our goal is just trying to solve, as I indicated to you when I briefed the leadership of the council, is our goal has always been to try to front load the solution of the problem so that we're not leaving things to chance. Okay, we're trying to solve the problem in November and January. And if we manage to solve it, there may not be a need for it, okay? But at this point in time, I cannot guarantee anything until we release our general plan and see exactly where we are, where we land.
So the FY23 budget was adopted with a mayoral estimate of about $73 billion in city fund revenues, but the year ended with nearly $80 billion in city funds revenues. What drove that increase?
It's, if I remember correctly, it's basically driven by an overall improvement, better than expected improvement of the economy. It's job, we had 100,000 more jobs, and Wall Street profit was probably about $6 billion more than we anticipated. So that's basically what drove it's basically the income-driven taxes, personal income, corporate taxes. These are the main drivers. These were the main drivers.
I'm going to talk about reserve funds a bit. The city currently has a number of different funds which are termed reserves, or they ostensibly operate as reserve funds, but that's seemingly where the similarities end. Within the expense budget, exist two in-year budgeted reserves, the general reserve and the capital stabilization reserve. So these two reserves are unallocated to specific expenses and are typically drawn down during the fiscal year. With the increasing budget gaps in the out years, why was the reduction of the in-year reserves not included as part of the strategy for beginning to balance FY25 in the November plan?
As I said in my testimony, our goal is to use the annual reserves as part of the preliminary budget, which is $1.45 billion. Again, they were not used, but we're looking at it as a budget cycle of almost a year. So we have November, January, exec, and adoption. So because something is not used in November doesn't mean it's not going to be used in January. So our goal is we save it to be used as part of January, knowing that we have a huge gap in January to close.
So the other types of reserves the city has at its disposal is the Rainy Day Fund and the Retiree Health Benefit Trust. The Rainy Day Fund is funded at approximately $2 billion. The RHBT has just about $5 billion, $4.8 billion of funds. Has the administration considered accessing the reserve funds to help balance the city's budget at this time?
No. The Rainy Day Fund was intended to be used as a cushion in case there is a recession. So one time, once you use it, it's gone, okay? So therefore, we don't intend to use it as a part of this budget cycle. The Retiree Health Benefit Trust was intended to cushion against $100 billion of what they call other other post-employment benefits. This is about $100 billion liability of OPEB, what they call OPEB liabilities. $100 billion, we only have $5 billion against that $100 billion. So we don't think it would be wise to use the Retiree Health Benefit Trust.
So the Rainy Day Fund, you won't touch it unless you think there's a recession?
Yes. That's what it was intended to do, to use for.
Okay, we'll talk about the hiring freeze. What is the overall attrition rate for city employees?
I believe the overall attrition rate right now is 8.3%. For fiscal year 23, it's 8.3%.
And has the city or any specific city agency seen an uptick in attrition rates over the last 12 months?
It's basically what we're saying is in line with, since the pandemic, with national trend. The 8.3 is below the 8.4 we had in fiscal year 22, but again, we will continue to monitor the trend in fiscal year 25 to see if it stays below 8.3 or at 8.3.
What was the citywide attrition rate during the pandemic hiring freeze?
It was 5.6 in 2020, 4.8 in 21, and 8.4 in 22.
So, talking about vacancies, so based on the actual full-time headcount as of October and the new budgeted headcount totals as of November, what is the current total number of vacancies citywide?
It's about 18,360.
18,360? And how many of those positions are city-funded?
The city funded is about 12,914, I believe, yep.
Okay, so there's still a number of agencies with vacancy rates above 10%.
Yes.
DOB, DCAS, Corrections, DOF. Has OMB considered agency-wide exceptions to the hiring freeze?
You know, it's not a very, as I said, very efficient to do it citywide. So what we've been doing is we've been exempting certain titles that are critical, instead of doing citywide exemption.
So the November PEG included savings of approximately $135 million in the current year from the elimination of over 1,600 vacancies, which is less than 10% of the existing vacancies. Why was there not a greater focus on the elimination of vacancies as part of the November PEG?
We have, as part of the PEG, we have about 2,100 vacancies were reduced for fiscal year '24. That saved us about $257 million. And we had an additional 2,400 in '25 for savings of about 306. The challenge, however, if you take all vacancies, it means that we're going to have to eliminate all uniform, teachers, and revenue-generating positions, okay, that are very critical. So from our perspective, the agencies choose our best to manage their resources, so therefore we rely on the agencies to submit the proposals to us, and if the proposals include vacancies, we take them rather than us imposing vacancies on them.
Has OMB calculated what the savings would be in FY '24 and '25 if the city would eliminate all existing vacancies?
I believe it's about $1.2 billion for fiscal year '25, that would be. But again, the danger is you would basically get rid of all the teachers, all uniforms, vacant positions, which we don't believe it's the wise course going forward.
It's something my colleagues and I and the speaker touched on as well is I think when OMB issues equal cuts, may seem like it may seem that OMB is being merciful by assigning the same amount of pain to every agency, but I think equal cuts don't equal equitable cuts, because a 5% cut to an agency with a $20 million budget is different than a 5% cut to an agency with a $20 million budget. How much thought was given into those across-the-board cuts and the disproportionate results?
And again, as I said to the speaker earlier, we did exactly that. 82% of the PEG savings basically came from things other than programs. And it's because we are extremely careful. Okay, our goal is to minimize as best as we can the impact on the public. It is something which is done deliberately. Okay, it's a deliberate process, the way we go about things. If we have vacant seats, okay, we're trying to target those things. If we have expenses that are overestimated, we re-estimate them, bring them in line, okay, with actual spending. Okay, we do underspending, savings. So we are very deliberate about the way we go about these things. I understand exactly what you're saying, but however, what I said, in an environment when you have to cut, where you have to save so much in terms of resources, every time you reduce one agency, you have to make it up somewhere else. So you have to raise it for somebody else, for us to generate the same kind of savings. So that's the reason, we go about these things in a deliberate fashion, trying to minimize as much as we can the impact on programs and the impact on services.
Do you think we would, I mean, obviously a lot of the headlines have been about the migrant crisis and the costs related to the migrant crisis. The council contends that we would not be here today if it were solely for the migrant crisis, and that a lot of the pain that we're facing now is due to the end of COVID stimulus funds. I'm not sure OMB agrees with us on that, but can you talk about that?
No, it's not. That's not that we don't agree with you. That's not the point. There's always a budget gap in New York City history. Okay, budget gap existed before the migrants started coming to New York City. So the point we're making is the incremental. Okay, that's the point we're making. The incremental. In other words, our budget gap would have been normal, like historic norm, nothing significant about them, okay? But what drive the budget gap beyond, okay, where we are is a migrant crisis. That's the point we're making, okay? Because budget gap, we had budget gap before the migrant crisis, okay? All right, so it's not just the migrant, we're saying the incremental, okay? That's what driving, we're saying the migrant is the driver of what goes above and beyond the historic norm.
Do we have an accounting of the funds we've received from Albany and Washington to this point to help us with the migrant crisis?
Yes. As I said, we added $6.2 billion in city funds for fiscal 24 and 25. The state is about $1.8 billion. And federal government is about 155.9 billion, I believe, million dollars.
So could you say that again? So the state,
It's about $1.9 billion.
1.9 billion, and from the federal government?
Federal government is 155.9 million.
Yep. Okay, I just have one more because we have about 30 members here who want to ask questions. So I want to talk quickly just about the DSNY pegs, but I want to leave some for the chair as well as chairs as well. Can the administration commit to keeping the city clean while reducing key cleaning services like litter basket collection?
Listen, city cleanliness is a priority of the mayor. This is why sanitation was exempted from the PEG in the general plan. GSNY is making the same level, maintaining the same level of service in the commercial zones. The only area where you're going to see a drop, for instance, in litter baskets, is basically an area where you have underutilization. Okay, but an area where you have high utilization in commercial districts, the litter basket service will continue.
So the FY24 budget included 1 year funding of $22 million for supplemental litter basket service. It's something that my colleagues and I fought really hard for. Since this funding is not baselined, why was a PEG also put on this service?
Again, it's a crisis we have to deal with. We have to reallocate resources from certain areas to other areas to fund the migrant crisis. As I said, we are very much constrained by the right to shelter, so therefore we have to fund the migrant crisis. So our job has been to reallocate resources wherever where we're going to see least impact to pay for the migrant crisis. So it's not like, it is something that if financial circumstances change, we will reassess that saving initiative. But at this point in time, where we are, we have to fund resources somewhere.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Majority Leader Powers for questions. Quickly, Keith, sorry, we've also been joined by council members Hanks, Dinowitz, Juan, Ressler, Rivera, Sanchez, and Holden.
Thank you. Nice to see you guys, and thank you for taking time to answer questions. I'm just going to hone in on one topic. I want to talk about the sanitation organics budget. Obviously, as part of the PEG, the implementation of the organics collection in the Bronx and Staten Island was delayed from April of FY24 to October of FY25. I recognize that that's in compliance with the laws that we had passed, I believe, but still wanted to get a better understanding of it. Number one, has headcount been allocated already to support that expansion? And if so, is the plan to redistribute personnel in the meantime?
No, there are no staff dedicated specifically to the organics program. The way the sanitation department works, staff perform a number of different functions, and specific assignments vary from day to day. So, in reality, there are no staff currently dedicated per se to organics.
Okay. Can you confirm that citywide curbside organics collection is currently happening in at least 30 sanitation districts and will be in all 5 boroughs by October of 2024 as required by the City Council's law?
Yes, currently we have a residential curbside organics program in 32 districts in Brooklyn and Queens, and definitely we will comply with the law by October 7th.
Okay. Funding for educational technical assistance programs related to the community composting programs was eliminated as part of the November plan. That funding, as you know, helped maintain a partnership with 7 botanical gardens and nonprofits in the 5 boroughs. Can you, as you know, the council feels strongly about that, and it's a valuable and popular program. Can you confirm or tell us whether the PEG completely eliminates funding for this program?
Yes, it is, and not for, when it comes to the funding, but regarding the individual organization that receive funding, they decide to allocate their resources. So their staffing, they adjust their staffing, it's up to them. So,
but it's just want to get you on the record. The PEG does completely eliminate funding for those programs. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. And as your understanding, I understand you're saying they can use that as needed, but our understanding is that will reduce headcount at that programs. Is that your understanding?
it is my understanding as well.
Okay. With the cuts to the community program, can you confirm the city or let us know if the city will still be in compliance with Local Law 88 and 89 of 2023 this year that established community composting programs?
Yes, the city will remain in compliance with local laws 88 and 89.
Okay. And last question, just on outside of organics, can you tell us what changes will? I know that the sanitation is cut from the or is exempt from the next year's budget cuts. But can you tell us what the expected reductions will be on sanitation service with the current PEG that's being made in terms of personnel, pickup, things like that?
Yeah, we, as I said, the little basket is one piece of it. But again, we will work with the agencies, as they operationalize the PEGs our goal is to make sure that they minimize the impact on services as much as possible. There would not be any change to the collection, pickup for refuse, recycling, and organics. Places where you'll see some changes would be the lot cleanings, cleaning of lots, little baskets. But again, these will probably more focus on areas where, where you have underutilization rather than commercial areas. But again, they don't have a final plan yet in place. They're working to finalize their plan because it goes, again, as I said, it's trying to minimize as much as possible the impact on services.
Thanks. Just last question. Can you let us know when we would expect to know when the final plan is and when we can share with constituents?
We will definitely, once we have, once the operationalize the plan, we'll sit down and share them with the council.
What's the timing of that?
I will come back to you on the timing.
Okay, we have Brooks Powers, followed by Brewer.
Thank you and good morning. I have a couple of questions. I'm going to just ask them and then ask that you respond. So first, under the Home First Down Payment Assistant PEG, The November plan includes a swap of $26.4 million across fiscal 2024 to 27 to the capital budget for funding HPD's Home First Down Payment Assistance Program. Expense budget savings as a result of this swap are $3.4 million in the current year, increasing to $9 million by the end of the plan. When should we expect HPD and OMB to issue the necessary certificate to proceed, which will enable the use of capital funds for the Home First Down Payment Assistance Program? And will an equivalent amount of capital funding be added to the capital budget in January? Will these funds be reprogrammed from within the agency's existing capital budget from funding that was already earmarked for other critical affordable housing projects? And then just pivoting over to DOT. As of October, DOT had an actual headcount of approximately 5,100, which was about 1,200 less than its budgeted headcount. With a vacancy rate of nearly 20%, the agency continues to struggle to meet mandated targets and benchmarks. Will DOT be able to hire and fill these positions despite the hiring freeze, or are they expected to continue operating with 1 out of 5 positions unfilled? Does this high vacancy rate concern the administration, and will DOT be required to eliminate vacancies as a part of the next round of PEGs? And lastly, the November plan includes a revenue PEG of $42 million in fiscal 2024 and $40 million in fiscal 2025 and 26 related to additional revenue from speed cameras. According to OMB, this is a result of a re-estimate of future revenue based on new data as well as the moving of cameras into new areas. Where does DOT plan on moving the cameras, and how many cameras in total will be moved? What boroughs will see the greatest increase in speed camera installations? And how will the department determine where cameras will be installed? We want to make sure that equity is included in this and not being placed in overburdensome, targeting low-income New Yorkers. So we want to know in terms of what that matrix is going to look like. And I can repeat any question that you need me to.
Okay, let me try. With respect to the Home First Down Payment Assistance Program, HPD currently is still in the initial stage of rolling out the expansion of the program, and therefore it's difficult to predict exactly when HPD and when OMB would issue the necessary CPs. Because the CPs, the issuance of the CPs usually happens near the end of the review process. And HPD would be able to accommodate the need within the existing capital budget, because the need is very small compared with the overall size of HPD capital budget. So therefore, they should be able to sustain that. Regarding DOT budgeted headcount is 5762 as of November, and their active headcount is 5100, which means that they have 638 vacancies, which is about 11% vacancy. Typically, agencies submit their PEG plan to OMB. That allows them to manage their operation effectively, so we are not requiring DOT to submit any vacancy reduction plan. Regarding the cameras, DOT plan to move...
I'm sorry, really quickly, before you move on from that point. So while you're not requiring them to make any space in terms of the head count, are they going to be held to the hiring freeze that's in place? Because right now, they're unable to meet legal mandated goals that are set.
Again, the goal of the freeze, the hiring freeze, was to give the agency the ability to use their hiring freeze to, as part of their saving plans, okay? So until we get out of this jam, the hiring freeze continue to be in place. Okay, again, once the crisis is over, we will revisit that issue. Regarding DOT, the cameras, DOT plan to move 25 cameras per month. They would move these cameras from location where speeding has been largely corrected and driving down speeding to new location where you have speeding and crash, high speeding and crashes. Okay, this is a data-driven exercise, and location will continue to be determined by speeding incidents and serious crashes. I don't know where the cameras are and will be. Nobody knows. That's the whole point of this.
Do you have an idea? Well, no, that's not the whole part of it, because it shouldn't be a gotcha. That's one. But in terms of which borough, do we know, like, you says 25, is it like 5 per borough, or is it like
I don't.
10 in Queens?
I don't know what the strategy is, but I'm assuming it's probably going to be the same proportion as you currently have with the different boroughs. But I don't know,
Thank you.
Brewer, Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you. On December 4th, 2023, Health and Hospitals Finance Committee voted to unanimously award $565.6 million of new contracts related to catering, laundry, and case management services at the HERCs to 13 companies, most of them for-profit. And I know that the speaker asked about this, but I listened to that entire meeting. And the contracts expected to receive final approval, obviously, from the Health and Hospitals Board. I think they may have already. I know that board well. I know that they will be agreed to. But this is the problem. I know you said that the community-based nonprofits in our city do not have the capacity to take care of all of these contracts. I do not agree. And I want to know why so many of these awards were given to for-profit companies, despite the fact that you think there aren't enough support here. Think of those large Phipps houses. Think of the United Neighborhood Houses. Think of others that could do this. So I want to know, what efforts did the administration make to consider nonprofit companies when determining these awards? Can you be specific as to what you did to find nonprofits? IRC is great. I know RC very well, but it's a national company. And the nonprofits are getting killed by these budget cuts. One way to survive, to keep them whole, would have been to help them work on this project. Thank you. Please answer that question.
Yes, and we all agree.
Quiet, please.
We all agree that it would serve the city interests to award these contracts to not-for-profit, because, as you can imagine, the services are cheaper than for-profit
Yes.
providers. So as of now, what we know is no contracts have been awarded yet by H&H. Our goal, again, as I said, is to move the small IRCs, small hotels, to not-for-profit providers. It really is about being able to ensure that they have, whenever it's logistically and fiscally prudent, we'll continue to do so. We are extending the RFP process to see if we can get more non-for-profits to respond to the RFPs issued by the H&H. We will do our outreach as best as we can. But again, as I said, we issue an RFP. It's only one national one that responded.
I understand.
And the reason is simple. The question is, do they have the financial wherewithal? Don't forget, you're talking about billions of dollars that they have to advance, okay? And the city has to reimburse them.
I understand,
Okay?
Director, but
So the
some of
question
these-
is, do they have the financial wherewithal, okay, to do, because they have to tap into their own balance sheet. So as I said, the goal is to move slowly. We have the one way now, okay? Before we didn't have that, okay? We're pivoting right now, okay? And our goal is to rely as much as possible on non-for-profit providers going forward. But in the midst of the crisis, okay, when we have to accommodate 150,000 folks, the scope and the size of the problem is so big that non-for-profit providers in New York could not deal with that problem because they don't have the finances, they don't have the balance sheet.
Okay, you and I might disagree on that. Some of them have major support in terms of their endowments. So we can have a conversation. You're not talking about small nonprofits. I'm talking about the big ones. I think I know them all because I've been doing this work a very long time.
Sure.
But I understood from Dr. Long, who sat exactly where you are. I have great respect for Dr. Ted Long, but he said that the new contracts, RFP'd by H&H, would in fact be different than what we had seen as a continuation from what I would call, as you did, the test and trace and the pandemic. But one of the contracts was awarded to DocGo, despite the ongoing concerns with the company and their limited track record in this type of work. They do health, they don't do casework. And given that there are concerns regarding the high cost of asylum response efforts, the reliance on the for-profit companies and the level of cuts being implemented by the city agencies, how will these new contracts be saving the city money? I think, again, DocGo would not be the company I would choose. I would certainly suggest, why can't some of these larger contracts be broken up so that a nonprofit has 2 or 3 hotels? The Watson on 57th Street, I know well, 2,000. And guess what? A nonprofit could handle that. So I want to know, why in the world would a DocGo get this contract? Because they had it before. I understand it was a continuation, but during the RFP, they got it again. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah. Again, as I said, H&H put out an RFP, and many providers responded, including some not-for-profits. The vendors that we select, whether they are the incumbents or new bidders, will have to go through a round of negotiation, okay, where the city and H&H will insist on reducing prices than we are getting now. We have not yet selected vendors. Okay, the amounts in the article are not to exceed amounts, and in no way represent a commitment to pay those amounts, but instead they are like a cap on what can be spent. Again, as I said, one of the vendors that responded to the RFP is the International Rescue Committee.
IRC, yes.
Yeah, I see, and in upcoming RFP, we will continue to reach out to not-for-profit vendors, okay, so to make sure they participate and they answer to the RFPs, because the RFP are out there, okay? We could only tell them, hey, there's an RFP out. If they decide for whatever reason they don't respond.
But maybe you write the RFP differently so that the New York City nonprofits that are large could respond. There are ways of writing an RFP, and the speaker said, we'd like to work with you. Yes, that's an example where we would like to work with you. Do we have your commitment to work with us on this particular issue?
We will reach out to H&H to make sure that they crafted the RFP in a way, okay, that non-for-profit providers in New York, okay, can adequately respond to the RFPs.
Thank you. And I'd love to see DocGo go away. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Joseph.
All right. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. The November plan PEG also included savings for reductions in funding to community schools per session, per diem. Can you tell us the list of community schools that will be impacted by the PEG? And what services will be impacted?
I don't have the list of the schools that will be impacted.
I'm going to ask my questions since my time
yeah.
is limited.
Yeah.
Will the reduction in per session per diem impact summarizing as well? If it was noted that the administration would be adding 125 school safety agents to the pool of 3,930 currently active, will the 125 additional school safety agents be hired this school year? What will the budget now be given this hiring? And what is the clear hiring policy for school safety division given this immediate reversal? It
wasn't a reversal per se. It was just that when the NYPD came and asked for the class. At the time, we didn't have resources in the budget for it because we have not yet adjusted the budget for the raises that were negotiated with the unions. So once those resources were added, okay, to accommodate the increased salary, so that then they had resources in the budget. So they used those resources basically to hire a smaller class because we don't have a lot of resources at this point in time to deal with all these different issues, as I've been saying all morning, because we basically reallocating resources from one area to another.
One of the things we saw was we worked on the FSF weight, and we noticed that for some reason you have not accounted for enrollments to determine the FSF formula. And some schools have not been receiving their funding since December of 2022. Can you commit to adjusting that school budget?
The New York City schools, public school, is basically taking that into account. And they know that the model that they used to in the past, given the influx of new migrants, they have to provide additional resources to the schools, and they will adjust as quickly as possible, okay, the formula to take into account the new migrant as quickly as possible.
Correct, but that's been since December of 2022. We have not adjusted that budget. And when we recalculated the formula for SFS, we included high poverty and students in temporary housing, and we saw those numbers go up. So it impacted the school's budget by not having those funding in that budget. And with the pegs that you see, will OMB commit to make change before the second round of mid-year adjustments?
I believe that the New York Public School is revising its policy as we speak, so they could quickly move the resources to our school. Timing, it's up to when they complete their work, but I believe that's what they're doing.
And let's talk about Carter cases real quick. $1.1 billion for Carter cases.
Yes, it is an issue that is of concern to us as well. We're seeing significant growth in the number of Carter cases, and this is a discussion we're having with the public school system, regarding our best to curb the increase in the Carter cases.
We have about 13,700 pending Carter cases. Can OMB provide a breakdown of these cases, including how many cases are Carter versus Connor, and how many new cases have been initiated since last school year, and what's the average cost per case?
I would have to come back to you with the breakdown. We have to work with DOE to provide you a breakdown of the Carter and Connor cases and how much it's costing for each one of them.
Because I think it would be wiser, if you're looking to save money, to invest in the services so we cannot have so many Carter cases.
We've been investing significant dollar of money in this, but yet it's like we're investing on both hands.
But we're cutting pre-K special education,
we keep putting money
which
in
is the
one-
pathway that created Carter cases.
Yeah, it's an issue of concern to all of us.
Thank you, Chair. I'll come back.
Councilmember Juan.
Thank you so much. As you can tell, the council is very aligned on how we view the current PEG situation, and it is a full house today. Good morning.
Good morning.
As the chair of contracts, we have been hearing a lot of questioning on the contracts, especially on the migrant crisis. According to the November 30th Comptroller release report evaluating the city's use of emergency procurement, we know that vendors can start work immediately once the agency awards the contract. After this, agencies are supposed to submit formal documentation for review to the controller and the law department within 15 days of the contract start. But the controller's report found that the vast majority of submissions were received later than 15 days after the contract started, and that agencies only submitted 27% of asylum seeker-related written determinations within the 15 days. What was the cause of the considerable delays, and what is the administration doing to ensure the required documentation on emergency contracts is submitted to the comptroller and required time frame in the future, since there are so many people in the room, from community composters to educators, arts. We are all here because we are being impacted by these pegs that you have made across the board, and these are real people's lives, especially people who are unionized, who are about to lose jobs in 2 weeks. We deserve transparency.
Yeah, I would have to defer to specific agencies, and I'm happy to look into it and see what can be done, why it's taking them so long. Okay, but again, I would have to come back to you because I don't know specific agencies. What's the reason? What's the rationale? Why it's taking them so long?
As you've heard from both the finance chair and the speaker and everyone else that has asked questions so far, it is clear that our current financial crisis is not just based on the asylum seeker humanitarian crisis that we're in alone. And we know that right now our asylum seeker crisis started in spring of 2020. We are now at the end of 2023. You have had more than a year. Can you help me understand why all of the migrant shelter contracts right now, whether it requires shelter or food, healthcare, mental health, anything that they deserve in services, has yet to be standardized? Why is it that food contracts at H&H differ from HPD to DHS, OEM, and everyone across the board has different caps for spending, especially when it comes to food, yet the quality continues to remain dismal?
As a migrant myself, I'm very proud of the work that the mayor is doing to take care of the migrant. We are not blaming the migrants for the crisis. The city has always had budget gaps, always. Okay, what we're saying is the incremental, what's above the historic norm, okay, what's above what the history of gap has been, that's what we're saying is caused by the 150,000 migrants, okay, that we have to take care of. We are not blaming the migrants for the crisis. We're saying only, okay, we always have gap, but what's above the gap, okay, that's what we're saying is being caused by the migrant. So regarding, to go back to on the question about procurement, again, as I said, every agency has their own issues, okay? So we're gonna have to go back to these agencies and talk to them to see what's causing, okay, them to delay, all right? And we'll get back to you on this.
We are going to have a food procurement hearing tomorrow specifically on all the differences in food procurement and the quality that it lacks throughout our city with all these agencies. And I just want to zero in on what Councilmember Brewer was saying, that the DocGo contract, for example, it's paying caseworkers more than $150K according to the contract and the max that they could receive as an employee of DocGo, when we have cost of living adjustments that have never been met for our human service providers in this room who are about to be laid off in 2 weeks. So I will yield my time. Thank you.
Councilmember Krishna.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Chair Brandon, for today's hearing. Thank you, Mr. Director. Before starting my question, I just want to say I am shocked by this administration's fiscal policy to the extent it exists. It is self-defeating because you are creating the very fiscal cliff that you claim where we are existing right now. We are facing cutting from services that asylum seekers and vulnerable New Yorkers depend on, as you do in fact blame them. It is contradictory because as we talk about all these cuts to essential services, there are mega expenses, as we've discussed before, for no-bid, for-profit contracts, for police radios, for wrongful settlements of wrongful conviction claims that should never have been brought in the first place. And you are clawing back funding that this city hall itself allocated in the last budget within less than 6 months. And it is also desperate because I've yet to see this administration, since it came into office, do any sort of serious audit of its agencies to find the wasteful government spending that does in fact exist. And to be sure, we face fiscal challenges, but to go after the essential services that our most vulnerable New Yorkers depend on is going to increase income inequality. Study after study, economic after economic theory has shown that. So my question I want to focus on the Parks Opportunity Program, which provides job experience for parks workers on public benefits. Participants work in the program 40 hours a week. They get job training on interview skills, There were 1,000 parks workers in this program last year, 35,000 since 2003. And again, this is a program for individuals on public benefits, providing them the opportunity for mobility, stability, and to overcome poverty. The mayor is eliminating this program entirely, someone who claims to want to invest in workforce development programs. So my first question to you is, what is the total amount of funding that the Parks Department will be losing because of this PEG?
Again, to clarify a point that you make is folks in the JTP program will continue to have job opportunities. DSS decided that this was not a program that leads to long-term jobs for folks. So therefore, Can I finish, please?
Well, my question specifically was about, and you should ask the workers in that program who are losing this opportunity, how valuable that program is. So my question to you is, what is the total amount of the PEG? That's it. What is the total amount of the PEG to the Parks Department?
Parks, put it this way, the Parks is not paying for it. The PEGs applies to HRA. HRA is $17.5 million. That is being removed from HRA's budget. It's not from Parks' budget,
Right. Sorry, Mr. Budget Director. I'm limited on time, so let me jump in and tell you. It's a $60 million PEG to Parks because you piggybacked the cut to HRA because they administer the public benefits, but the impact is felt by Parks. That's a $60 million PEG to Parks. That's 12% of the Parks agency budget. Not 5%, 12%. So I'd like to know, because these are our workers, the bulk of them that clean our parks across the city, how will the day-to-day maintenance and operations of the parks be impacted by this PEG and specifically the elimination of the POP program?
We're moving money from HRA into Parks, so that Parks can hire full-time employees to do the maintenance and operation of the park instead of relying on those seasonal workers. So Parks will have employees because we're moving resources from HRA into the Parks Department. Now Parks going to have full-time employees instead of having seasonal employees working 4 days, and every 6 months, they have constantly to renew, and so they don't have the productivity, they don't have, so they don't have the experience because you constantly, rotating these folks. So now they're going to have a full-time staff just cleaning parks.
Got it. Let me, Mr. Budget Director, because I'm short on time, let me answer my own question. Because of this PEG and because of the elimination of this program, our parks now, instead of being cleaned 7 days a week, will be cleaned 1 day a week. And 17,000 trash cans that exist in parks across our city will be overflowing. Now, Mr. Budget Director, do you believe that our parks should be clean?
Of course.
Okay. Do you believe that our parks should be safe?
Of course.
Yeah. And there's also, I'd add to that, an emerging amount of evidence that our parks actually contribute to public safety. So my question is, given the fact that there's now a 12% PEG to parks, given, as you said, our parks should be clean, that they should be safe, that they contribute to public safety, why on earth would our Parks Department not be exempted from the next round of PEGs in January, as you've exempted other agencies like NYPD and sanitation on the grounds of public safety and cleanliness? Why wouldn't our Parks Department be exempted too, given that they're facing a 12% PEG this round?
Because we face a budget gap of $7 billion, we have to make tough choices.
And I would submit, before my final question, that there's no doubt choices need to be made, but it's shocking the choices that you all have chosen to make. That's the problem. And again, it's contradictory, let me finish, sorry, that it's contradictory to state the rationales of public safety and cleanliness and cut from our Parks Department the way you're doing it. It's contradictory to say this administration invests in workforce development programs and cut this very program. My final question, shifting topics, is just about our cultural institutions in particular. They generate revenue for the city. They contribute to the tax revenue for the city as well. They raise much revenue through tourism and programming. This administration, again, going back to my first point about contradictory with the fiscal policy, funded, and we worked together to fund our cultural institutions that are now facing cuts again with this PEG, not less than 6 months later. Did OMB do any cost assessment of how these cuts will impact our arts institutions and cultural institutions that are still recovering from the pandemic?
We exempted these organizations in prior rounds of PEGs, every single one of them, okay? But this time, the magnitude of the problem is such that we have to put everything on the table. And they were included this time as part of the PEG. So we understand their importance to the city, but as I said, this is a crisis, okay? And as part of the solution to the crisis, we're asking everyone to contribute.
If only that were true, because that does not seem to be the case when it comes to which ones are exempted, which cuts are made, and where. This is a choice, and the administration has chosen very poorly. Thank you.
Okay, we have Councilmember Hudson.
Thank you, Chair. The November plan includes a PEG of $13.5 million for older adult centers in fiscal 2027 only. Older adult centers are a vital resource and lifeline for many of our city's older residents, and we're concerned about the impact of a funding reduction for these programs, especially given that the population is rising. The city's population of older adults, which currently represents 20% of our entire population, will only grow as the baby boomer generation ages. A 2021 CUNY Graduate Center study reports that the population of adults ages 65 and older in New York State will soar 25% between 2021 and 2040, compared to just 3% growth in the general population. And in the city alone, the number of older adults is expected to jump 40% by 2040, especially as people are living longer. How does the agency plan to achieve these savings?
These savings basically are slated for fiscal year 27. And the goal here is to work with the agency to right-size the program to bring it in line with participation. Visiting levels at those centers are 80% of what they were pre-pandemic level. So you have a capacity issue, okay? And so the capacity is much more than people going into those places. So therefore, we have to try to find a way to match, the participation rate, okay, with the capacity that we have. And so again, we're going to work with the agency. We have sometimes we have a long one way.
Which senior centers or older adult centers have reduced capacity?
It's 80 overall. I'm talking about overall, but if you want the breakdown, we could give you the breakdown.
I would love to see the breakdown, because I hear from constituents from my district and other districts about wanting more programming, more resources, going to their older adult clubs all of the time. And we've heard from older adult club providers who who are overrun with older adults who keep coming in. So I'd be curious to know where
We'll
you're
provide you the breakdown.
How will older adult center capacity be impacted by the funding reduction?
Again, as I said, we will be working with the agency to try to find ways to plan this. As I said, we have a long one way because it's talking about fiscal year 27, okay? And to create something that makes sense, again, the goal is not to hurt seniors, okay, to provide them the resources that they need. But again, our goal is to try to right-size the programs to make sure we don't have inefficiency as we implement it going forward. But again, we'll be working with GIFTA to make sure that things are done properly.
Will this reduction impact future RFPs?
In a sense of the overall budget probably be lower. In that sense, it would be, but in general, it's probably different models that we're going to look to implement. But I'm not expecting that to have, besides the overall budgeted amount, I'm not expecting too much of an impact.
Do you know when the next RFP for older adult centers will be released?
Don't have a sense because this doesn't go into effect until fiscal year 27. So, I don't know for sure.
Okay, and then I think I asked this question of you last year. I'm going to ask again, hoping that maybe the answer might be a little bit different. But do you use population growth or studies to inform fiscal policy?
Of course, yes, we do.
So are you aware of the statistics that I shared where the older adult population in New York City is going to increase by 40% by 2040?
Yes.
And so how are the budget cuts that you're proposing for the Department of the Aging going to support the population growth that we're going to see over the next several years?
Again, you're going to see a lot of, we're dealing with a crisis, and as I said, we have to reallocate resources. A lot of the things that we're doing, we don't like them either, okay? All right? It's just that we're facing a crisis. We don't have a revenue stream to fund $12 billion. I mean, put that in your mind.
I mean, I think,
It's $12 billion.
I think
that we have
it's fair to
fund.
say that it's in all of our minds, and that's why we're here.
and
We're
so
trying to
therefore-
work with you to come up with other
Yeah,
solutions. I think
sure.
the way that you all have approached the budget deficit is certainly not the way that the council would approach the budget deficit. And so that's just a differing of opinions. It doesn't mean that we're not thinking about it and that we don't understand the implications.
Yep. So as I said, it's we're making tough decisions, and so therefore, even it's very.
When you have agencies like Parks that has less than 1% of the budget, like the Aging that has less than a half of 1% of the budget, those are not the agencies that we should be cutting from. I think that's really the point that we're trying to make. We can cut from other agencies that have an excess of billions of dollars in their budgets, like the NYPD. Those are the places that we should be looking first to cut from, not from the places that are actually providing the resources and services that so many people, particularly our older adults, rely on. But I'm just going to continue with my questioning, if I may. The November plan includes a baseline peg for NYC Aging of $500,000 starting in fiscal '24 due to the hiring freeze. There was no change to agency headcount associated with this peg. How was the savings amount determined?
It's basically driven. It was leaving vacancies on the field.
And how many positions do the savings relate to? Which areas or programs?
Let me see. I don't think I have it. I don't have that information. I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, and how will the hiring freeze impact provision of services to older adults?
So far, he has not impacted services. Okay.
But you just said that you're,
We're talking about down the road. Talking about fiscal year 27. That is the peg for this. We're talking about 27. We're not talking about now. That's what I mean. He has not impacted services.
okay,
talking
so
about
future
27.
services will be impacted.
Future services will be impacted.
Future services will be impacted when the population is even larger than it is now.
Yes, our goal is to continue to work with the agencies, okay, to right-size the program in a way that minimize or do not have meaningful impact on services.
Okay. The November plan includes a baseline peg for NYC Aging of $1 million starting in fiscal '24 relating to OTPS expenditures. How will the OTPS savings be achieved?
It's basically coming from central administrative expenses.
And what programs or agency functions do these savings relate to?
It's basically out of town travel, some central costs such as printing.
Such as what?
Printing.
Oh, painting.
Printing when digital options are available. So these are the areas impacted.
Okay, and then let me just ask you one other question. In what ways, if at all, does the administration account for the NYPD's abuse and violence against New Yorkers and the additional burden on NYC's budget of related litigation and refusing to fire officers for years after they've killed or brutalized New Yorkers when proposing the NYPD's budget and working with them on PEG savings cost plans?
NYPD participated in the plan and the PEG program fully, providing us 5% of savings. And NYPD currently is working to comply with the requirement of the federal monitor.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ayala.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good afternoon. It's the afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
I know it's been a long one. So I have two questions, but very important questions, albeit. Prior to April 2022, the shelter system was already overburdened, and the unanticipated influx of asylum seekers only further taxed an already strained system. One of the proven strategies that the city can employ to address housing instability is the provision of rental assistance vouchers. The council has repeatedly called on the administration to increase baseline funding for City FEPS vouchers to align with actual spending more closely to, and to ensure that HRA has adequate staffing to support the efficient administration of those vouchers. The council has also called on the administration to fund HRA's budget to meet the requirements of the package of the legislation that the council recently passed to expand voucher eligibility, which will become effective on January 9th. To date, no additional funding has been added for this legislation. The budgeted funding for rental assistance in fiscal year 24 is $401 million, a good deal less than the $516 million HRA actually spent on rental assistance in fiscal year 2023. Why hasn't funding been added to HRA's budget to meet the requirement of the council's voucher bills? And is the administration expecting to add funding for the bills in the preliminary plan?
We continue to work diligently to face the ever-growing asylum seeker crisis as taxpayers unfortunately continue to shoulder the financial burden of a national crisis. With limited state and federal aid, the city has been forced to undertake this difficult task, and as a result, we have to find savings throughout the budget to balance its budget. Again, once this crisis is over, we will seek to work collaboratively with the City Council and look for ways to fund future iteration of the program going forward.
So are you saying that the city has no intention on meeting their mandate of adding the additional vouchers and complying with the law on January 9th?
The concern right now is trying to fund the asylum crisis. That's what we have. This is why we're cutting program left and right. But once the crisis is over, we'll work with the council.
That sounds like you're
Once the
saying.
crisis is over, we'll work as best as we can with the council.
So-
But to fund this, right now, as I said, we're trying to.
I get it. Look,
Yeah.
I get it, and I've been I'm very sympathetic to the fiscal, climate. However, we found that this bill actually aided in finding cost savings if we were able to shift families from shelter to permanent housing. So it is a way of decreasing the amount of dollars, public dollars, that we're spending every single night to house a family in shelter, which is very expensive. As you know, I don't have to share that with you. So the council passed this bill, and we're expecting it, this law to go into effect on January 9th. And so it's very not only disheartening but alarming to hear that there is, from what it sounds like, there's no intention or.
No, it's not the intention. It's not there is no intention. It's just that we're dealing with a crisis of this magnitude. And currently we have 11,000 people, about 11,000 households in the shelter system with vouchers waiting to leave, and they can't find places. So it's not like, we're not saying, we understand the logic of people with vouchers moving out, and therefore we have more room to put more folks, but we currently have 11,000 folks, households with vouchers in the system right now.
So that leads me to my next question, because I know that you're the money man, right? So you're not doing the day-to-day.
You are.
But you're not doing the day-to-day, right? You're not in the agencies trying to figure out. And so you state that, we have 11,000 people with vouchers in the shelter system that can't find, available units. But I think that many of us here could share stories on the number of folks that are calling, our offices that have an apartment, that have been waiting. And the problem is not on finding the unit, but rather getting the agency to process documentation on time and to be able to do the inspections in a timely basis so that people are actually moving out faster. As a matter of fact, because of that level of inefficiency, people have lost available apartments. So that leads me to my other question regarding staffing, because that's been a huge concern for us. These are safety net programs, and so when we're looking at efficiencies, when we're looking to cut the budget, we're looking at where the fat is, right? Where is the funding that, things that could wait for later, things that we're not spending money on. But when we're talking about safety net, programs that keep New Yorkers fed and housed, that is of great concern to me. And so we've seen that staffing has not been at the levels that we would need them to be in order not only to process vouchers, but to process SNAP applications, to be able to process benefit applications. Medicaid obviously is transitioning, but what is the administration planning to do to address, considering that we're adding new pegs and hiring freezes to address the shortfalls in staffing?
We have great news when it comes to HRA regarding the SNAP and cash assistance program. I believe the SNAP program has addressed all the backlog that they have so far, and the cash assistance program is, I believe, is also getting by next year, by I think early next year, February, they should be able to get back to the federal target, I believe, of like 4,300 or 4,400 target that they have. So they're making significant progress. We hired over 700 new staff at the agency because we provide them the resources that they need, because we know how critical this is for New Yorkers, particularly those who are struggling.
Those were hires that were made through the hiring halls?
I don't know for sure if they are all from their hiring halls. Probably some of them, probably were.
Okay. Do we know how many people currently on staff at HRA that administer rental assistance vouchers? And how many of these positions are vacant?
I don't have it with me actually, but I would follow up with your staff and provide them the
Okay, and I would also like to know if any of the voucher positions are exempt from the hiring freeze, and if so, how many?
Okay, we will provide you all this information.
Thank you. And I have another question on the SHARE program. So on December 14th, 2021, the governor announced that a $100 million allocation for the New York State Rental Supplement program, of which $68 million was earmarked for the city. Uniquely, this new source of state funding permitted localities to provide assistance regardless of the recipient's immigration status. Many undocumented long-term DHS clients struggle to exit the shelter system as they do not qualify for rental assistance and most public benefit programs. These funds were added to HRA's budget in the November plan. Why did it take the city nearly 2 years to start this program and add the funding to the budget? And when will HRA start accepting applications for the new SHARE program?
This was subject to state approval. So we secured recently the approval from OTDA. So that's the reason why it takes so long. DSS is finalizing the application process, and we expect that to start at the beginning of fiscal year 25.
Okay. Wait, in the beginning of 2025?
25, yeah.
Okay. Well, the funding added in the November plan totals $45.4 million across the plan period. Why was the entire $68 million awarded by the state not added to the plan? And when will the additional $22.6 million in state funding be added to the budget?
This will be added in the later plan.
It will be added in the later plan? Okay. And can you tell us how will the application process be managed, and where will clients be able to apply?
That would be by the DSS central unit.
Okay. Do we know? So that would not home base. No. Okay. Do we know how many vouchers the administration estimates the program will provide per fiscal year?
I think it's 650 vouchers. 650.
Okay. I have one final question. The November plan includes a PEG of 31.7 million in fiscal year 2025, 30.1 million in fiscal year 2026, and 24.6 million in fiscal year 2027, related to anticipated savings from the implementation of the SHARE program. OMB has indicated that the savings relate to a reduction in shelter expenses. How were the savings calculated, and why do the amounts vary from year to year?
The program is funded by the state, and as these people are currently in the system, and as they exit the shelter system, that's how the saving is being generated, because the state is covering. So on a year-over-year basis, it is extremely difficult to predict the exit numbers. So as we move closer to each year, we'll provide you the amount, or get a better sense of the savings.
Okay, so my next question would have been how many clients are projected to exit in fiscal years 25, 26, and 27?
Yeah.
I'm assuming based on your previous response.
It's not fully clear,
fluctuates.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Dinowitz, followed by Rivera.
Thank you. It's a packed house. I'm sorry for my presentation right now. It's good to see you. You're cutting funds from CUNY. Funds are being cut from CUNY. These will have detrimental impacts to programs like ACE, ASAP, our academic advisors, and CUNY Reconnect. From a fiscal perspective, right, I would hope everyone here agrees that a student, whatever age they are, completing their degree is the right support to give to any student. But from a fiscal perspective, these are programs like ASAP are programs that have incredible returns on investment of $3 to $4 per dollar invested. CUNY Reconnect, we just had a hearing last month. Lifetime earnings estimates of $1.9 billion for the students engaged in that program. Students bringing in federal and state funding. Given the incredibly high return on investment, why is CUNY and their academic advisors, programs like ASAP, ACE, and Reconnect proposed to be cut in this plan?
As you know, we are as committed as you are to higher education. And we really do appreciate the quality education that CUNY provide. CUNY savings will not impact classrooms, headcount of programming at CUNY per se. They were re-estimate of fringe benefits, okay? And other savings include restoration of funding in fiscal year 24 only, and we have $1 million for unused ASAP lease renovation funding, okay? So we added resources to CUNY, actually, okay? We added $14 million for the Accelerate, Complete, Engage in Accelerated Study program. CUNY Reconnect, we funded at 5.8 instead of 4.
Pardon, Mr. Director, that's all being cut. I mean, that's kind of the point, is in the fiscal year 24 budget, they were budgeted. Those were big, important wins for ASAP, ACE, and CUNY Reconnect. And those are all on the chopping block due to these cuts. There's no increase in funding in this plan for CUNY.
CUNY Reconnect is, and I always thank the speaker for a great idea. And he has been a very successful program. We added resources to CUNY Reconnect. We're not cutting CUNY Reconnect.
The advisors and these programs are being cut due to the proposed cuts for this plan. And I think the point is that's going to have a detrimental impact on our students' ability to stay in school, to reconnect with school, but it's going to have long-term fiscal impacts. These are well-documented benefits to these programs that the city is going to suffer in the short and long term, and our students are going to suffer in the short and long term. They're going to be paying significantly more. We're going to see reduced funds coming from our federal government, from our state government, and we're going to see long-term impacts of reduced ability for our would-be students who would otherwise have stayed or been reconnected with school to positively contribute more to our city. And so these cuts are going to significantly negatively impact our students and the future of our city more than the dollars that are being quote unquote saved by these pegs?
So we're just chewing up budget to projections. It's not a reduction in academic advisors. The fringe benefit you see, the savings you feel in November, we're just chewing up of budget to projections. They're not reduction in academic advisors.
You told me the same thing at our last budget hearing earlier this year, and you said, no, they're not cuts to CUNY, it's just fringe benefits, and of course, they were cuts, and they were struggling with programs like ASAP and ACE. They were struggling in those programs to get all the students the support that they needed. I'm hearing the same thing now, that they're not really cuts, they're just cuts to fringe benefit. It doesn't count as a cut. That's what you told me last time. It didn't pan out last time. It's not going to pan out now. Chair Brandon, thank you very much.
Councilmember Rivera, followed by Narcisse.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As part of MOCJ's PEGs for the 2024 November plan, alternatives to incarceration has been reduced by $6.7 million. Reentry services were reduced by $8 million, and supervised release programs were cut by $13 million in fiscal year 25 due to re-estimates. In order to close Rikers within the next few years, the city must reduce the population at Rikers by half. So please explain why these programs were cut when they could potentially help the city reach this goal. And can you please clarify what specific programs have been cut by the PEGs?
These are underfunding, underspending, okay, savings. So it's not specific programs, specific staff being cut. It's they underspend their budget because this program historically have had underutilization. Okay, so the program, we budgeted for X number of folks to be enrolled in the programs, and the actual numbers are much lower. So historically, we have, underspending in these programs. This is what we're taking as savings from this program. Basically, right-sizing the program, bringing the forecasted, the projected level down to what we're currently spending.
I do think the ATI and ATD programs would disagree that they have been experienced underspending when they are stretched very, very thin. But similarly, as part of the PEG requirements for the Department of Probation, the Arches program incurred a baseline reduction of $1 million, and the Next Steps program saw a reduction of $2.2 million in fiscal year 24. Can you explain why funding has been reduced so significantly when we know that they produce such positive outcomes for their participants and can potentially lower the incarcerated population at Rikers?
This is a saving that was submitted by the agency, and again, it's basically lining up spending with reality. In other words, again, you have underutilization of these programs. You project, higher enrollment than you currently have. This is what this is also all about, underspending. This is nothing to do with program. It's they over budgeted the program for the program. It's underspending.
So let me ask a question because, all right, so you're saying this is underspending. You also have made a very big claim as to the differences in these next fiscal year's budgets because of asylum seekers. Do you have, and we have these numbers, 7 billion, 12 billion in mind. We have the tough decisions. This is all in our mind. So we can put that speech aside for right now. Do you have a comprehensive assessment of the job skills of the newly arrived populations? Are there efforts to match that population with industries in the city? And I know that we have delays in work authorizations, but have you tried exploring worker cooperatives, other forms of collective ownership models for employment?
I would have to defer to the specific agencies because we don't deal with this issue per se. So I would have to refer to the agencies, particularly Office of Asylum Seekers Office. I know for sure they are providing OCHA training to asylum seekers, but and they are assisting them with work authorization. But I don't have a lot of details with respect to whether or not they do some kind of assessment of the skills that these folks come in with. So I would have to defer to them.
And we're happy to ask the
Sure.
relevant agencies. We just figured, this is the reason why you're coming in with the cuts, and so there has to be, I would say, better interagency communication to answer our questions in such an important hearing. But I want to thank you for your testimony, and I thank the chairs for the time.
We have Councilmember Narcisse, followed by Councilmember Lee.
Should I say good afternoon? Thank you, Chair. When you're healthy, hospital is unimportant. Until you get sick, you know how important your health is. So this is very important. The usage of temporary nurses has brought about additional issues with staffing. Our hospital, as temporary nurses, are paid higher than H&H nurses. In addition, the hiring of temporary nurses is also resulting in a higher level of expenses. How many additional temporary nurses have been hired since adoption, and what is the current total? Has the number been impacted by the hiring freeze? How much have you spent on traveling nurses since fiscal 2024 adopted? In comparison, have you analyzed how much funding the city will save if hired permanent nurses instead? Hold on, I'm gonna try to read them. Keep up with me. Do you foresee the city relying more on temporary nurses in the near future? And if so, why?
H&H is not, we don't have oversight over H&H.
I do understand that, but I still,
H&H, you'd have to send over the information to give you the exact number of temporary nurses that they hire, because we don't.
So you don't get the report, because when we
keep-
have them here, they're always saying that they have to get to OMB, and OMB have to, I'm not saying you directly impacted what they do, but they give you a report.
We don't, we could get that information for you, and the hiring freeze does not apply to H&H.
Okay, very
Because
good.
they are not under purview. Again, our goal, our aim is always to try to hire permanent nurses, because we understand exactly the concern, because they cost more. And as part of, and this is the reason why we had, I think, a very fair, good deal with the nurses union. Basically, is trying to make sure that we make the city make H&H a very attractive place for nurses to work. And so therefore, when H&H, once you could attract people to work permanently, you don't have to rely on these temporary nurses.
I got you. Thank you. Can you answer Be Heard PEGs? Is that possible?
Which one? Say it again.
Be Heard.
Be heard?
Can you answer those questions? The fiscal 2024, I'll try. If not,
Okay.
you let me know.
We are not cutting, we're just delaying the expansion of the Be Heard program. We're not cutting it.
You're not cutting anything. And about FDNY within Be Heard. So let me ask you the question,
Okay.
and then you answer as much as you can. The fiscal 2024 November plan introduces two separate pegs under Be Heard's budget. H&H has a reduction of 700,000, right? While FDNY has a reduction 2 million and 20 positions. Can you provide some information on why Be Heard's budget reduction is so much larger in the FDNY than it is H&H? Why does FDNY have a reduction of 20 positions? Than H&H, and H&H does not.
The November plan PEG was a reestimate of projected Be Heard spending in fiscal year 23 only. The more recent PEGs impact fiscal year 24 and the out years. There are no specific plan for future reductions to Be Heard funding. But again, in the current fiscal crisis that we have everything is on the table. Everything is on the table at this point in time.
Okay. You're not anticipating any additional funding reduction for Be Heard. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that I want to ask, for the contract, when you, as a former business person, I'm trying to understand, why would you give contract to private corporation outside of our city? Would it benefit economically to our city?
Our goal is always trying to bring local for-profit or non-for-profit.
For nonprofit.
For a non-for-profit to do this work. As I said earlier, the challenge we have is the scale and the scope of the problem is so big that the local non-for-profits, they don't have the financial wherewithal. Can you imagine a non-for-profit advancing the city $1 billion? Okay, and then waiting for the city to pay them 3-4 months later?
I've been in business.
It's
I
a
know.
huge burden on them. So they don't have the financial wherewithal, okay, to deal with the crisis overnight. So therefore, we had to rely on companies, private providers, that had the balance sheet to basically be able to advance the city the resources, okay, spend the resources on behalf of the city, and then the city would pay them back. As I said, going forward, now that we have the one-way, okay, our goal is to pivot to non-for-profit. And we're going to start with moving the small IRCs, the small hotels, to not-for-profit providers. And as we issue more RFPs, okay, and do outreach to the not-for-profit to make sure that they respond to those RFPs. And one of the suggestions that I heard from Councilmember Boer is to make sure that HNH design the RFP in a way that make it easy for the not-for-profit to apply. We will work with HNH to see if it's possible.
So why in October, Public Hospital System in the late October approved $324.7 million in contracts for private security services in the city's humanitarian relief centers for migrants, right? Can you provide a detailed breakdown of the $324.7 billion approved for security services at the humanitarian relief center?
There, as I said earlier, no contracts have yet been awarded, okay, to any providers. Okay, these are not to exceed amount. That is, you put a number in an RFP, not to exceed. This is the cap. But right now we're negotiating in a process. HNH is in the process of negotiating with the different providers. Okay, so they could come back down to a price that makes sense for the city and for the providers. So there are no contract yet provided to anyone.
Okay, I got you. So one last thing I want to understand, why the forecast from the city and OMB is such a huge gap between those two? I can never understand that.
You mean the council and OMB? It's a different methodology. We usually come back, and timing. Sometimes, they come after us, and once you come after a forecaster, you have the benefit of time. You see, you got more information, more data point that you could use. So we have not yet had a forecast since last May, last executive budget. So we're about to issue our forecast. And we'll see whether or not the council is as close as we are, or whether or not we're going to exceed the council, whatever it's going to be.
Thank you.
Based on the different variable.
1.45 billion that's standing there for the yearly reserve. Before you cut, think about the people and all the works that we have to get done for the city of New York to bring it in a more positive place. I understand the migrant, everything I'm hearing about migrant, but yet we have to understand the city of New York. We have to hold it together. So thank you.
I definitely agree with you. At the same time, I keep reminding folks that even after the PEGs, even after we added almost $800 million to the November plan, we still have $7.1 billion to close, meaning that $1.45 billion of reserve is not going to be enough, okay, to close the gap. Okay, and by law, we have to balance the work.
Okay.
It's not like we have a choice. By law, we have to.
I understand, sir.
So 1.45 is not going to be enough to do it. So I'm hoping, okay, there is more revenues than the city council, but again, our plan, we cannot rely on hope. We have to come up with a plan.
I do.
As
Thank
one of the tools that we have.
I appreciate you.
Okay,
Thank you.
is the PEGs, because we cannot rely on hope as our
Okay.
plan.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lee, followed by Schulman.
Thank you. I'm over here.
It's a full house.
I know, yes, it's a full house. How about this side? Just to your last point, I just want to say, as someone who ran a nonprofit, there's a lot of small but mighty and medium but mighty nonprofit organizations out there that would be able to do a lot with that funding, especially if the contracts were registered on time, as well as if we gave higher advances up front. So I just wanted to put that out there because there's a lot of amazing work that they can do with that funding. So just wanted to make that point. And as we know, we are in a mental health crisis, and this is, largely in part due to years and years of disinvestment from our mental health care system in the past. And so just wanted to go over some questions about the PEGs that I see here, and just for clarifying questions for the record. So I know that the November plan does include a reduction of 25 positions, vacancy reductions, and just wanted to know in general, aside from those 25, across DOHMH's mental health programs, how long generally would you say that these positions have been vacant? And also, will these vacancies be reinstated? And if you could provide the general titles, department salaries of these reduced positions, that would be great too.
Yeah, these vacancies, these reductions have been associated with long-term vacancies that Department of Health had trouble filling for a long time. And, we work with the agencies and to, come up with ideas. And typically what agencies do is they basically look at their own operations and say, you know what, we're running the operation as is now. If we have a lot of long-term vacant position we have not been able to fill, the first thing they give up as part of the saving plans is, at those positions. So that is what this is.
And I know that some of the PEGs have been implemented due to underperformance on both the public health and the mental hygiene sector. I just out of curiosity, how do you define underperformance related to the contracts?
It's what the agency, when they work with the providers and they realize if the providers are not meeting their targets, this is something that I would defer to the agencies, because every agency has their own set of criteria in terms of how they evaluate these. So, so I would leave it, up to them because you still, currently contract reviews by agencies, and
do you, okay, so
they basically do their own review based on their own criteria. As I said, I would leave
Right.
it, we don't have specific guidelines in terms of what they go about, what they use, and how they come up with their review.
Okay, I guess I just wanted to clarify. So I just want to make sure that this does not include the actual negative impact of potential underperformance of delayed contracts, right? Because sometimes if the contracts are delayed in registering, that can impact the ramp up or the startup period for these programs. And I just want to make sure that that's not what's included.
I doubt that would be the case.
Okay, so if you could.
I could double check, but I doubt that would be the case.
Okay. And then my other question is, I know that for the mayor's mental health plan, which he laid out, there was a $12 million allocation for fiscal year '24. And are any of the, which include the maternal mental health and creation of the newer clubhouses, is there going to be any cuts for the mental health plan due to PEGs on the mayor's side?
In general, we're not looking at cut to mental health, okay, and as part of the PEG.
Okay. And then also when it comes to, I noticed that in the public health side, the vacancy reduction, it says it's a reduction of 24 positions at the Thrive NYC. So we all know that Thrive folded during de Blasio's term, and it has become the mayor's OCMH, Office of Community Mental Health. So just out of curiosity, were any of those positions transitioned to OCMH, or were those just complete eliminations?
I don't know for sure, but I would have to come back to you.
Okay, if you could let us know, that'd be great.
Okay.
And then also just shifting a bit topics, because I wanted to ask a couple questions about early childhood. My younger one is a beneficiary of the Universal Pre-K program. In the November plan, there was 25 million in savings in personnel services accruals for fiscal year '24. But are these PS accrual savings from DOE providers or CBO providers?
I think that they were from DOE, because CBOs, we only provide them with TPS funding.
So not the personnel service fund?
No.
Okay, and what positions did these accruals result from? Was it pedagogical positions or other full-time positions?
I would think this is a reestimate of PS costs of DOE in the early childhood education.
Okay,
It's not teachers, it's a reestimate of costs.
okay. Even though there was, okay. Sorry, let me come back to that later. The November plan also includes, reduces the early childhood education budget by 120 million for fiscal year 2025 and the out years. So if you could outline what services are being reduced by this $120 million PEG each year, and also how many pre-K, 3K, and Head Start seats are impacted by this reduction, and what types of seats are they and where are they located? I know that's a lot in one, but trying to consolidate.
Yeah, as part of the consolidation, as we always say to folks, every student who wants a seat will continue to get a seat in the program. Our goal is to consolidate to make sure that...
Oh, sorry, I meant consolidating my questions, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Not the actual seats. Hopefully that's not the case. But just if you could, in the budget of $120 million reduction, talk about what actual services are being reduced and how many seats that results in pre-K, 3K, and Head Start.
You have to move on after that, Councilmember Lee.
Yeah.
Our goal is not to reduce services. We currently have 37,000 unfilled seats that the city is paying for, 37,000. So our goal is basically to consolidate, okay, to make sure that we don't have that many number of, such a large number of unfilled seats that the city is paying for. So we'll be working with DOE, okay? We're currently working on a plan to know exactly how we're gonna make the adjustment, okay? But service, there won't be any impact on service. Any kids who want a seat will continue to have a seat, get a seat.
Okay, for time's sake, I'll leave it there, but I think we have a discrepancy on that in the past with council hearings, but yeah, thank you.
Okay, we don't have OMB for a long time today, so we're gonna have to stick to, sure, Speaker.
The chair just says we don't have you for a long time. We were told of a hard stop at 1, but we do expect you to stay until all of our questions have been asked. Thank you.
So we have Councilmember Schulman, followed by Osei.
Thank you. I have a very brief statement and 2 questions. Good afternoon. Sorry.
Afternoon.
First, I just want to say that I don't believe that we can cut our way out of a deficit. I think we need to invest in our city. I realize that there's a gap, and I realize that we have to have a balanced budget, but the cuts that are being proposed are being placed squarely on the backs of the working class in this city who recent study shows are moving out. So that's not something that that's very good. Anyway, I have 2 questions. It's been shown that composting can help mitigate the rat population. I'm asking questions based on my being chair of the Health Committee. It can help mitigate the rat population in urban areas. So why are we getting rid of neighborhood composting programs that operate through the sanitation department and impact our green markets operated by Grow NYC? That's one. The second is that I'm hearing different reasons for the program going away. One is that there was a grant that has expired, and the other is that this is an actual cut. So if you could explain that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, community composting is a very small scale and very inefficient. That's the reason why we moved to have a citywide program. And the citywide program is only delayed, okay, in Staten Island and in the Bronx. Okay, our goal is to continue the program going forward. But, it's given that the scale of the program, how small it is, how inefficient it is, Okay, we thought that, I mean, sanitation believes that it would be better off to use it as a saving instead of use something else that would have more impact. So therefore, that's the reason why the community composting was submitted as a savings by the sanitation department.
So is it an actual cut because of the pegs, or is it a cut, or is it being cut because there's a grant program that went away? That's what I'm confused about.
Yeah, it's you could say it's both. It is because, you know, you have a citywide program, and if you have a small subset of a program that is very inefficient, and when you have a very efficient program, so that's the reason why the PEG basically is a trigger, okay, that caused sanitation to submit this as a proposal.
So my next question is about the budget for Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. The November plan reflects savings of $35.8 million in fiscal 2024 and $38.5 million in fiscal 2025 for DOHMH. Of this total amount, public health funding was reduced by nearly $19 million in fiscal year 2024 and $22.2 million in fiscal year 2025. Two of the larger reductions come from two pegs titled OTPS efficiency and vacancy reduction. Now, in addition, the fiscal year 2024 November plan has numerous pegs that reduce the amount that the city spends on services. Several pegs are established due to underperformance by the agencies, and there's a contract reduction of nearly $7 million at DOHMH due to underperformance. So I'd like to know the difference between the underperformance and the efficiencies, if there is a difference.
Yes, the underperformance is, you know, it's because many of these contractors fail. Again, as I said, it's I would have to defer to the agencies themselves because they have their own criteria that they use to review the performance of different contractors. But my assumption is here is the efficiency is if there is waste in the program, they try, you know, it's a program that is not operating optimally. That is one thing, but another thing is if you have underperformance because the program cannot perform, period, it's a totally different issue.
Okay, I mean, at some point, I'd like to have a breakdown because, well, for example, HIV and AIDS is going down in general. There's been an uptick, that's number one. And number two is that there was just an announcement, which I was a part of Healthy NYC, diabetes reduction and all of that. That's going to require resources. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you very much, Chairs and Madam Speaker, for this important hearing.
Okay, we have Councilmember Osei, followed by Nurse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Budget Director. Listen, as a person, human to human, I like you. The fact that OMB is only giving us 3 hours to speak about a budget that's going to impact violently hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers is completely disrespectful, and I would hope that you guys could stay at least a couple more hours to discuss this budget that is going to have grave implications on our city as a whole, right? And if not, maybe you could go over to the other side of City Hall and tell the mayor to come and speak about his budget to us himself. I do want to speak about the library. So under the mayor's proposed pegs, the libraries face cuts to critical services and programming, the most notable being the end of weekend services, which I do believe starts this Sunday. The admin says that the pegs are necessary for the influx of asylum seekers and that the city has no money and savings are needed. Yet the admin will spend, as they've announced, around $400 million for upgrades to the NYPD radio system while implementing pegs to libraries that will directly impact access to critical services for asylum seekers. The library's total budget makes up less than 1% of New York City's entire budget. Any 5% cut to the already small library budget will be immediately felt by New Yorkers. So I want to ask, what is the admin's rationale behind this particular peg? Why is there a cut here when there can be cuts elsewhere that won't be felt as harshly by New Yorkers?
The city gave libraries a subsidy, and the libraries choose how to allocate the city's funding. And they could have made different choices. Okay, that's the choice that they you know.
They could have made different choices.
They could also make different choices.
Mm-hmm. Smarter choices, right?
Yeah, we give them the funding, and they choose to use the funding how they choose. You know, we don't tell them what to cut. Okay, we just give them a subsidy. Okay. and they use the funding how they see fit, okay, and they make their choices, but they could have made different choices.
I think with that rationale, I think the administration could have made different choices, right?
Of course.
Smarter choices that
course.
would have allowed them to not receive these cuts that are going to impact Sunday services while also spending money on new projects in the next fiscal year.
Trust me, I understand, and if you listen to everyone around this table, everyone is telling you, cut this, don't cut this, cut this, don't cut this, cut this, don't cut this, cut this, don't cut this. That's what you're going to hear.
Sure.
And our job is to come up with a plan. Okay? We have no choice to say, you know what, I'm not going to cut this, I'm going to cut this, I'm going to cut this. We don't have that luxury. We have to come up with a plan.
Sure.
In 37 days, okay, to close a $7.1 billion gap. So if you have some better alternatives, as I said, I'd be more than happy to entertain them.
I think we've been listing out many different alternatives, especially when it comes to new allocations of an encrypted radio system, but I digress. DCLA is one agency where 95% of the budget goes directly into the community through the CDF, or Cultural Development Fund, and the Cultural Institutions Group. These funds are critical to the sustainability and survival of our cultural sector, which brings in about $8.8 billion to our economy. We keep hearing from the admin that our city needs money and we need to recover from COVID and we need revenue. If that is the case, why is the admin cutting from a sector that will bring the city that revenue, especially when the DCLA budget only makes up less than 1% of the entire city budget?
Again, as I said, we just provide a subsidy to the cultural institutions like with the libraries, and they allocate it as they see fit.
And does OMB's need for $9 million in cost of savings outweigh the revenue being generated by the arts and culture sector?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question for me?
Sure. Does OMB's need for $9 million in cuts that will result in savings for the city outweigh the revenue being generated by arts and culture groups?
I understand what you're saying, but the point we're trying to make is we have some needs, and we understand that the arts generate a lot of revenues for the city, and that was one of the reasons why the first 2 or 3 rounds of PEGs, they were exempted. This is the first time. The scope of the problem is so big that we're asking everyone to make a contribution. Okay, so we understand that they contribute significantly, okay, to the city. We're not denying that. But the only thing is, we're dealing with a massive problem, and we're asking everyone to please make a small contribution.
Right, I know my time is up. Thank you, Chair, for letting me speak. Would love if you guys could stay a couple more hours to answer more questions about this budget. It's a very important subject, as I'm sure you can see.
Councilmember Nurse, followed by Stevens.
Thank you, Chair. Just circling back to sanitation questions. In the PEG, we see that there's a cut to a consultant contract for doing the solid waste management plan. Who's going to do that work, if not the consulting company?
I believe they're not cutting the entire. It's basically bringing it in line, I think, with what they're expecting to spend.
So are you saying the deliverables be different, or it's just downsizing the contract, or?
No, I think they probably find that it's going to be done cheaper.
You found one that's cheaper?
I think they're probably going to asking them to do it at a cheaper price, I believe.
Okay. For the outreach and communication.
And also probably do it in-house.
Right, but a lot of the people who've previously done the swamp in the past are now no longer there. So we're losing some of that institutional knowledge, which is why it's really important for an outside support to help with that, because it's going to inform the strategic plan for the department. A question about the communications and outreach. You have pretty big programs coming online next year. You have your first commercial waste zone, and then you're obligated to do significant outreach for over 60 days for bringing online Staten Island, the Bronx, and Manhattan for curbside. Who's going to do that work?
Again, the sanitation is, and I have full faith in the commissioner's ability to manage her resources appropriately.
So will it be done in-house?
she would basically manage her resources in a way to make sure that they do as best of a job they can do with outreach.
I understand that as an intention, but I just wanted to be clear. Will all that outreach for massive reform projects be done in-house with the civilian staff that sanitation has?
That's exactly.
Okay. And then just one final question about the litter baskets. Repeatedly throughout our hearings with sanitation, there's really been a failure to provide a satisfactory answer on why certain litter baskets get removed. And in fact, most of the council members who've come to that hearing to express concern are coming from the poorest districts in the city. And so how are you going to guarantee that that cut will be done equitably so that the outer boroughs or low-income communities don't feel like they're losing out, their baskets are being removed, they're having litter everywhere, which we still had when we were in better financial times?
Again, we will work with the agency to make sure that to address some of these issues. But at the end of the day, it's until they have a plan and come up with a plan, are they going to implement the pegs? We would not, I cannot give you a guarantee of which area is going to be, it's going to be impacted, so I don't have that at this moment in time.
And just to clarify, right now you don't have a citywide curbside program, you have a 2-borough curbside program. And so cutting the community composting programs that would be, and 100 workers that would be filling the gap between now and the end of fall, I think is very short-sighted and misguided. So how are you going to, and you've cut the outreach and communications money, so how are you going to get all these people online? That's 3 full boroughs.
It is, the program is delayed, and the community composting program, as I said, very small, very inefficient, and we moved to a citywide program, okay?
Not inefficient, but...
Yeah, I understand. I understand from your perspective, okay? What we're doing is basically trying to, we expanded programs citywide. The only difference you're gonna have right now, we're delaying the program by a couple months, okay? But the program will be up and running, okay, as recommended by law. And I believe would be as effective as it would have been.
I disagree. You're bringing on 3 boroughs plus commercial waste zones. You're bringing massive reforms online. You're cutting your outreach and community budget. You're cutting the workers who are going to do that. So I don't understand how you plan to get New York 3 boroughs online efficiently and effectively. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we're going to take questions from Councilmember Stevens, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break, and you'll come back, all right? Okay.
Hello. I'm over here in the corner. All the way over here. How you guys doing? I know it's been a long day. And just before I even ask my questions, it's a couple of things. I'm really happy to hear, Jack, that you said that you guys are going to be willing to work with us and listen to the suggestions that we have, because I have a whole bunch of suggestions and really want to work in collaboration, because we know we are in a budget crisis, and so we want to make sure we're working together and not against each other, because we're not enemies. We're on the same team. Yes. So I'm really excited about that, because you said that, and I'm going to hold you to that. But just another statement around the nonprofits. I just want to say you consistently said that the nonprofits couldn't do it because of the reimbursement, but that is clearly a flaw in our system that we should be addressing, right? And when we're in crisis, it's times for us to look for ways to be more efficient, and clearly the way we are funding nonprofits are a problem, because the groups that show up consistently to do the work, we are not making sure they're able to access the funding that they need to survive. So definitely want to make sure we're also using this time to look at those inefficiencies as well. And my last statement is, when we're talking about the asylum seekers, I want to make sure that these funds that we are using to help asylum seekers are being adequately spread out through the city, because I was at a number of mosques in my district this weekend where they are literally having asylum seekers stay in their mosque, and they're not getting in support and help. And so definitely want to hear how we are making sure those funds are being adequately spread out to everyone who's coming into the city, and making sure that they're being distributedly equitable.
I will be more than happy to get the information of that mosque and share it with folks at City Hall.
Absolutely. I already sent it to them, but I'll give it to you as well. So my question is, and I know you're going to tell me go to the agency, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So there's a number of programs that's being cut with DYCD, and we have that's on the chopping block to be reduced in funds, which is SYEP, Work, Learn, Grow, the Compass, and all of them receive the number of plagues. Could you talk about what the matrix are they're using other than attendance to say that these programs should be cut in this way, because using attendance just isn't good enough for of a matrix, especially when our juvenile justice system's at 95% capacity.
Yes, again, it comes down to historically, we have had low underutilization of these programs.
Not historically, don't do that.
No, listen to me for a minute. What we're doing is every year, at the end of the fiscal year, OMB always take the savings between what we budgeted and what the actuals are. The only thing we're doing right now is take the savings up front. Every year, we have savings from these programs because they're underutilized.
Well, maybe they're underutilized because we aren't doing a good job at making sure we're reaching the young people that need to be reached because our jails are at 95% capacity. So clearly, those things aren't matching.
No, there is that too. But what I'm saying to you is, in reality, that's what we're taking. Okay, is the underspending savings.
So what happens when we need the spending back?
Because they're not using it.
No, but we might. Let's say we use it this year. We already took the money. So what happens?
What happened to what?
Because with recruitment, it changes from year to year with young people and things like that. So what happens when we actually get the numbers up to without before the savings, and they're already gone?
If financial circumstances change, and if there's a demand for the program, we will adjust funding appropriately.
I love that you said that, because when I come to you for more money, you can't say that it's not there, right? Just another question before I get out of here. Just thinking about the Office of Neighborhood Safety, and it's just transitioned over to DYCD, and they're also receiving a $5.5 million PEG as well. My issue with that is especially it just going to DYCD, and although this has been around for a number of years, them receiving this type of cut, how do you expect DYCD to now manage this, right? You moved it from the mayor's office to now DYCD, and this is going to be a huge issue when now they're going to be reducing services, especially, again, I'm going to say it, we have young people who are entering our juvenile justice system at alarming rates. And so thinking about this time, how do we get here? Because you can't say that one was savings up front, because we need to be supporting these programs.
Yeah, these are supplemental programmings such as legal services, transportation, and outreach that would be impacted.
So you feel like legal services is a supplement?
It's part of the supplemental program.
I think it should be part of the main part of programming, because especially if we have young people encountering the legal system, they need legal representation. And transportation, when we think about people who are consistently picked up because they hop the train and things like that, those things sound more mandatory than a supplement. So definitely we should be thinking about what that looks like, and making sure that especially when we're giving agencies bigger portfolios, that we then are giving them support that they need to actually roll them out correctly. And I look forward to working with you on ideas on how we can make sure this budget is equitable for the city.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to hear from Councilmember Barron, then we're going to take our break.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do notice your change in tenor the last time you were here. I see you learned the importance of humility. I want to ask a couple of questions. You taught a lesson in humility. But also, you still are evasive, inaccurate, and not prioritizing the people over the profits of for-profit corporations. We're not falling off a financial fiscal cliff. We're falling off a fiscally conservative cliff, prioritizing cuts over revenue raising. And we don't have 37 days to close a $7 billion gap. That's not going to happen in 37 days. So every time somebody asked you a question, you reminded us that we have a $7 billion gap next year. Well, first of all, people question that. That still can be in question, the accuracy of that. And every year I've been in this council for 14 years, there's always been a wrong projection of the deficit, including last year and then the year before that, when we had these big deficits, but all of a sudden we had a $4 billion for 2 years unexpected revenue increase from Wall Street. That happened. So how do we get you and the mayor? By the way, you said the mayor was very good and you're a migrant. You know he said you're a danger to the city. What did you say to him when he said that? But the bottom line is that you are blaming the migrants for the fiscal crises of a city when we've had these same issues every budget year prior to the migrants even being an issue. That was always a problem. Will you join with us as we fight the state? One of the things the mayor didn't do is fight against the lack of revenue raising from the state. Why don't you join us in fighting your fiscal partner in crime, Governor Hochul, and fighting for the revenue that we can get from the state? The stock transfer tax, that's close to $14 billion. You rebate it right back to Wall Street. If we took half of that, we'd have $7 billion. A millionaire's tax. None of this is for you, just fighting for it. Pied-à-terre tax on the wealthy homes of the rich. Those tax. What about all of these $30 to $40 billion tax package that can come from Albany that you don't support and the mayor doesn't support, and you allow Hochul to get away with that? She has a $229 billion budget. I'm wrapping up. A $229 billion budget, and $22 billion of that is unrestricted money. Some in a reserve account, $13 billion, and another $11 billion unrestricted. Yet she does nothing for the migrants upstate. Are y'all doing all of this so you can put pressure on the feds and the state to give you more money that we should have? But in the event they don't, you having the people of the city suffering. When you don't allow vacancies to be filled, every agency services are going to be hurt because they can't hire people to continue to do the services needed. My colleagues asked you excellent questions. I thought the answers were insufficient on all of the agencies. They did a great job, but the bottom line to my colleagues, we got to use the power of the city council in January. When we start this budget negotiations, the council passes the budget, not you, and not the mayor. So the good thing about all of this, we see your hand. You're showing us your hand beforehand. We know where you're going, but it's up to my colleagues to say, you're not getting there with this city council, because we're not going to pass a budget that has budget cuts that are not necessary. And looking at the $8 billion revenue from the city, I know you partially answered it, the $2 billion in the rainy day. Well, it's raining today. And also the $6 billion for our retirees. Take care of the retirees. Take care of our retirees, because they took care of you when they were working, and you got a lot of revenue from them. Our retirees should be protected. Their Medicare should be protected and not privatized to Aetna. So I'm hoping that the city council fights hard next year. I'll be outside of the council, but I'm going to be fighting you so hard, you're going to campaign for me to come back in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll resume, okay? Okay.
to him.
No, I'm talking to you. You said specifically, I want $5 million for my campus. The mayor promised it to me.
I hear
He
you.
said you cut it.
I hear you. We'll talk. We'll definitely talk.
We have to talk. And you said you want the information about this mosque? It's
Yes.
really sad. I
No, no.
on Saturday,
Yeah.
and it's really, really sad.
We'll share with City Hall.
I did. I texted them too. It's really sad. Look at these pictures. They said every night at least 100 people.
Okay,
sleep
we
in
should
there.
definitely, because let's give it to Anne. Okay. To the deputy mayor. Okay?
Like, when I was leaving, help, a job. Like, it's so sad.
Okay, give me the info. Give us info.
I'll text you right now. And I'll send you the card for the mosque. I was like literally about to cry. Like, it was sad. It was like, we just want to work.
Yep.
And the mosque, they need help.
Okay.
But thank
We
you
will.
for that.
We'll take care of it.
But whenever you
We'll take care of it. Okay?
Wait, don't have your number. 917 904. I'm gonna send you the card to the bank.
You're beating the crap out of me. I don't know. Come on. It's American football. I have the ball. I have to just beat up. You know, I know this is trust me. I got the deal. But you know, listen to me. But you know, I'm giving them a book. No.
I need to set up a meeting with this guy.
Hey, what you don't say? Yeah, you see? You know. You see, you know what you don't say.
All right, I'm gonna text you my scheduler's number and we'll schedule it. I want to be here sooner rather than later. Okay.
I'm not upset.
Sure.
Let's talk.
$5 million for Taft campus. The mayor had promised me. They said he's moving it up. Don't be nice.
I know.
I told him to talk about around some of the savings. Because I know where he was trying to save.
And then she tells me after, why don't we sit next to you? I know.
Crazy. Don't pay him no attention.
No.
Look at him. He over here now. Hey, let's be friends.
Who these enemies that got friends like this?
I know, right?
All right.
We'll explain it again to make it easier.
Yeah?
We'll explain it again,
Yeah.
what we're doing.
HR has job posting for all of us, long term. HR doesn't like. You see, once we getting a free ride, somebody's paying, and the youth is paying for their workers. So, it's a free ride.
It's a double count.
It's a Giuliani day.
Quiet on the floor, please. Quiet on the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We shall begin shortly. Once again, please find your seats. We're getting ready to resume. Quiet on the floor, please. Quiet on the floor. Folks, please find your seats so we can resume.
Sergeant, we're ready to go? Okay, we're back. We're going to start with questions from Councilmember Abreu, followed by Carr.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. Thank you, Speaker Adams. And thank you, Mr. Director, for being here today. Don't want to beat a dead horse, but composting is a big issue in my district. Taking away composting is like turning back time. We've put a lot of time and effort into educating people about composting, and people have made changes to their lives and changed their routines so they can engage in this process that is so important for our environment. By removing access to composting, we're basically telling people to unlearn good habits, and we're also killing jobs. Why does this administration feel like this is a necessary cut?
As I said, we are delaying the implementation of the citywide program in Staten Island and the Bronx. But as I said, the program would be fully implemented by October 7th. And so we're not expecting, so there's nothing to unlearn because it's still going to, we're still going to implement the program as is. The only thing we remove is the small, very inefficient community composting program because our goal is to expand a citywide program. So it's just delaying the program, and the program will be fully implemented.
I'm hearing from constituents from the Upper West Side up to Morningside Heights and Harlem that when they go to drop off their composting at green markets, that program will be continued. Is that correct?
The community program would be have been pegged, okay, but the citywide program remains in place.
How many jobs are currently retained under that program?
I don't know because these are private providers. This is not city sanitation. Sanitation workers won't be impacted by this, so I don't know.
But the contracted programs, how many employees are hired?
I don't know how many employees they have.
I will say that killing jobs is not efficient. I will say that taking away composting, which is so important for our environment, it allows people to contribute in their own ways in just small acts in the aggregate really add up. And that culture of excitement that we see with composting is something that we are, at least that the administration is fighting against. And this council will continue to fight for it because we know it's very important. Thank you so much. I yield back my time.
Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Chair. Director, good to see you and your team. Earlier you mentioned that there was about $1.9 billion with the B in state aid for migrant services for this fiscal year and $159.9 million with an M from the federal government. That's all from fiscal year 24, or that's all support to date?
This is, the state is part of it is related to back to fiscal year 23.
Okay.
But this federal is of fiscal year 24.
So given that, $4.7 billion for migrant services in the November fiscal plan, if you adjust downward for the outside subsidies that you referenced, that's still about 79–80% of the $3.43 billion that the administration is looking to save through the 15% pegs. And you said $6.1 billion projected for migrant services in FY25 out of a $7.1 billion budget gap. That's about 86% of that. So to me, this debate or this discussion on whether or not expenses related to the migrant crisis are the primary driver of the budget crunch we're all here discussing today is self-evident. So I guess my question to you is, do you agree with that assessment that it is the primary driver of our budget difficulties for this fiscal year and the one that's upcoming? And I guess the question following is, why are we looking at cutting all of these services, all of these programs, all of these budgeted positions for programs that people rely on and depend on and have for so long? There's a lot of fear in this city, right? There's fear among the civil service about positions that they work with now not being filled when they are vacated. There's concern about layoffs in the future. So given all of those concerns, when are we going to start focusing on reducing that $4.7 billion and $6.1 billion for the following year, these unanticipated, unexpected costs that the city should have never had to bear, especially when you consider that we already have a court case that says that the right to shelter does not apply to migrants or asylum seekers. So I guess that's my question to you, is when are we going to start looking at those expenses and reducing those expenses rather than the ones that we actually plan and budget for year after year?
Yeah, as you know, we issue a notice to agencies and to every that involved in the migrant management, and indicated to them that the migrant budget would be pegged at 20%, I'm sorry, at 20%. The goal again is to manage the census and to reduce the per diem costs and to better manage the capacity that we currently have. And as you indicate, and I stated earlier, managing the census is a critical piece of this, because if we don't bring down the population over time, it's going to be extremely difficult for the city, because currently we are over-relying on PEGs to fund this crisis. So therefore our goal is to manage down the population and then to manage down the costs as quickly and as best as we can, because ultimately we don't want to keep pegging ourselves out of this problem.
Thank you, Director. I agree with you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councilmember Sanchez, followed by Hanks.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Thank you so much for staying. Jack, really appreciate being able to ask these questions. So I'm just going to ask them rapid fire, and hopefully you can get to all of them. So 5 questions. First, across fiscal 25 and 26, the plan reflects a $4.5 million cut for supportive housing. Why does the city determine that there will be no need for this $4.5 million in rental assistance payments when 7,000 individuals are waiting for supportive housing placement? I did ask a version of this last week. HPD called it right sizing, but I see it as underperformance. Want to understand OMB's perspective. 2, as a follow-up to the speaker's questions, how does the administration's asylum seeker census calculations take into account the decreasing number of migrants in the system due to the 30 and 60-day shelter rules, given you mentioned only 16% are reentering? 3, as a follow-up to Majority Whip Brooks Powers' question on the $26.4 million expense to capital funding swap for the Home First Down Payment Assistance Program, I understand that this swap is possible because of the state's new Affordability Plus legislation, which we're happy to support the administration in seeking from the state. However, the purpose of Affordability Plus is to create more affordable housing and homeownership opportunity, not just switch funding that we already had dedicated from expense to capital. So in what other ways is the city planning to use the new loan authority from Affordability Plus? 4, told you it was a lot. 4, just a clarification on DOB inspectors. We've received information that DOB inspectors are going to be exempt from the cuts, but earlier today you mentioned that they may be subject to reduction. So I just want to get clarification on that. 5, regarding the NYPD. The NYPD technically participated in a round of PEGs. But the agency will be made whole via additional federal funding. So is the administration going to ask NYPD to reduce their budget by more than 5%? And lastly, this is regarding existing commitments that the administration has made to communities. In 2017, our community in the West Bronx, Jerome Avenue, we took a leap of faith and supported the rezoning. But to date, only 13 of 59 commitments have been completed, representing hundreds of millions of dollars that were promised to a low-income community in exchange for accepting additional density. So will the administration commit to maintaining funding in these commitments, especially the automotive grant program? Thank you.
Okay, jeez, a lot. The supportive housing development, that question really, again, it's the original budget was based on a very aggressive construction and lease-up timeline. So, so basically what we're doing is a re-estimate, okay, to bring them in line with the number of units that we expect to have. Regarding the 60-day notices, while we are very encouraged with the experience, the pilot that we've been doing so far, we have not yet expanded it to the entire population, and we don't have a long experience with that policy. So therefore, it's going to be hard for us at this point in time. We have to wait for the data to get as much data as possible over time to see what's going to be the impact on the population. What was the third one? The down payment assistance is a swap.
Yes, and the funding swap.
It's a funding swap, and it's going to be self-funded basically in HPD capital program, because HPD has a huge capital program and it's a very small need for this. NYPD, I don't know what you're referring to by it's going to be made whole by federal funding. I'm not aware of any such federal funding coming to back up for what we are removing from NYPD. And the rezoning, you said there were some DOB inspectors, they are exempted, as far as I know, okay, from the hiring freeze, okay? And regarding the 13 and 15 commitment, regarding the rezoning, I would have to come back to you and see what's going on, why only 13 of those 15 commitments were made. I don't know if I answer all the questions.
Yeah, great. That's why you're the director. Just in terms of the asylum seeker census and not taking into account the 30 to 60-day rule impact on the census, you know, this is our concern that we keep reiterating about over budgeting and then, you know, facing unnecessary cuts. So we look forward to, you know, recalculations based on that, and I will follow up regarding the Jerome points of agreement. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Hanks.
Thank you so much, Chair Brennan, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon. In the PEG letter, the administration issued a directive to have the 4 uniform agencies implement an overtime reduction initiative. What initiatives have been implemented to reduce overtime spending?
I think the program has been going very well. I believe so far 3 of the 4 agencies are on target in terms of the overtime target that the agencies agreed to do. The challenge we're having is with NYPD, because since October 7th, attack in Israel, we have a lot of protests in New York City, and therefore NYPD had to incur a lot of overtime. So, that's the only area of concern that we have, but the 3 other uniform agencies have continued to meet the target.
Yes, but I mean, thank you for that, but previously to October 7th, we still had an issue with overtime, and we just want to know, like, how much overtime spending has been reduced since the implementation of initiatives, prior to October 7th.
I believe the target was 15%. Yes, the target for the agencies, I believe, was 16%, 15%, so 20% for in terms of hours and 18% in terms of the amount of money that we're expecting to save.
Thank you. Do you have an estimate of the increased amount of overtime that will be spent due to class cancellations and attrition?
No, not yet. As I said, this is...
Why wouldn't we have that information yet?
Because our goal is to continue to work with NYPD, because Mayor makes it clear that public safety is a critical piece of the center of his thesis about economic development in New York City. So therefore, it's not going to compromise public safety. So our goal is, as we move forward, is to work with PD to see what their needs are, and if we have to adjust quickly, to make the appropriate adjustment at that point in time.
Thank you. In the PEG letter, agencies were asked to reduce costs by 5% in the November plan. NYPD cut approximately $132 million in FY24, or 2.3%, falling short of the $278 million target. Will NYPD be held to the PEG target, and will there be any future reductions or plans to reduce, have any more reductions to hit the target?
PD has met its target. We continue to work with PD, but PD, as every other agency, has met their target.
So the estimated headcount of NYPD officers is expected to fall below 30,000 by fiscal 2025. How will the administration ensure public safety with the decreased numbers of officers to deploy?
Again, as I said, public safety is a priority of the mayor, and we will continue to work with PD as we are operational the plan. The goal is not to have public safety be compromised. Okay, and as I said, that we will work with PD and work closely with PD and continue to monitor the strength of the force to see if further adjustments are warranted or are needed.
Thank you. So NYPD PEG includes savings from the cancellation of police academy classes, yet the uniform headcount remains unchanged throughout the plan. When do the department resumes academy classes? How will the agency increase its headcount to the budgeted size?
We have a temporary freeze on hiring. We assume that when they resume hiring, they could be as aggressive as they can beginning in fiscal year 26. That's the assumption. That,
Right.
Again, we're going to do major outreach to make sure that when they resume hiring in fiscal year 26, they are as aggressive as they can in terms of recruiting for the new class.
And has there been any challenges in recruitment?
There has been challenges in recruitment lately, but again, as I said, our goal is.
Is there any reason particular that you want to share as to why?
It's a very difficult job, as you know, and it's not as easy to have people. But again, with the new settlement we just did, with new agreement we just had with PBA, and raising the salaries, entry salary level of the police force, we hope that will be enough incentive to attract people to the NYPD.
Thank you. Speaking of collective bargaining agreements, the estimated cost for CBA was $5.5 billion, and the costs were said to be fully covered by the labor reserve. What was the cost of the PBA collective bargaining agreement, and was it fully covered by the labor reserve?
Can you take this?
The 5.5 sounds like the right order of magnitude, and it was fully funded in the labor reserve, yes.
Thank you. Were the costs for the Uniform Coalition Economic Agreement, which covers the additional 11 uniform unions, and were the costs fully covered by that labor reserve?
Yeah, the labor reserve contains funding for the uniform pattern settlement for all the uniforms.
Thank you. I know some of my colleagues have touched on this.
Last question, please.
Oh, sorry, I'm done. Thank you.
No, you can ask one more if you want.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. In the November plan, we saw a reduction of 322 school safety agent positions. Additionally, in FY24 preliminary plan, we saw a reduction of 282 school safety agent positions. With the reduction of the 604 school safety position over the last year, how is the administration working with NYPD to ensure students are safe while attending DOA schools? And we saw that there was a class that was added after that cancellation.
Yes, we added a class. It wasn't as big as originally predicted, but we assume a smaller class in fiscal year 24 and 25. So again, we're trying to work with, as best as we can, with NYPD to make sure that we have appropriate level of safety agents in the school so that the school remains as safe as possible for our children.
Much thank you for your indulgence, Chair.
Okay, we have Councilmember Caban, followed by Menon.
Thank you. Thank you for being here to testify. I'm going to start with some yes or no questions, and I'm going to request your cooperation in that. So to start, are you aware that New York City is the wealthiest city in the world?
Yes.
And are you aware that at 136, New York City is home to more billionaires than any other city in the world?
Yes.
And are you aware that there are additionally 724 New Yorkers worth over $100 million?
I don't have the data in front of me, but if you say so, I'm assuming it's
Okay.
correct.
And are you aware that there are other cities in the world that, despite being less wealthy, provide adequate and even excellent funding for public schools, public parks, public transit, public sanitation, and other vital pillars of public safety and health?
Again, I don't have the information in front of me. I can say yes or no.
I can assure you that we do, or there are. Are you aware of the New York Times report that from 2020 to 2022, New York State on net gained 15,100 millionaires, and that last year on net, more than 65,000 residents, making between $32,000 and $65,000 left New York City?
Again, I don't have the data in front of me. I can't say yes or no.
Okay, well, we can get you the New York Times report. Are you aware that we currently have a near record high amount in reserves? I think it's around, a little over $2 billion, and to give a comparison to the Bloomberg era reserves of around $300 million, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so what would you say to New Yorkers who are embarrassed, who are humiliated, who consider it a pathetic lack of integrity for the government of the richest city in the world to pretend to be broke in order to undermine public health and safety and wreck the quality of life of everyday New Yorkers?
I take issue with the premise of the question, but because we're facing a significant challenge, and as I indicated, we have reserves, and we intend to use a portion of those reserves. But the reserve, the other two pieces of the reserve, one is to address an economic recession, and the third one is to be used against a post-employment liability that we have, which is $100 billion. So we only have $5 billion against that $100 billion. So therefore, again, we cannot use the entire reserves that we have, okay? But because we have to be careful, my worst nightmare is to have a combination of a recession and at the same time have to fund the migrant crisis.
I mean, there's been a bunch of fiscal analysis that shows that, one, that doesn't seem that is the direction that we're going in, and time again, y'all have come up with overly conservative numbers where there are our own and other financial institutions that are saying, no, you are way wrong on this. But let me go back to something that you testified on. Let me go back to something that you testified on earlier. You said that everyone is doing their fair share. And so I want to ask, when it comes to the NYPD, which went over their approved budget by an average of $332 million per year, and in addition, NYPD abuse is expected to cost taxpayers more than $100 million this year in settlement costs alone. Why are there no consequences for NYPD overspending, including overtime and ballooning settlement costs? And what specific planning and oversight measures has the administration implemented to ensure that the NYPD doesn't exceed their approved agency budget, if any at all?
We continue to monitor NYPD, but as you can imagine, there are certain circumstances that arise outside of their control. And we have protests almost every week, and they don't plan for these things. So when these things happen, they're added to the budget, and as a result, they sometimes come over budget. And
I'm going to just finish up my statement by saying that is wholly uncompelling testimony. And you also testified that the mayor would not compromise public safety. We know that the NYPD is not the sole source of public safety in this city. And so if it were true that we were not willing to compromise public safety, we would not be cutting schools, we would not be cutting sanitation, we would not be cutting libraries, we would not be cutting 3K.
I hear you, but we have a $7.1 billion budget that we have to close. budget gap that we have to close. And what we're doing is basically reallocating resources from certain areas to other areas. Trust me, I wish there was an easier way to close the budget gap that we're dealing with.
I mean, our speaker and the finance chair, at the very least, have proposed some different ways where we could be closing that gap. Thank you again for the questions.
You're welcome.
Okay, quiet, please. Thank you. We have Councilmember Menon, followed by Farias, and we've been joined by Councilmember Bottcher.
Thank you so much, Chair. These proposed draconian cuts to education, sanitation, libraries are going to completely decimate our city. And so my questions have to do with why the administration is not considering alternate approaches. Speaker and the Finance Chair talked about a number of these approaches. I want to mention two additional ones. I served as commissioner of several city agencies. I know firsthand that many other agencies have programs where there aren't data metrics to support them. Thrive, for example, is one perfect example, but there are many others. Why isn't the administration going in with a scalpel to these other agencies and cutting those programs? That's my first question. And the second question is, we have another tool available to us, and that is a newly created Healthcare Accountability Office. We passed this bill, the Healthcare Accountability Bill. It will allow the city for the first time ever to rein in skyrocketing healthcare costs. These skyrocketing healthcare costs are currently 10% of the New York City budget. As you know, $11 billion. Just 5 years ago, they were $6 billion. It's estimated, and a 32BJ study showed that we could save up to $2 billion by cutting healthcare costs. So my question is, why isn't the administration using either of these two alternate approaches?
Quietly honest with you, we really appreciate your effort in creating that office, and we believe that office is a good tool in terms of bringing transparency to the way the hospital is built, and we believe over time that would lead to significant savings for the city as we manage our healthcare expenses. We are currently in the working with DOHMH and HNH and ORR to operationalize this office responsibilities, and we're looking to see whether or not.
But has the admin met with any of the hospitals since we had the hearing, where the hearing showed that the City of New York, the hospitals had refused to meet with them? The City of New York is the second largest purchaser of health care in the state of New York. Has the administration met with any of these hospitals and tried to drive costs down?
Again, as I said, we will continue to operationalize this office, and then over time, that office, we would use it as a leverage to discuss. We have discussed with the hospital. We've done that in the past and have not yielded a lot of fruit in terms of our discussion with the hospitals. But again, as I said, this is something that we're in a process. We're discussing with the unions, our union partners, to see our best. We could manage to save from the billing, because we all know we have challenges with the lack of transparency on the part of the hospitals in terms of how they invoice the city and so on and so forth. But again, I don't know, Ken, if you have anything you want to add to it.
Just that we remain in talks with the MLC to rebid our active and pre-65 retiree health plan, looking to come up with cost savings in that area. We've been working very diligently for a fairly long period of time. We hope to be getting close to the end of that process, and we expect to see very substantial savings on health spend.
Okay, it's an area clearly where we could save up to $2 billion. I think it's of paramount importance that this office is created, that it's well-funded, and that we use it to harness the city's purchasing power and once and for all drive the cost down.
That's our goal.
Thank you, Councilmember. Now we have Councilmember Farias, followed by Ressler.
Good afternoon. Thanks for giving us a little bit more of your time. I'm just going to get right into it in terms of some questions around the Economic Development Corporation. Since expanding the NYCEDC's ferry ridership discount program, has this had any impact on ridership and revenue numbers?
Which one? Can you repeat the question again?
Since expanding NYCEDC's ferry ridership discount program.
Yeah. We, I believe ridership is at the highest level. It's about 30% increase, 23% increase from fiscal year 22. There were like 550,000 riders on average per month. So that has been a very, very, very successful program since we launched it.
And do we know how revenue has increased, or if that's, are we seeing that?
I believe it's like $6 million more than we had in terms of farebox. We have $6.6 million total riders in fiscal year 23. So it's a major improvement over over what we had prior to the pandemic.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And then NYC Ferry operates with higher than average subsidies, as we all know. What is EDC and OMB doing to reduce the subsidies needed to operate, providing services for New Yorkers, and generate any additional savings?
Fortunately, the subsidies we have reduced subsidies by nearly 30%. Would be reduced by 2025. So we have that increase in the ridership at the same time that we have reduced subsidies significantly.
Okay. How will OMB and the EDC work together to pinpoint and target areas to help develop economic activity in the coming fiscal year? Does the November plan make any changes to how EDC will maximize city dollars to generate the most revenue this fiscal year?
Yeah, we will continue to work with EDC on business attraction and development initiatives, as well as supporting things like life sciences and cannabis industries.
Okay, and has OMB worked with EDC to reevaluate any of its projects or investments to generate additional savings or additional revenues for the city in fiscal year 2024?
Yes, we continue to work with agencies to identify additional revenues and savings. And this is part of this is a big piece of the PEG exercise that we currently do.
Okay, and the PEG included one initiative to recoup $3.8 million in unspent funding for vaccine incentives. Has OMB explored any other revenue-generating proposals or underspending for additional savings this fiscal year?
We have always looked for underspending savings, and we'll continue to do so.
Okay. Chair, if I have two more? Thank you. The MMR shows that the number of unique customers and businesses served was just over 23,000 in fiscal year 2023 for our small businesses. The number of services provided to help navigate government increased by approximately 67% from fiscal year 2022 to fiscal year 2023. And SBS served nearly 90,000 people in workforce development programs in FY23. Considering the increased demand for small businesses services, does the administration believe that despite the PEGs, the department has sufficient capacity to meet the needs of New York's rebounding small business sector?
Yes, SBS is resourced in a way to meet the needs of small business community in New York City. The recent PEGs that we have are basically right sizing of programs. They don't impact basically programs, reduction into important programs. So we expect SBS to continue to provide the services to New York City businesses, small businesses.
Okay. And lastly, on November 2nd, the City Council passed Intro 1083, which established the Office of Nightlife within Department of Small Business Services. We did not see this reflected in the November plan. Will we see the transition in the preliminary plan?
Yes, you will be.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll follow up with anything outside of that.
Director, really quick, so I know before we talked about the state had committed $1.9 billion for to help offset migrant costs. How much, I got a text from a legislator saying that the state has only paid out $338 million because the city hasn't provided receipts for the rest.
Yeah, the way the system works, and by law, the city has to submit liquidated invoices. So far we have, and we only get 29% credit, okay, against the claim. So far we have submitted close to $1 billion worth of claims, okay, but we're gonna get like 29% credit against it. So it's liquidated claims, all right, and we submitted $1 billion Okay, the only reason you're getting so much credit because it's 29% credit against the claim that we submitted.
So of the 1.9 billion that the state committed, how much of it have we actually received?
We received an advance of 250 and I believe another $30 million, David. So it's about 280. Yeah, about that much.
What's the total?
250 advance, another $30 million for case management and legal services, another $10 million. So it's about like maybe $290 million we have probably already received. But again, it's the way the law is written. The law is written that we have to, submit all liquidated expenses, invoices, and we only get 29% credit against the claim because the state is only paying us 29% of the total spending on asylum seekers.
Okay. All right, we have Councilmember Ressler, followed by Gutierrez.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon, and thank you, Madam Speaker, for the boss move of keeping this one going. We appreciate it, and thank you, OMB team, for being willing to stick around. In FY24, we were facing, prior to the November plan, a $1.5 or so billion gap. We have $1.45 billion in reserves. Council's identified an extra $1.2 billion in revenue, conservative estimate at that. There's no need for cuts in FY24. The mayor and OMB's stunning commitment to austerity in this moment is baffling. Composting, libraries, schools, we've all heard it. Why make these clearly unnecessary cuts today?
Okay, let me give you the rationale. When the budget was adopted in June, the budget was balanced. Okay, as you remember, last August, we revised our forecast of the asylum seekers' expenses. Initially, we thought that it would cost us $2.9 billion, and based on the significant increase higher than anticipated we see in the numbers, we had to revise up our forecast. And as a result, we had to add resources in fiscal year 24 and revise up our forecast and added resources in fiscal year 25, okay? So because of the additional expenses that we had, so we had to find ways to fund it, okay? So what we're doing is basically saying, okay, we put in place a PEG. Even after the PEG, okay, we managed to close the fiscal year 24, but we expanded the fiscal year 25 from $5.1 billion
I completely
to
appreciate
$7 billion.
Director
So the point I'm making to you is the notion that you don't need to cut anything when you're dealing with 37 days, we have to close a $7 billion gap, assuming the city council is correct. Okay, you have 1.5.
We don't have a financial forecast from you all in 8 months. So
we
don't, we'd like OMB to catch up with us.
We will.
Well,
assuming that you're correct, you have $1.5 billion revenues. You have a reserve of $1.4 billion. And this is after the cut. After the PEG,
we still have $1.45 billion in revenue that we could have used to cover those gaps. It is still sitting there, ready to be utilized to have avoided these extremely harmful cuts. The mayor and OMB are pursuing a shock and awe campaign to try and pursue the most outrageous cuts that you can to try to shake the tree in Washington and Albany. We all know what you're doing. We wish, instead, you would work with us responsibly to govern the city of New York, instead of imposing these deeply harmful cuts that are undermining the health and the safety and the well-being of our communities. The cuts are not necessary. If I may, just 2 brief questions here. I will say, the idea that August, 45 days after there was a handshake agreement and this council voted on a budget, you needed to so radically reevaluate the estimates on asylum seekers is baffling. The migrant crisis had been going on for quite some time. We understood the costs that were being faced, and I do not believe it was appropriate. It showed you either weren't serious about the estimates that you provided seriously, or were not working with integrity with this council in being able to determine what the real costs were that we were facing. I think there's a credibility gap. I do want to ask about the 13,000 vacancies that are city funded. There's a hiring freeze. Those positions are not being filled. Why do we not claim the savings recognize that $1.3 billion that we're not spending for these 13,000 vacant positions with a hiring freeze.
Council member, why do you always refer to credibility gap when it comes, every time we come here to testify in front of you? Why? Why do you have to refer to lack of integrity? Why? Why? Why do you go there? Why can't we ask a question simply? Why do you have to make comments?
Because the answers are not clear.
Because if you're going to attack my integrity, my credibility, okay? I come here, I volunteer to come here, not to be insulted, okay? Not to be insulted.
The council deserves real answers.
If you have an issue,
I'm here to advocate for my constituents.
If you have an issue, okay, all right. If you have a question, ask a question. But the minute you start attacking our credibility, our integrity, it's personal, okay? It's not
intended to be personal.
Okay?
We're concerned about the facts.
Because
and my concern here is that 45 days after we adopted a budget, you come back to us with extremely new estimates. The mayor announces in early September a 5% cut, and with 15% cuts pending, enormous cuts to the city's budget.
I went in front of the entire world with a press conference. We review, we brief all editorial boards, all elected, the leadership of the city council, okay, on what transpired last August. Okay, we came here, we forecast, and the deviation from that forecast, okay? And we said at the time, okay, our expectation, okay, were for us to spend a certain amount of money based on a certain number of people coming to the city. And since then, we saw a major deviation, and as a result, we would have to update our forecast, which we did. Because we changed our forecast, this is the first time in the November plan that we have an opportunity, okay, to reflect that updated forecast in the financial plan, okay? So, which we did, all right? You may not agree with the decisions that we are taking, okay? We don't have a monopoly in wisdom, monopoly in judgment, but you have no right, okay, to attack my integrity, to attack my credibility.
I'm not attacking your personal integrity or credibility. My concern is about the facts and the figures that we're getting as a council. And I have to say, I want to come back 45 days after we had a budget handshake, 45 days after a budget was adopted, we get radically different estimates. And I'm concerned about the mismanagement that's occurring in city government and the extreme increases in costs that we're seeing with the asylum seekers. It's well over twice as much per night to house an asylum seeker tonight as it was a DHS family before this crisis began. And there are big open questions that we need answered on how we're going to get those costs under control. But I'd like, Director, for you to come back to the 13,000 vacancies. Why not recognize the savings for those $1.3 billion of funds that are not being spent as a result of a hiring freeze?
Because if we do, there wouldn't be any teachers left. There wouldn't be any position open for fire department, for cops, for anybody.
But there's a hiring freeze in place.
Okay, so, but we also exempt those critical, okay, public safety, health positions, so therefore, we let the agency submit to us.
For a one-to-one replacement for those positions.
We let the agency submit to us their own proposal, our best they see, for them to manage their own agencies. Our best, they're going to manage the agencies using the resources that they have available. If they believe that submitting vacancies is part of the solution, we welcome them. But we don't go around, we don't propose to the agencies how to manage their budget and how many vacant positions that to give us here or there.
Lastly, on community composting, for the $3.5 million that are being cut, a negligible sum of money. I was at a site yesterday in my neighborhood in Greenpoint that's collected 200,000 pounds of food scraps in the last 2 years. Much of that's going to go into the waste stream. It's going to be sent to Pennsylvania. We're not going to get the processed compost from community composting facilities to help keep our street trees healthy and to support our community gardens all throughout the city. Have you thought about the unanticipated costs that will be generated as a result of this negligible cut?
Curbside organics is not been cut. Okay, the expansion is being delayed. We are looking at
But the
a small
community
program-
composting program has been
We're
cut.
looking at a small program that was very inefficient because we have a larger program citywide that we're rolling out. And so that's the perspective that was used as the decision was made. We expanding this program citywide, and there was no need to have this community composting program. So therefore, that's the reason why it was removed. The sanitation department submitted it as part of the PEG submission.
Many thousands of New Yorkers rely on that program, and it's going to be a huge loss if this cut moves forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Gutierrez, followed by Velasquez.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to touch very briefly on the community composting, because I know you keep saying that it's inefficient, but we here disagree because there will be unintended costs. Community composting is the only guarantee that we have that composting is staying in our communities, that there's actually a cycle. So I just want to uplift what Councilmember Ressler said, is we do have curbside organics, which was also part of a movement for a long time, but there's no guarantee through the brown bin program or even the orange bin program that your scraps will be composted. It could very well also just continue to be trucked out of state, and so that is contradictory to our food waste reduction goals. I just want to make that clarification. My questions are related to the support for asylum seekers through OTI, or still do it. I know that it's interchanged. Hoping you can answer some of these questions. My understanding was that there was the November plan included an adjustment of nearly $89 million in FY 2024 and 81.3 in fiscal year 25 for costs related to the asylum seekers. Can you tell us which specific technology services for asylum seekers these costs cover? Do you have specifics about, I guess I'm trying to understand if this is a lot of money for this agency to support asylum seekers, because they are tech related. So can you explain to me what that money, what those budgets cover?
It's largely to monitor the operations.
Okay.
And we have connectivity at sites.
Mm-hmm.
I could give you a list
Okay.
of all the services that they currently provide.
Okay.
And we believe that the resources that we added to the budget is appropriate. Okay, for the kind of services that the county provide to the asylum seekers. But again, I would provide you a list as a follow-up
Thank you.
of all the services that they're providing.
And if you could also specify in that list if the cost per facility, whether it's a HERC or a shelter, if that cost for connectivity is sustained, or does that cost, for example, like if they're setting up infrastructure for internet and Wi-Fi, does OTI continue to pay that out, or is that then a part of like the requirement for the social service provider, for example? If you could specify that whenever you prepare the response.
Yes,
Okay.
I will.
And then do you have a sense if the OTI is working with any subcontractors to provide any of those services?
Let me find out for you.
Okay, and if you do, can you also let
I
us
will
know
make it
who those
part of-
folks
yep,
are?
yep.
My next questions are related to just savings around telecommunications. I have that in FY24, and FY24's November plan included savings of $9.5 million in FY 2024 and $8.6 in the out years from various citywide telecommunication savings. Sorry, I'll be one more minute. How are these telecommunication savings being calculated?
Again, I would have to come back to you when I reach out to the agency themselves.
Okay.
Okay.
And if you could also specify if these savings are the result of contracts that have been renegotiated, extended, and if there's any way that you can also specify savings associated with specific software, like Microsoft, for example.
Yeah, we will provide you all the detail.
Okay, and then can I just ask one question? Councilmember Joseph had asked, I'm not sure if you answered on the number of school safety agents. Were you able to answer the specificity of what the number is for how many school safety agents? Because I know that there was a freeze, but in this November plan, there seems to be an increase that the city is proposing. What is that finite number?
I think it's 130 something.
We've heard various numbers.
135.
135. Okay. And that's it, actually. I'll be respectful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Pleasure.
Okay, Councilmember Velasquez, followed by Abilis.
All right, thank you, Chair, and thank you for staying. We appreciate it. Very quickly, in the November plan, the admin baseline cuts. These cuts affected the annual tax season prep provided by the Office of Financial Empowerment. The expansion of this program was added in baseline in fiscal 2024 executive plan. This expansion has now been cut. From fiscal 22 to fiscal 23, financial counseling needs increased 23%. With the demand for the program growing, what is or the reason behind this cut?
The rationale is we are only cutting the expansion of the program. Okay? With the existing program itself will continue to be funded. It's only the expansion, again, because of the nature of the crisis that we're dealing with. So to the extent that, a program that is about to expand, if we could save, take those resources away and apply them towards something else, that's what we're doing. But the existing program is funded. It's just the expansion of the program that we're taking the saving from.
So, such as for the $1.4 million investment, how much does the average New Yorker get in extra and in return? And is it greater than the $1.4 million?
I don't have that information.
Okay, can you get us? Yeah, all right, well, hopefully you'll get back to us on that. What we're experiencing is, ultimately, doesn't this seem counterproductive that all this money that we do get returned could be put back into our local economy, into our working families?
Again, as I said, the current program is funded. It's just the expansion, things that we have not yet, so it is, I see your point, I understand the concern, but again, we also have to balance it against the other choices that we have to make. Okay.
So an additional question is, at adoption, the council called for additional funding for the Board of Correction to hire 27 new positions on their monitoring staff. However, the adopted plan reflected an increase of $360,000 to fund the addition of 4 positions to the board's budgeted headcount. Upon reviewing the November plan, 2 of those new positions have been cut to meet the city's PEG requirement, with the budgeted headcount dropping at 35 positions at adoption to 30 positions in fiscal 2025. The current ratio of Board of Correction budgeted positions to the Department of Correction uniform budgeted positions is 0.46%. The ratio for the Civilian Complaint Control Board is 0.65% when compared to NYPD's budgeted uniform headcount. Given that both of these are oversight agencies, why is the BOC's ratio so much lower than CCRB?
The CCRB headcount is mandated by the charter. BOC is not. They have different responsibilities. So we believe BOC has the appropriate resources to conduct its functions.
How is the BOC expected to properly monitor and provide oversight when their resources are continuously limited?
Again, as I said, we believe that BOC is able to do the work effectively with their current headcount. We are in close conversation with them, and if there is a need, we will be happy to discuss it with them.
Additional question is, the November plan includes a city fund's new need of $120.3 million for election funding in fiscal 2024 only. How is the amount of funded added determined?
Say it again, for which agency?
The funds of $120.3 million for election funding in fiscal 2024.
Yeah, Board of Election. I believe it was like 2 elections we budgeted for, and there was 3 in reality. So therefore, we had to add resources for the third election.
Which expenses does it cover?
Covers everything.
Does the new need include the cost of early voting, and if so, for which elections? Both?
Yeah.
What is the current amount of baseline funding for elections, and how many elections are included in the baseline of each fiscal year?
I don't have it here in front of me, but let me see. We have $145 million in fiscal year 25, and $146 million in fiscal year 26 and out. Okay. This was set for before early voting was enacted, and so that's what we have here.
So it doesn't include early voting?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
We have Councilmember Aviles, followed by Holden.
Great, thank you. I'm going to just make 2 short comments, and then I have a ton of questions. First, I think it's just really important to acknowledge that the many contracts that we provide as a city to our nonprofit providers in the human service field are often inadequate and actually do not pay for the full level of services that many nonprofit providers are in fact offering. So I just want to remind us all that while I do believe our nonprofit providers will provide a much better culturally competent level of service to both migrants and any other New Yorker, and we'll do it at a much more reduced rate, it is important that we hold our nonprofit providers and not get them on the cheap. And I think it's important to acknowledge that in these discussions. You noted that the PEGs will not have a programmatic impact, yet, as you've heard from every council member here today, that is not what we are seeing and hearing on our communities. It is not what you will hear from potentially hundreds of people that will testify later on. I just need you to make it make sense to me. Are you aware of the unfilled mandates and serious service gaps for children with disabilities in New York City public schools?
Again, as I said,
I guess you are. Are you aware of those service gaps and unfilled mandates in New York City public schools? It's just a yes or no.
Okay.
I assume you're aware of it. I assume
Yes.
you're aware of it. We understand that DOE is proposing a cut of $97 million from District 75 schools to adhere to these PEGs, which would cut paras that help children, our most vulnerable children, get to schools and have medical visits that absolutely they need. To me, this is unconscionable. Can we get a commitment from this administration that it would not cut services to the most vulnerable? It would direct its Department of Education to make sure that these children are protected when they are already not serviced appropriately.
The PEG is $3 million, and it's coming from underspending.
Well, I guess like many of my colleagues said earlier, the underspending looks like underperformance when we know we have outstanding needs and children are not being serviced. And so I think we need to look at that very closely. And I'm adamantly opposed to cutting any services for children with disabilities in our schools, among other things. Can we take, I want to take a quick segue to NYCHA. A major PEG in November plan relates to the critical yet challenged vacant unit readiness program. Chair, if I may just complete the question.
Yes, go ahead.
The program helps prepare rehab NYCHA units and turnover placements from homeless shelters, emergency transfers, and the NYCHA's general waiting list. It seems, despite our housing crisis, this program is a persistent target of the administration. The November plan swaps $37.5 million in expense for capital funds over 4 years. We understand that this program has been paid exclusively out of expense funds so far. How will the transition to capital funds impact the program?
It would have zero impact. It's just a swapping of funding.
So if it's a swapping of funding, are you suggesting that there is no regulatory elements for capital expenditures versus anything funded by expense funding?
This is a capital eligible expenses.
Okay, so there is a caveat for capital
No,
eligible.
it's not.
No.
Because they already give you that.
So there are no strings.
No
This is the
strings.
same thing that can be done. When can we expect NYCHA and OMB to produce the necessary certificate to proceed, which will enable the use of capital funds for the vacant unit readiness program?
OMB and NYCHA are currently working on a CP for the capital portion of the program.
Can you clarify
I
for the
can-
record
I-
when
I-
we can expect
I
that?
can give you that, but they're
Okay.
currently working on it.
Okay, will an equivalent amount of capital funding be added to the capital budget in January?
And, it will be self-funded, given the size of the NACHA's capital program compared with the program that we have. NACHA has $4 billion over a 10-year period, and it's a very small program, so it will be self-funded.
Yes, it is a very small program, and NYCHA currently is sitting with over 5,000 vacant units we need to fill with great urgency. Could there be any delays in keeping the funding flowing so that this program that rehabs precious affordable housing for NYCHA as quickly as possible?
There shouldn't be any delay, in terms of the funding swap itself should not cause delay. If there's any delay, something else.
Okay. Do you know how many units have been rehabbed in this program this year?
This will be the last question.
Yes, thank you, sir. Sorry.
Do you know? I'll get back to you on that.
Great, thank
Okay.
you, thank you, thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councilmember Holden, followed by Palladino on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director, for being here. And let's talk about one of the smallest agencies, the Department of Veterans Services. Can you clarify the rationale behind including smaller agencies like the DVS in the broad application of the PEGs? Because with a $5 million budget, this agency has to serve 220,000 New York City veterans. They have 33 employees. That's a very, very small agency that's understaffed, woefully understaffed. So the fact that we're treating them and everybody across the board, it's kind of insulting. Can you just were there discussions where certain agencies couldn't be cut because of that they're so woefully understaffed?
I understand, Mr. Holden, Councilmember Holden. The challenge, again, as I said, we have is the size of the problem, and we made the policy decision to ensure that every agency, contribute equally to the solution of the problem. And the savings from Veterans Office basically comes from vacancy and OTPS savings, and a couple of vacancies that they had that we took as savings. So it's not a lot of resources, and I agree, I hear you. But again, we're trying to.
But you realize the optics on this.
No, I understand.
With the people that served our country.
I understand.
And so the applications, let me just talk about a stat here. Nationally, veterans apply for disability, about 25% of the veterans apply for disability nationally, the national average. In New York City, it's 15%. That means there's so many veterans that are not getting the services that they should get. So, and we're talking about a very small amount of money here in the whole picture. So that's what I'm concerned about, that we need to do more, because obviously there are gaps in communications. So, and then one other question, and it's about the migrants, but what progress has been made in securing work authorization for migrants as part of the administration's efforts? Because additionally, can you discuss the actual economic impact of these authorizations? Because many have said that it would boost our tax revenues. So
we all agree the mayor admitted his business from the get-go, from day one. We want to make sure that the migrants have all have work authorization, and has been pushing White House and Washington, D.C. to provide work authorization. And I believe the TPS were granted to the Venezuelans. TPS were granted to the Venezuelans, and I would provide you the exact number of cases that they've.
yeah, because that's important. How many have actual work
because
authorizations? Are we making progress, or is it?
This is critical because we want these guys to be added to the tax revenue base as they become workers and they make contribution to the city. So this is our ultimate goal. We'll provide you information in terms of how many of them have applied and how many of them were granted TPS.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councilmember Palladino, and then Ariola will close us out.
Good afternoon. Thank you very, very much. I want to say thank you to the director for your patience and a lot of miscommunication here today. We could go back to, 6 months to a year ago. This was all projected that this was going to happen. And what shocks me with my colleagues is that they don't understand that they can't have their cake and eat it too. When we said okay to the migrant crisis and we allowed, it became a crisis, when we first allowed the migrants to come in and welcome them with open arms, we did not expect it to balloon into what it ballooned into. Approximately a year ago, 8 months ago, the mayor did state quite clearly that this was going to cost our city over $4 billion, and over the course of 3 years, $12 billion. So I asked my colleagues in council, where did you think this money was going to come from? Did you think if we go out and pick it off trees?
Councilmember,
No.
We're questioning OMB, not your colleagues.
Excuse me, what's that?
We're questioning OMB. If you want to talk to your colleagues,
Well,
you could.
I don't have, excuse me, Councilmember Brennan. This has what to do with why we are in the situation that we're in. He has tried very hard to explain to everyone why these cuts are being made.
Do you have a question?
When I have a question. Not really. You know me. I have more of a statement.
Okay.
Because I'm listening.
Well, if you want to forward your resume to OMB, you can.
Oh, that's very funny. Very funny. Very funny. That's why the budget will never be balanced in the city of New York, because you and others refuse to understand what we actually have taken on.
Thank you.
By giving.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Very
Okay.
unfair what you're doing today.
Okay, we follow
Very
Councilmember
unfair.
Areola. Questions for OMB?
Please.
Councilman Areola, you there? Councilwoman Areola, going once.
You did finally. I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, the director and his team and the entire members who were sitting there for so long. Director, I'd like to talk to you about the cuts to the FDNY's long-term staffing separations, which will affect about 190 uniformed members of service. And I'm going to bundle my questions in an effort to save time since I'm the wrap-up. So of the 190 individuals, how many does the administration anticipate will be subject to potential separation due to being unable to return to full duty, and how it will be determined? Next, the council was informed that the FDNY would make offline positions to those subject to separation. What types of roles would be made available, and would they receive the same rate of pay? And 3, what will become of the members of service who are unable to return to full duty and are considered boarded internally? Will they be terminated? And if so, how much notice will they be given?
Okay. The employees that are subject to this proposal have already been determined to be unable to return to duty. To the extent that they have reasonable accommodations, and we have positions that fit, they'll be given positions that fit their reasonable accommodation. To the extent they do not, it would be reasonable to assume that they would take disability retirements because they've already been found to be disabled and unable to return to the job. In terms of the rate of pay they have when they're on assignments off the line, that's covered by the labor contract, won't change because of their assignment. I don't know if I got all your questions.
So we're going to take people who are injured, saving someone's life, or going into a fire, and now have become light duty and have been doing a job for the FDNY that was of value, and have reasonable accommodations, and will they be given the only option is disability, or or they will be also given some other option, or is the only option disability? Because that
The
seems
policy is in line
completely
with.
unfair, and it also seems that it could be litigated.
Yeah. This policy is in line with what we're doing, what we do in the other uniformed agencies. And my understanding is about half of these individuals are actually eligible for a service retirement, and could then also apply for a disability pension after that. We're not terminating people who have RAs or who fill a slot that's an RA. It's for persons for whom there is not an RA position that would fit with their disability.
But this would not be an option for them. They would have to retire, go on disability, because they would be terminated, correct?
People who cannot, have been found unable to return to full duty, for whom there is not a position, right, where they could fulfill duties in an RA, those people would be terminated.
Okay, and just, we've heard a lot of my colleagues, they were all talking about their own specific committees, and mine, of course, being fire department and all the budget cuts that are so severe. So my final question is, estimate. Now, you said that the budget gap right now is $7.9 billion. If the city was not shouldering the lion's share of the financial cost of migrant services, what do you think the approximate budget gap would be if we were getting the right help from federal and state government?
I can't give you exactly what it would be at this moment in time, but as when we adopted the budget, good example was the budget gap for fiscal year 25 was slated to be about $5.1 billion. Okay? So, so you could infer from that, and that also included appropriation for the asylum seekers. So you're talking about something south of that $5 billion. Typically around November, we have a budget gap within, what we call manageable level. This is the first time we're looking at budget gap growing from adoption to now. And again, as I said, it's because of the unexpected costs of the asylum seekers that we had to bear for about a year and a half, without any assistance from the federal government, or little assistance from the federal government in general.
Thank you so much, Director. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, we have Gail Brewer for 2 minutes, and then we're going to close out this panel.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. One is hiring halls. I know that we had them, so I wanted to know how many were hired, what agencies, what was the total, how many in each borough, and how will the hiring freeze affect the continuation of these events? I have to say, in some cases, I've heard at testimony during the last couple of months that agencies are planning to have hiring halls. I've also heard other agencies say they're hiring even though there's a freeze, kind of strange. So I wanted to know, are there still funding in the budget for the hiring halls? That's question number one. Question number two, I'm very concerned about Oversight Department of Investigation. And I wanted to know from the DOI's perspective, I know the budget included 2 new needs for DOI, I appreciate it, an asylum seeker integrity mentorship and a borough-based jail integrity monitorship. But there was also no funding added to increase their vendor integrity unit. And that unit is to benefit the city as a whole through funding, and I think there's a need for them. We've obviously talked about vendors here quite extensively today. So those are my two questions, hiring hall and vendors for money for DOI.
The hiring hall, because of the crisis, was put on hold.
You should know that people come here as agencies and say they are scheduling them. I'm here and I hear that.
Okay, they are put on hold. We had about 2,000 offers were made from, at the hiring halls, with 41 mayoral and non-mayoral agencies participating. If you want a breakdown of where these offers, which agencies, we will provide them to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the second question was regarding the
The
event,
DOI vendor.
integrity.
Yeah, I need as much oversight of the administration as possible, and that would be one place where they need funding for that.
Yeah, we provided DOI, as you mentioned, resources. Basically, we believe that there is a need to oversee the
vendors.
huge spending we're doing on the migrants. So therefore, we want to make sure that DOI is there to monitor what's going on. And also with respect to the Bow-based jail. Regarding the vendor integrity unit, I don't believe did we add resources to this? No. No, I don't believe we added resources, but again, this is they play a critical role, and we should also revisit that issue.
So you will fund them?
I will revisit that issue to see exactly whether or not they need to be funded.
Okay, when will you make that decision?
As we go through the budget cycle.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Speaker Adams.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Director and team, thank you so much for staying for the duration of questionings by my colleagues of the council. We really do appreciate your time and you staying. I would also like to reiterate the fact that the budget gap was not created by the asylum seekers, because the budget gap would exist regardless of asylum seekers coming to New York or not. We look forward to collaborating with OMB on a continuing basis to reach reasonable solutions for the benefit of all New Yorkers. Thank you all again for your time. Chair Brannan.
Thank you, Speaker Adams. OMB, we are not in denial about these budget gaps. We want to work with you to close them and continue our partnership heading into January. So we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, we have the next panel is going to be our organized labor panel. We have Henry Garrido, Michael Mulgrew, Melissa Kahn, Joyce McClaney, and James Davis. So DC 37, UFT, PSC CUNY. Thank you. And then after that, we will hear from IBO. And Louis Cholden-Brown.
What?
Okay. We're going to start the second panel of this hearing. We'll start with UFT President Michael Mulgrew.
I want to thank the City Council, Speaker, and all the chairs for holding this hearing. As we have heard today already from many people, these cuts are just not necessary. We have record reserves, we're running a massive surplus for this year, and we are still here discussing cuts. And I want to be clear, the agency that just testified, this agency that just testified over the last 3 years in the budget process has underestimated revenue by $30 billion and overestimated the cost by $3.5 billion. That means they screwed up by $33 billion. And we're going to take their numbers at face value. I am not here to, questioning someone's integrity, but I'm here to say this agency has constantly been way off when it comes to our budgets. Blaming these cuts on the asylum seekers is just reprehensible. We all know that this comes down to whether we believe the cost that the city is projecting for the asylum seekers themselves. We've heard about the money that the state has put aside in a pot and the fact that the city has only been reimbursed for $250 million. You can do the math on that. That would mean all in total expense for the city for housing for the asylum seekers would be under $1.4 billion. So where are we coming up with a $7 billion problem? It just doesn't add up. And when I have to sit here now and talk about the issues that we're dealing with in terms of the fact that thousands of parents are going to be forced with not being able to have access to 3K and pre-K, tens of millions of dollars being cut from District 75, our neediest students, when we already are under a corrective action plan from the State Education Department. And the fact that, once again, parents and teachers will be going to Albany this year to advocate and lobby for money for education, and the only question we have to answer for every politician we deal with is, well, why does the mayor took over $1 billion of money from schools that we sent to New York City? So in the end, this really is about what I call gross mismanagement, gross incompetence, and political gamesmanship. Because when we add up these numbers, it just does not make any sense. And not expanding programs that we know have been very effective. When we, the program that allows people to move from shelters into permanent housing, why is that not being expanded when it has proven to be very effective? Why are we not offering that to asylum seekers? These are the questions that this administration needs to answer. Because if you're managing this correctly, you'll be doing those things. Why are we putting so many of our families in the state facilities and not in the city facilities and putting individuals in the state facilities? If you did that because of the reimbursement formula, it would save the city hundreds of millions of dollars. So when OMB sits here and says that there's nothing we can do about it, well, first of all, your numbers don't add up. You have a track record of proving that your numbers don't add up. Your projections are grossly inadequate and wrong every year. And yet we sit here today discussing removing services from across this city for all of our communities. And I am standing here, I'm sitting here, and I will stand with City Council to say we will not allow this to happen because this city is mismanaging this entire process, and we need to hold them accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garrido.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Chairman Brennan, Madam Speaker. It's good to see all of you. We are submitting testimony for the record, but I want to use this opportunity to speak very specifically and follow up what my brother Michael mentioned about both the mismanagement, the exaggeration, and the fact that this proposed PEG program, which reduces about 2,500 positions, is not only unfair, unjustified, but it really makes a mockery of the process that we have, of the counterbalances of governments in the city of New York, where the city council and the mayor negotiate a budget collectively. And then to be doing by a mock program for things that you wanted to do under the excuse of the asylum seekers number, I think it really violates the whole principle of that democratic process. And I wanted to start with that. I will say this to you, of some of the worst things that we've seen in this budget process has been the fact that they are looking to cut the job training participants, not by 5%, not by 10%, not by 15%, but 100%, and replace them with contract services. Not to mention the fact that many of those positions, as we speak, are being replaced by consultants. IT consultants that are, in fact, last week, if you just check the city record, you will see the number of contracts. The difference this time is that instead of being contracting those work through the agencies, it's being done directly to OMB, which not only violates Local Law 63, another democratic law that was approved and assigned by this body, but also bypassing all terms of procurement, all RFP requirement. And I don't know how you can make the case that 100% of the 1,200 middle-class workers who work in both sanitation and parks is not 100% displacement when you're using contractors to do the work. I want to talk about libraries. I want to talk about parks, and all those costs. But above all, I want to talk about something that's a fundamental principle of what we do, which is in a budget crisis, you never cut revenue-producing titles. Never. That has never happened. If I go through the list of vacancies that I have in the Department of Finance, for the cost of employees who produce and capture revenue, sometimes 10 and 20 times, it is completely ludicrous the way that this city is approaching that. We want the city council to do what it was hired to do, which is be a counterbalance to this in any administration. And to do so, I think this budget process has made a mockery of that process. And we are standing with you in questioning and pushing back because these cuts are not only draconian, are unnecessary. Thank you.
Mr. Davis?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Chair Brannon, members of the Finance Committee. I'm James Davis. I'm the president of the Professional Staff Congress, the union that represents the 30,000 faculty and professional staff at the City University of New York. We are grateful to the committee for holding this hearing and grateful for your ongoing support for resources for CUNY students. We appreciate the opportunity to remind this council of CUNY's economic and cultural impact on the city, but this body already understands this. Thanks to your efforts to restore $32.4 million, CUNY's community colleges were shielded from the worst of the mayor's cuts in fiscal 2024. So it concerns us that the mayoral administration is using mid-year budget modification as a political tool to hurt his alma mater with a proposed cut of $23 million additional dollars through the program to eliminate the gap. CUNY students, as you know, are not typical college students. Nearly half are the first generation in their families to attend college. Half of them come from households with annual incomes of $30,000 or less. 36% have reported food insecurity, 35% were born in another country, and 80% are people of color. The city should be focused on supporting these New Yorkers, not defunding the higher education system that supports them. The PEG report this time around cites reductions to the ASAP program. ASAP is a nationally recognized landmark program that provides one-on-one guidance and financial support to participating community college students. To jeopardize any part of the ASAP program is both cruel and short-sighted. We do not have an enrollment crisis at CUNY. We have a retention crisis. The mayoral administration should prioritize programs with a demonstrated record of retaining students through to graduation. As we speak, the CUNY administration is in fact cannibalizing the budgets of its own colleges in order to cover operating costs to the tune of nearly $128 million over the past 2 fiscal years. My own campus, Brooklyn College, has been asked to find an additional $3.5 million in savings in this fiscal year and another $4.5 million in savings in the next fiscal year, after already having had to save $6.6 million demanded from the university administration in the current fiscal year. There's a hiring freeze We have 62 fewer full-time faculty members this year at Brooklyn College than we had before the pandemic in 2019. So these are unsustainable trends that will drive students away. I'll just wrap up by noting that the middle class is the backbone of the city. As my colleagues have been pointing out, the proposed PEG cuts directly target us. Our members, our students, and all New Yorkers benefit from a robust social program and safety net and a well-managed set of city services. Essential services like those mentioned benefit all New Yorkers. Cutting them is short-sighted and will have a lasting impact on our communities, and we certainly deserve better than what the mayor has proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. My colleagues have questions?
I have a question.
Councilmember Ayala?
Hi, yeah, this question is for the U of T regarding the 3K program. So we've heard from OMB repeatedly that we don't have the number of students enrolled or waitlist pending that would justify keeping those dollars in place. Is that an accurate assessment on your?
It's accurate the way they're running it, because before they took over, we moved the seats every year. You're not guaranteed a definitive number of 3-year-olds by every school. So there was a process where the seats would be moved every year based on the need. The teachers who work in those programs know that, and it was something we did for years. So when they say, oh, we can't keep these seats when no one's filling them, that's because they didn't move the seats to where they were needed. That's the problem. And now they're acting like, oh, that's a good reason to cut the funding for it. You could imagine every year, it's both for pre-K and 3K, seats move across the city of New York. I don't think we are in a place where we live in a society where we can guarantee everyone doing certain things so we have enough children for every three years coming into our school system. But it really is about how you manage it. And it has not been managed correctly. We have other places where the seats are full and there's wait lists because they didn't move seats to areas where there were less 3-year-olds over there. You look, we had a process where we would look at records of births in hospitals, things of this nature, and there is some judgment calls being made, but there was a very rigorous process of moving seats around on a yearly basis for both 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. And if you did that, we would then like to eliminate the number of families who would be on wait lists and wouldn't have opportunities for the seats, because we do have a lot of people on wait lists.
Do we know what that number is?
I can get you that. I don't have it right now, but I can get you that number.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem. And you know that has a massive effect not just on the child, who we want as early as possible. We know that leads to better outcomes, but it's become, it's such an important place for a family to have access to that, because that's usually those are working parents. So it has a real negative effect on everything about for our economy, for our city, and most importantly, on a family itself.
President Mulgrew, this is something that puzzled the council for a long time, that it's very hard to believe that there could be 30,000 families who wouldn't love to be connected to a early childhood education.
You are correct.
And I know the answer, but I'd like to hear your take on it. The outreach that happened under de Blasio versus the outreach under this administration, it seems there's a big gulf there, and I think if parents don't know that these seats exist, it's hard for them to access them.
Yeah. There was a definitive change in the running of the program between the two administrations. Obviously, the de Blasio administration thought this was the most important thing that they did as an administration, was to create a 3K pre-K program. So it was constant outreach. It was everywhere. And they had a team in place that actually was not inside of the DOE. They worked outside of the DOE, who did all the outreach, did the enrollment, moved the seats around. We don't have that same structure at this point. And that's why we get a lot of complaints from families who are now saying, well, I want a seat, but I can't have one. And then in other areas where we're seeing that there's no one in a seat because there's a combination of bad outreach and not moving seats when it was the appropriate time to move them to another area.
Councilmember Krishnan, followed by Holden.
Thank you, Speaker Adams and Chair Brannan. This question is for President Garrido, DC 37. The mayor is making sweeping cuts to the Parks Department. As we mentioned earlier, a 12% peg or cut when you consider everything, the elimination of the POP program, among other things. Your members are cleaning our parks every single day and caring for them. We're very grateful to them for their service. Can you talk a bit about how this massive cut will affect your members, our parks workers, and what are your members telling you? What are their concerns that they're sharing with you in light of these sweeping cuts?
I mean, I will say this, it goes into the category of broken promises. The effect on New Yorkers, first, garbage will be piling up. The ability to provide services in tree services, in parks facilities, in lifeguards across the board, won't allow us to open the beaches, won't allow us to open sections, entire sections. The amount of vacancies that we have already is mind-boggling, but to also disproportionately cut the park program that you mentioned in both sanitation in parks at a time where we're battling with rats and battling with, sanitation issues. I think it affects the quality of work life in the way that New Yorkers use parks. And I want to thank you for your leadership for speaking up about that. I just want to go back to the idea of the process. This was a hard-fought battle during the budget process, where the administration had to, as any give and take, agree to make some concessions to and so that the council, only to find out a quarter, 3 months later, that they want to institute the very same thing they wanted to do in the process of budget. That undermines this democratic process. At a time, I might add, that the IBO came in with today with a process that we are going to end up conservatively with a $3.8 billion surplus. To me, that is, that cries in the integrity that was raised earlier of the process, not of the individuals, but the integrity of the process. And I'm hoping that you can help us push back, because your constituency are going to be the ones that are going to be most affected.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony.
Councilmember Holden, followed by Joseph.
Mr. Davis, thank you for your testimony. As someone who was saved by CUNY and actually taught for 4 decades, in a budget crisis, CUNY is always the first to take the hit, which is a disinvestment, which doesn't make any sense for recovery. Could you tell me the impact now to the community colleges, especially, in the faculty, full-time faculty versus adjuncts? Because the full-time faculty actually helps certainly mentor on a full-time basis the students, and actually can keep them in the college, can keep them working, can work with them. Tell us the impact that these cuts might have on the faculty at the schools.
Thanks for the question, Councilmember. The impact of the cuts overall on full-time staffing at the city level alone has meant a reduction of upwards of 350 faculty and staff positions combined. The current staffing levels at CUNY are that we have roughly 7,000 full-time faculty across the system and over 11,000 adjunct faculty. And I wouldn't for a moment criticize any of those adjunct faculty. Many of them are excellent teachers. It's not a model that best supports students for the reason that you just pointed out. It's very difficult in this moment when the state has in fact invested additional funds to increase the ratio of full-time faculty to students at CUNY. It's very difficult to see that we are barely breaking even in that ratio because of attrition and retirement. So the state, despite tens of millions of additional investment, has barely changed the equation that you're describing between the full-time faculty and the students. And at the same time, we find at the city level, the mayoral administration willing time and time again to put the CUNY budget on the line. So in the current pegs, there's $23 million in additional reductions. It's gratuitous, it's unsustainable. It doesn't help the ratio that you've been describing, and it also is going to draw down the student services that are outside the classroom that will help support the students to graduation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Joseph, followed by Aviles.
Thank you. This question is for President Mulgrew. How did you know, what method did you use to move around the seats to know where the seats were needed, and how were students placed in those seats? Because according to the administration, they had hired Accenture, I believe, at $1 billion to tell them where those seats were. Until today, the council has yet to receive the report. It's been 4 months. So tell us what's the process, and how come early childhood providers cannot register children at the site themselves?
There used to be a complete team that would look at the number of children and the age in each geographic area. And that's how they were moving from one place to another. We don't have that team anymore, so then they went to an outside contract. That's not working out so well from everything I understand because nobody moved. It was just that simple. The team that ran it and set it up originally, they are not there. I mean, all of them are not there. So it was taken over by a team from inside of the DOE. And if you remember, we've had some difficulties with them, to say the least. Yes, the ideal system, of course, you want to make it as easy for a parent as possible. They should be able to register either online or at a site itself. The whole idea is to make it accessible, not putting up any deterrence for a family to access the service. So we've had major issues with the new folks who are running it since they came into place, is how I will say it right now.
What about the report that was supposed to locate the seats? That report?
The seats did not move, so I'm assuming the report didn't come in on time. That's all best, but they should be answering that. Those are the questions they need to be answering, because there are thousands of families who need childcare in the city, and they just don't have access to it because of the lack of management by the Department of Ed to move it to the right places.
Because the council on the record so many times had told them the outreach that was in place before is no longer there.
It is not. That's just a fact. It just is not even close.
Thank you.
Councilmember Aviles.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for being here. What we heard over and over again for the past several hours from the administration is that there is a crisis. There's a $12 billion gap. There's a whatever $1 billion gap. We need to close the gap. We've only seen kind of a one-hit wonder here of cuts and no talk of revenue generation. I'd like to know, given the expanse of your membership, have you heard this administration actually pursue any type of revenue generation tools beyond asking the federal government for resources, which we deserve and we should get, but any actual proactive revenue generation discussions or tools that have been pursued? And any of you can answer that.
Yeah, so if you don't mind, I'll take this. We represent the lion's share of the people in the finance department, for instance, and I sit as an advisory member of the IBO. There were several recommendations on vacancies that we have on auditors, tax auditors. We are leaving millions of dollars on the table. I think it was Councilwoman Gail Brewer who requested from IBO an analysis that showed over $1 billion in potential revenue that we should be capturing, but we don't have the people to do it. So I can tell you that as of last week, we had 60 vacancies on the traffic device maintainers. Those are the people who install the meters, muting meters. We are way behind 60 positions there. We have traffic enforcement agents. These are the people who work in the towing of illegally parked cars and things like that. We are 32% vacancy there. Every time that you have a position there, the amount of money that they generate is 10 times the amount of cost that would be to hire them. We have inspectors who issue fines on environmental violators. We have 22% vacancy there. The Department of Building, we have a huge backlog on building permits that could not be processed, which has a tremendous effect because not only can you not hire folks to do the job, construction goes down, tax revenue goes down. And so those are being frozen as well. I can go on the number of positions that generate revenue that the administration is literally cutting out of this PED program. That is wrong.
I'm going to jump in for 1 second. Just, even if we say we took that ridiculous, undocumented, unvalidated number of $7 billion, say we take that number, that would require a 3% growth in the city's revenue to eliminate. And I'm talking about the taxable revenue. I'm not talking about the cameras and everything else that's generating hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. Anyone who drives in New York City loves getting a little envelope, the orange envelope in the mail. You know, that's not even considered yet. You're talking a 3% growth would eliminate a $7 billion. We don't have $7 billion problem. I don't care what they say. They can't prove it. Their own numbers prove them that it's wrong. So in the end, this is just getting ridiculous. And the fact that the OMB is only projecting a 1.6% growth for New York City when anybody else projecting growth for New York City is over 3%. So it's like weapons of mass destruction again. We're just trying to come up with some reason to do a government to do something it shouldn't be doing.
And more particularly, what I was getting at is not necessarily the fines and fees that would be collected on everyday New Yorkers who are suffering already, but I'm talking about taxing the rich. I'm talking about transfer wealth tax. I'm talking about no discussion of millionaires tax. What we saw in a New York Times article just a few days ago is, you know who's growing in New York City? The millionaires. You know who's leaving New York City? Working class folks. And yet this administration does zero advocacy. I want to know if y'all have seen anything, because I certainly have not, any advocacy around generating that revenue that would actually save the services that are important to New Yorkers. So thank you.
Thank you. And for us in education, it's going to be a very difficult year for us at the state level, because the state is facing some challenges that New York City is not when you look at its revenues and its projections, except for what you heard here today. And they're getting sick and tired of sending extra money to the school system of New York City, only to have this administration supplant it, you know, plunder it, whatever word you want to use, and put it into their general reserves.
Okay, we're going to pause and take testimony from Andrew Ansborough, the president of UFA, who's on Zoom. Andrew, you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Justin. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. And I'd like to thank Michael Mulgrew for coming to this hearing with that wonderful information about how this budget crisis is a farce. The scariest part that I've heard today is how we are hearing about these massive surpluses, but in relation to what it's doing to the New York City Fire Department and the safety of New York City residents, it's quite appalling. Recently, they cut staffing in 20 engine companies around the city, basically 10% of the engine companies. Every fire that we go to, we require multiple engine companies to go there. So this basically has the potential to affect roughly half the fires in New York City going forward for the next 7 months, to save a measly $7 million. When you remove that additional firefighter from the engine company, it's been proven that it takes up to twice the amount of time to get a hose in place and put out the fire. So doing this as the winter approaches is the worst possible time to cut staffing. Additionally, as we all know, the FDNY cannot stop talking about and reporting about the e-bike fires, which is something we didn't even know about 5 years ago. It's when we first started reporting it. 18 deaths have been related to e-bike fires alone this year. Almost.
We lost you, Andrew. Andrew, I think you muted yourself.
I'm sorry, did not. There we go. Those 18 deaths this year on e-bike fires are it's 20% of the losses to civilians. The e-bike fires, as we know, start out explosively and usually trap residents in their apartments. At the same time, e-bike fires are becoming 20% of the losses to civilians, and the winter is approaching. These cuts right now are dangerous. The fact that, according to other estimates here, we're not really in a budget crisis. What I'm seeing is this is an immoral cut, putting civilians' lives in danger as well as firefighters' lives in danger, just to make a point to Washington that money's getting tight. The staffing needs to be restored. There are other items that the FDNY has gone into that were discussed at this meeting by Councilwoman Ariola. She mentioned that they're looking to excise, basically terminate injured firefighters who get injured in the line of duty terminate's the word that I would use, but these are members that want to continue to stay employed by the FDNY, and they're saying they don't have a spot for them. There's 500 offline positions in the FDNY. They only want to classify 125 of them as RA positions. The other 375 positions, they're not budgeted. The only budgeted positions we have are for online positions. So they want to have unbudgeted positions, and they don't want to make them RA positions. They want them to be for people who are temporarily injured or people that can work offline. Either way, it's immoral. You're taking someone who's been injured for New York City and telling them we don't have enough jobs for you because we only made a quarter of the offline jobs for people that are hurt. You're going to have to be shown the door. And as we all know, the pension tiers changed in 2009. If you're a tier 3 pensioner in the FDNY, if you get put off the job due to an injury that were to happen off duty, say car accident or an illness, these other positions should be held for you. What would happen if you're a tier 3 member is if you get put off the job as an ordinary disability and you are unable to collect Social Security, the pension system will not pay your pension. You'll basically be fired and given nothing unless you can collect that Social Security. These jobs should remain for our members that get hurt. We need these jobs to operate the FDNY, but they're only classifying a quarter of them as RA positions.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Justin.
We have questions from Councilmember Menon, followed by Brewer.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you for your testimony today. It was incredibly frustrating to hear from the administration about the decimating and completely destabilizing cuts that they want to move forward, particularly when they were not willing to address one of the biggest recurring items in the budget, which is skyrocketing healthcare costs. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, Councilwoman, you've taken a lead. Thank you for doing that. Obviously, the cost of healthcare has exploded. Particularly after COVID, right? And the cost of providing health care for both actives and retirees, 1.3 million people, it's incredibly high. And as you know, we worked really closely with this council to create an office to bring some level of accountability and to do really cost analysis that could pay for itself in terms of our analysis. Most of the cost overruns that we're seeing in hospitals, and obviously prescription drugs, which have a life of its own at the national level. But we've seen certain hospitals charge us 300, 400% over Medicaid, which is unheard of, right, for particular procedures. And we think that undermining that process that the City Council took is not funding the office the way it ought to be funded. Because that office itself could, as I said, more than pay for itself by saving and by doing an analysis of the work and the costs associated with those hospitals and with those prescription drugs that we have seen that have been exploded and in terms of prices. And I think that we are doing ourselves a disservice by taking the position that this is almost like an open-ended credit card, that we just keep paying for it without doing the work. I mean, as Municipal Labor Committee, we've done at least 2 rounds of savings. We're in the process of an RFP or negotiated acquisition for the current PPO services that cover 750,000 people. We're doing things that are pretty unique in terms of the prescription program, trying to pool cooperative pooling, as well as doing cover for testing and vaccines, and all kinds of levels are being done. And of course, this council has already heard plenty of times about Medicare Advantage as well, which has created controversies of itself. But why not look at the cost that we have? Why not look internally to see where we're being overcharged for those facilities and hospitals, and do it internally with a process that this council already initiated to begin with?
I completely agree with Henry, and we celebrated the fact that you passed this bill and was signed into law, but now we're hearing there is no funding for it. And this is something we need in order to show people that there is a better way to do healthcare in our fight with the healthcare industry, because it is a continual fight. It used to be fights with insurance companies, and healthcare was basically non-for-profit people who were trying to give care. Well, now the entire industry is basically a massive for-profit and constantly looking at ways. When you meet with hospital CEOs, they always talk about their quarterly reports. There should be no quarterly reports in healthcare. And that's why we're looking forward to actually using this bill, for you to be able to use this bill and do what needs to be done, because the costs in New York City for hospitalizations are dramatically more over the last 10 years than the rest of the country. So something is going on here.
Councilmember Brewer, followed by Brooks Powers.
Thank you very much. President Mulgrew, I know that you were so articulate about the early childhood education and sort of like penny wise, pound foolish. Well, the same thing I think with food, because it's a $60 million cut to the school food budget. And the problem with that, it's also DC 37 and UFT both, I think, in terms of the workers, because there is often federal money that comes in, but if you don't take that into account, in other words, if you make sure that nobody knows about breakfast, if the food isn't correct for lunch, et cetera, then you're not going to have the kind of support that you would have, and you bring in money when you have that kind of support. So I guess I wanted to know how much headcount that, if you know of, that will be involved in terms of this, which makes no sense to me, and also if the city expects to receive federal revenue to offset the $60 million, why in the world are they talking about cutting in the November plan? Also, they have more students now. So if you have more students, you would have more opportunities for participating in the food program, which brings in federal money. So I just didn't know if you wanted to comment on that.
I agree. The food crisis, food insecurity crisis that we're facing with many of our families and the children in our schools is immense. And we have gone out of a way as a union to change our own rules. We serve breakfast in the classroom. We move food all over a building. Whatever we can do to help a child receive a meal, we will do that. We have October 31st is what's known as Beds Day. That is the day where where the Department of Education is supposed to get, that's the final day for us to get numbers for children to qualify for food at the federal level. We have not seen those numbers yet, so I don't know the actual impact at this moment. Where they're cutting the $60 million from, I just have not seen. The Department of Ed has not shown us any of those things, but we really, this is something that is a very important piece to our schools that really is not spoken about enough, because many of our students, this is their access to food, is their school. So I thank you for really paying attention on this and always focusing on it.
And as you know, we represent the lion's share of people in the school lunch program. We have over 1,000 positions less, over 1,000 positions less in the school lunch program that we had 2 years ago. And we saw during COVID that we were not only feeding these kids, we're also feeding parents and other folks. Since that program, my understanding is the $60 million is more revenue that had actually come in from the federal government that the city is keeping. Let me say this. The food service program is a reimbursable program, a federal reimbursable program. The same thing is happening with Medicaid, money that is coming in with school nurses. The thing seems happening across the board. We talked earlier about the early childhood education. We represent people there. There's a COLA coming in from the state and a COLA coming in from the federal government at 5%, 5.3, 6.4, and yet DOE has paid less than 1.8. So they're keeping this money, right? So the idea is not cut in the sense that they're reducing the number by laying off, or they're just freezing the lines and cutting it and asking our members to do more with less, which in most instances, it means overtime. Well, when I have 3 food service lines, I can't split a person in 3 times. I don't care how much overtime you can do. Our folks are literally, they are exhausted. They can't do it anymore. You can't take a blood for a stone. You can't expect somebody to do overtime and man 3 lines at the same time, or attend 3 ovens or 3 cutting boards. It's not happening. So to me, this is one of the untold stories about this budget cut. How much people are exhausted from doing the overtime, or exhausted by being mandated to stay behind, many times not even compensated for that. And I think that's one of the biggest tragedies, and this school food cut is one of those examples. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brooks Powers, and close it out with Ariola.
Thank you. I just had a quick question for Mr. Mulgrew. I wanted to ask this question earlier of Mr. Jihad, but we ran out of time, so hopefully you could give us some line of sight on it. But we just wanted to have an idea of why the Office of Mayor Budget is proposing a $547 million education cut when the state has increased its allocation by $589 million last fiscal year. Because according to the State Assembly's mid-year financial forecast, the state allocated, just in terms of context, the $589 million for education specifically. So we're just trying to understand that cut considering the increase.
I mean, this is the part that's mind-boggling. The state and federal government have, for the last 2 years, have funded New York City schools at record numbers, and the only governmental agency that has cut has been its own. It's mind-boggling. They are supplanting the money, straight up. And it was the 589 was the base increase that the entire state received. Plus, we received the additional foundation aid, which was $1.3 billion last year. And that is there specifically to pay for our class size reduction. So this is the bigger issue here is this game, this horrible, disgusting game is going on in New York City. I'm telling you all, it is going to affect us in Albany because Albany is going to get sick and tired of sending additional money only to have an administration take the money and put it into their reserves and then claim that Albany's not doing enough for them. So right now, state elected officials are, I get the phone calls. They're right there. They're doing their things like all you guys do. They're out in their communities, and they're getting yelled at for doing education cuts. General public doesn't understand this. All they know is they hear the schools are being cut. So they want to hold every elected official accountable. And so they're getting sick and tired of this. So maybe we should all advocate together. We need a greater maintenance of effort law in Albany because or it has to be earmarked. You cannot supplant your portion of the money out and put it into your reserves and then expect somebody else. There's no other school district in the state doing this. Taking state money and saying, oh, great, so you gave us this amount, so we're not going to spend it over here. We'll supplant out. And that's what's been going on for the last 2 years. So yes, you should ask him that question because I keep asking that question. And the only response I've ever seen publicly was when the mayor said that's the way these things work. Well, yes, I know there was a previous mayor, not the one right before him, the one before that, who was very good at supplanting also. But this is unconscionable that the state of New York is fulfilling its commitment that we fought for over 2 decades for, and that we have an administration supplanting that money out of our schools. That money is for the children of New York City. It is not to grow the reserves of New York City to unprecedented amounts. I mean, even under your own rules, the $8 billion surplus, you have to reallocate $1.5 billion of that. You have to, this year alone. And then next year you got to do another $1.5 billion because of the way your timing, your rollouts go. So this is just a big, horrible game where a lot of families are going to be hurt.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ariola.
My question is for Andy Ansborough, the president of UFA. Hi, Andy. Thank you for coming to testify. I know it's been a long day, but it's worth it. So the FDNY PEG and the FDNY shows separate ways of savings, right? The administration is showing 2 separate ways, but they seem to oppose each other. First, saving is to cut overtime. And secondly, it's to reduce offline staffing and force members with reasonable accommodations into retirement. How can you cut overtime and drastically reduce headcount, which is already drastically reduced, and expect FDNY services not to suffer? Will FDNY services suffer, and which ones with this plan?
I thank you for the question. I don't know how they're actually going to do that. There is a lot of conflict here in their PEG. The first one says basically fill or offline position reassignment. If you're a full duty firefighter and you were at a special skill set where you're working offline, be it in training or be it at headquarters, they're going to reassign you back into the field. They have also determined that up to 190 people they expect to be separated from their positions, even though they have RAs or long-term light duty positions. They expect them to be removed. So that's 190 people reduced. And then at the same time, they have non-field overtime reduction. So I don't know how you could cut staff so massively and at the same time cut overtime and expect to continue operating the same way. I have heard there will be cuts to ceremonial unit. Unfortunately, their overtime has been relatively high as of late due to the fact that we are going through a massive number of 9/11 firefighters that are passing away. We're losing 3 or 4 a month, and the ceremonial unit covers a lot of those details. There are other ceremonial unit issues that they deal with that they're going to cut those as well. As far as that, I believe they might be cutting recruitment as well, which is a little bit long-term, been a long-time initiative of the FDNY to have a diverse recruitment from the city. Other than that, I don't know where they're going to find these cuts, and at the same time, cut staffing to the level they are and expect to continue on the mission of the FDNY.
And
So,
last
again,
question,
sure.
just in the last 2 years, can you give me 2 years ago how many fires there were, and for this year, how many fires there are? We've seen an extreme uptick in fires, I know this year, and last year, just because of lithium-ion batteries.
Right. Let me pull up the lithium-ion statistics. I have it right here. Well, we've only collected these statistics for the last 5 years, because prior to that, we didn't know what a lithium-ion battery fire was. We didn't have them. But this year alone, there have been 18 deaths related to lithium-ion batteries fires. Last year, it was 6. We've tripled the number of fatalities due to lithium-ion battery fires. The year prior to that, it was 6, 4. Then the 2 previous years, there were no deaths. The investigations into lithium-ion battery fires this year was 253, almost 1 a day. Investigations last year was 207, so a 25% increase in investigations in lithium-ion battery fires this year. One other issue with these cuts is that they've cut the 5th firefighter from the engine companies, leaving only 4 engine companies in the city that have 5 firefighters. They are the Haztec engines. So if there's a lithium-ion battery fire, they have to assign a Haztec engine. And because of staffing issues, when they drop below 5 firefighters, they'll have to assign 2 of those companies. So the company showing up at that fire, one will be from your borough and one will be from an outside borough. They start the tour with 5 firefighters, but if any firefighter citywide goes sick, they pull that firefighter off and reassign them. So any lithium battery fire we have going forward will most likely have to have 2 separate companies come, one from the borough you're in and one from an adjacent borough, which causes a problem if the borough they're being pulled from has another fire. And we do find these fires happening multiple times, multiple fires at the same time. We're getting almost 1 a day. It doesn't happen every day, but sometimes you have 2 or 3. So we need this kind of overlap. And that's one of the reasons why the 5th firefighter was one of the other reasons why it was very important. Due to the fact that we go down between 10, 20, 30 firefighters a day due to injuries, these provide backups. And when those firefighters are taken away, they end up pulling other positions off of the rigs. Some of those positions are called the outside vent person, who works in a truck company. They're the person that actually searches for victims. So there's a cascading effect by removing this staffing.
Thank you so much, Andy. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Okay, next up, we're going to hear from IBO. Louisa, Sarita, Logan, and Sarah. Good afternoon, IBO. Turn that on.
Good evening.
Whenever you guys are ready.
Good afternoon, Speaker Adams, Chair Brennan, members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for hosting us today. My name is Louisa Chafee, and I'm the director of the New York City Independent Budget Office, the IBO. I am joined here today by my colleagues, Sarah Parker and Sarita Subramanian, IBO's Senior Research and Strategy Officers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this hearing on the November plan. Is that better? Mm-hmm. The chair's a little uncomfortable. In accordance with the New York City Charter mandate to enhance official and public understanding of the budgetary process and budget documents, IBO published the Fiscal Outlook Report this morning, which presents highlights of IBO's independent economic forecast and re-estimates of city revenues and expenses across the financial plan years. IBO projects that the city will end 2024 with an additional $3.6 billion in surplus above OMB's estimates. If the surplus prepays 2025 expenses, IBO projects a $1.8 billion shortfall next year. Alternatively, any surplus may be used to cover increased spending in the current year instead of prepaying next year's expenses. The Mayor's Office of Management and Budget projects a larger shortfall of $7.1 billion for 2025. IBO's projections for 2026 and 2027 at $7.2 billion and $6.6 billion are higher than OMB's at 6.5 and 6.4. While New York City continues to face major budget challenges, the local economy continues to rebound from the COVID-19 pandemic, with an expected return to pre-pandemic levels of employment in the very near future and a strong outlook for personal income. Not dramatically different than our projections in May, the national economic outlook has strengthened somewhat since then, with stronger GDP growth driven by sustained consumer spending, even amid high interest rates, which are contributing to falling inflation. However, substantial risks to both the national and local economy remain. In the November plan, OMB raised its 2024 revenue forecast by $592 million to reflect stronger recent tax receipts, in effect the month-to-month. Consistent with past practice, OMB did not adjust its revenue forecast for 2025 through 2027. IBO has reforecast all major tax revenues to reflect the present economic outlook, which drives differences in revenue projections between IBO and OMB. IBO's tax forecasts exceed OMB's for almost all taxes, particularly for the property and personal income taxes. Barring an unexpected change to the economy, IBO expects that as OMB revises its revenue projections for the January plan, IBO and OMB revenue totals will much more closely align. Overall, IBO estimates that the city will spend $3.5 billion less than OMB forecasts in 2024, but $366 million more than OMB's estimate for 2025. So here are some highlights. One, the cost to asylum seekers. IBO has updated its 3 models of cost scenarios, and they are on our fantastic website, published this morning. These assumptions are for the projected population as well as daily costs, and we believe they may decline further from higher rates under emergency contracts to lower rates likely to emerge from the competitive procurements now required thanks to the requirement of the controller. These scenarios all result in lower expenditure than OMB projects for 24 and 25 and incorporate trends seen through 2023, whereas OMB's estimates reflect trends observed earlier and presented as of last August. IBO did not re-estimate costs associated with asylum seekers in 26 and 27 due to uncertainty in future trends. Another major issue, rental housing vouchers. IBO estimates $200 million in additional annual expenditures for future years to match current levels for the city's primary housing voucher program known as the City Family Homelessness and Eviction Prevention Supplement, City FAHEPS program, relative to OMB's projections through 2025 through 2027. To be clear, this is not including the legislative changes. Another factor, end of the federal pandemic relief funding for out years. New York City received $13.5 billion in federal funding for the pandemic, which is ending. Some of these funds were used for programs that are ongoing. In the Department of Education and DYCD alone, IBO estimates that the administration will need to add over $700 million in each year from 2025 through 2027 to replace this expiring federal COVID-era funding. Additional education spending. IBO projects additional annual expenditures of over $600 million from 2025 through 2027 for Carter case settlements and implementation of the state class size law. City personnel costs. During the first quarter of the calendar year, active city headcount dropped to its lowest level since 2015. As a result of the reduced headcount, IBO estimates that uniform personnel overtime will continue to create upward pressure on the budget, requiring additional funds totaling $575 million in 2024 and growing to $840 million in 2025. Existing vacancies and hiring attrition produced by the hiring freeze on non-uniform staff will produce $2.4 billion in savings. Although the city faces fiscal challenges, recent economic indicators and tax receipts, combined with re-estimates of city spending, provide a clearer picture of the city's fiscal health in the near term. IBO estimates a budget surplus this year and the budget deficit for 2025 to be notably smaller than OMB's estimates. There is more uncertainty, however, around both revenue and expenditures in the later year of the financial plan. The city maintains several reserve funds, which may be a cushion for unexpected expenses or to make up for lower than anticipated tax revenues, although the city has not established clear standards for when and where the substantial use of reserves would be appropriate. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you. Have you heard anybody else still talking about a potential recession?
There was...
The reason I ask is because Director Jihas seems to be the only one who's still raising that specter.
Should we use the short version? Short version or long version?
In May, when we were having executive budget discussions, it was unclear. There was a lot of questions on whether the Federal Reserve, in raising interest rates, was going to trigger a mild recession or whether they would hit what's known as the soft landing. So controlling inflation while not materially causing harm to the national economy. Where we sit now in December, it seems largely that the Federal Reserve has managed that very fine line of a soft landing. So I don't want to say for sure, because any forecaster will never give a firm and hard answer.
Sure.
But given where we sit now, it seems largely that between May and December, a lot of that uncertainty has been resolved.
And do you anticipate that the Fed will raise, but will do one further rate hike? There's been 11, right?
I think even as of today, they were being very cryptic and vague on where they will go. And I think part of that is they're looking at the jobs numbers, they're looking at where we sit and how consumers respond.
So what do you think is the main reason why the council's forecast, IBO's forecast, from what I'm hearing, the controller's forecast, why are they so different, so wildly different from what OMB is forecasting?
I think there's two pieces to this puzzle. One is on the revenue side. So IBO and council and the controller are looking at where the economy is currently sitting and looking at what that economic forecast, which does not include a recession, means for city revenues. OMB has their revenue forecast, they've adjusted 2024, but for 25 through 27, they're still using revenue forecasts based on what their economic forecast was in May, which was on the premise that there could be a recession. So that's one of the big drivers in revenue forecasts being different from OMB. And then IBO also looked at expenditures, and there's several major places that Louisa highlighted where we think expenditures will come in higher or lower than what OMB has said. And so between differences on revenues, how much money you have to spend, but also differences on the expense side is how IBO ended up with a gap projection different from OMB.
Questions from my colleagues? Okay. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to hear from Christine Quinn from WIN and Sandra Escamilla from Children's Aid. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
My name is Christine Quinn, and I'm president and CEO of WIN, Women in Need. And I don't have to tell the council, but I will say it again, you know, at best, a budget is a statement of one's vision and one's philosophy for the city of New York and how government interacts with its citizenry and how government serves its citizenry. And each line item in the budget is just implementation of that vision and that philosophy. At worst, a budget is a knife wielded in a political manner to hurt constituencies or individual people and not really care what the collateral damage is. I would argue that this November plan, as part of the budget, is tragically the latter. That the mayor has decided that the asylum seekers are the root of most evil, and that they are the ones who are creating the budget gap that he sees. I said he sees because I agree with Michael Mulgrew that the numbers being put out from OMB are not accurate at all. So to deal with what he sees as this $12 billion that it's costing in his take to serve the asylum seekers, which he says the city can't afford, he's going to cut all of the agencies across the board and make a point that the federal government isn't helping us, and these folks who, in my opinion, are brave and courageous and exactly what we would want in New Yorkers don't deserve service. Now, in any budget, even one that isn't being used politically and in a knife-wielding way, you want to do smart things, and you want to do things that can save money, because as the IBO said, we think we know what's to come, but you never really know what's to come. So here are some ideas that are in my testimony, and we've given the administration. It costs $383 a night to house someone, asylum seeker or not, in a hotel, where you get almost no services. It costs $182 a night to house someone in a Tier 2 shelter like the ones WIN runs, and it costs $72 a night to house a family in permanent housing with a voucher. If the city of New York began, as Mulgrew mentioned, to give the asylum seekers and other undocumented people housing vouchers, it could save $3 billion. So immediately that fictitious 12 goes down to $9 billion and a big saving in the budget. Two, the mayor should implement, not ignore and then I assume litigate, the city council's FHEPS package. If that was implemented, it would prevent countless evictions of folks who are living in permanent housing, prevent them from going into shelter and costing the city more. 3, and the conversation, I think with the unions really brought this up, and it was a little concerning to me, the conversation between Councilmember Ressler and the OMB director. You know, these unfilled lines, if they get taken, really can cause problems. And one area where we see that is the unit within Department of Homeless Services that processes the FHEPS vouchers is understaffed and disorganized. If that was fixed, and you would see a united voice in that from WIN, the Coalition for the Homeless, and the Real Estate Board of New York, and CHIPS, and RSA. That's how uniform it is. If that was fixed, again, we could get vouchers more quickly, get people out of shelter. And those are just a few ideas where they could be saving money in this area, and it would make Department of Homeless Services more humane and more effective and save money, which is exactly what a November plan should be looking for. It should be looking to, you know, tinker with and re-up things, not go at them in this slash and burn kind of a way. Thank you.
Go ahead. No, hit it again.
Oh, there it is. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Escamilla, and I am the proud child of immigrants, a native New Yorker, the benefactor of New York City Public Schools and Human Services, and the Executive Vice President of Children's Aid. Thank you, Chair Brannan and members of the Finance Committee for the opportunity to speak on the November plan. For 170 years, Children's Aid has worked with children, youth, and families in some of the most under-resourced and vulnerable communities in New York City. We operate nearly 100 programs and services in education, foster care, and health spaces, and employ 2,000 staff who serve 50,000 children, youth, and families annually. During the pandemic, this great city came together to pour in resources to make sure that families remained intact, that they had adequate food and secure housing, received mental health services, didn't fall too behind in academics, and maintained a level of connectedness that was vital to their existence. It is naive at best to think that families are all of a sudden okay, that the shelf life to their trauma has expired. Well, it's not okay. It's unacceptable, to say the least. It's unacceptable to tell us to continue to do more when more is needed with less resources. When the Surgeon General has called a state of emergency on mental health of teens, when we have made only a dent on chronic absenteeism in our schools from 40% to hovering late 30s, and when more than 50% of 3rd to 8th graders are not meeting academic standards. The city cannot expect that a 15% slash to its entire budget will cut down on waiting lists for our after-school programs, or chip away at our chronic absentee rates in our schools, or teach a child to read or how to regulate their feelings, or tell them that they matter. But you know what will? A community school with a fully stocked pantry and adults who will galvanize resources, not only to make sure that kids show up to school, but who will respond to the range of needs of the communities it serves. A neighborhood after-school program with enough slots for any child who wants a safe space, including asylum seekers, to be while their families work so that they may grow, develop, and thrive. An early childhood center that could be the only place a toddler can get a nap in peace before they have to go back to a crowded shelter where their family picks them up from after a long day searching for work. And of course, as a taxpayer, I am concerned with the overall fiscal health of this city budget. But the loss of more than 7,000 early child education slots and 3,500 slots with the entire Compass after-school system, and a potential $10 million for community schools in New York City is simply not a price that we can afford to pay. I want to go on record and ask that the city increase its investments in human services and contracts, and to create a plan of action and advocacy to support the needs of all children in New York City once the federal stimulus dollars expires. And I gotta tell you, my father, who is an immigrant from Colombia, he taught me how to balance a checkbook, and I've gotta say to you, this is my first hearing, and this is just not making any dollars or cents. But if these cuts do go through, if they do, we call on the city for transparency, to meet with the human sector and to give us a chance to help you with this, to lean, give us the respect that we have deserved and earned. Because this is not a math problem. This is a moral equation that will have a compound impact on the people of this great city that I call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. So as head of oversight investigation, we've been looking at these contracts with the migrants. I'm very supportive of the migrants. But so help me God, I do not understand why you have to have for-profit when you have the greatest nonprofits in the world here in New York City. So I am always rebuffed when I point this out, and I did today again. So my question to you is, if the RFP was written with some input from the communities and from those of us who've been knowledge about these things, could the nonprofits, whether it's WIN or Children's Aid or Phipps Houses or anybody else, apply so that it wouldn't be a for-profit, but you could do the job? My question is, could you do the job, or could United Neighborhood Houses or somebody else? That's my question.
So we have 270 migrant families, 700 children in our tier 2s. That was kind of before the city created a separate system. We reached out to the city and said, we will run a hotel if you have a hotel for us. That was a whole process getting to even just getting the address of the hotel to go look at it. So we are in the process now of negotiating the budget for the hotel, and we've also said the man who owns the hotel is lovely and has another one, so we may do another one. But I just had a conversation with the homeless commissioner a couple of minutes ago. We recently were told it would take 3 months to negotiate our contract, which is, I don't believe it. Like, they're putting hotels up, like that. So she said she would look into it and check, and maybe they were just giving us a long version. You know what I mean? I'm thinking the one at the Roosevelt Hotel didn't take 3 months. So the way it is now, you can make it work. But I don't know if you could make it work if you were a smaller nonprofit that didn't have the ability to compensate financially. That I don't know.
Yeah. I appreciate that, but you, Children's Aid, and I could name others, are big.
Yes. Oh,
So I didn't ask him about the small ones.
Right.
I'm asking, I think I know them all, the big ones.
Right.
And it seems to me you could do a lot better job than DocGo.
Right. And hopefully
Thank
we'll
God
be
you're doing it.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll be sooner than 3 months.
All right. Thank you.
Speaker Adams.
Speaker to speaker. Hi, Chris. Do you see, it's great to see you, by the way. Do you see? Thank you. I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it rhetorically. Do you see any barrier from the administration working to complete our legislation that caused an override of a veto?
An aggressive veto, if you can say that about a veto. I don't think they're doing anything. I do not think they're doing anything to implement the bills. Local Law 35, which you all passed with Eric Botcher, as the prime sponsor, mental health, we are having ongoing meetings, good conversations, fair questions. The council members involved in that. When we've said to them, when can we start having meetings, about the council's package? Oh, we'll get back to you. Oh, we'll get back to you. And I said, are you going to sue? And they were like, we can't really comment on that. And we all know when you can't comment, it means yes, right? It's like temporary in government means permanent. You can't comment means yes. So I think they're going to put up a big fight, which is really unfortunate because, I always thought this when I was speaker. I didn't you don't understand why they can't balance their checkbook, and I agree with you. But I never understood, what a veto was a veto, and you overrode the veto, and then things are supposed to go forward, not be ignored. But that's what I think they're doing.
Thanks very much.
Yep.
Any other questions from my colleagues? Okay, thank you both.
Happy holidays, everybody.
You too. Thank you. We're going to take a 2-minute break, and we'll hear from our next panel.
You did great.
You know what? I wanted to say that it shouldn't just be about Children's Aid. It's about the smaller classrooms. Yeah. They just gave her the time, so they didn't Okay.
And next time, no,
Can I tell Gail right now?
Yeah, we can talk to her right now. Hi. How are you?
At least. At least. You started talking and I was like, I know the voice. This is Dante. This
Hi.
is my good
Mucho
friend
gusto.
Courtney.
How are you?
Nice to meet you. How are you? Coco. You never call me Courtney. I know, but I was like, Courtney. Actually, you know how I met you? I was just thinking, we painted nails together. That was our very first time.
Yeah, when we did for.
What was it for Moms?
It was where Sarah works.
Yes.
It was not Moms. It was Our Time.
Our Time.
And it was all IA, and so it was Marla,
Where are you?
Rhea.
Are you at
I'm not BAM, but I'm the chair of the CIG. No, I'm a vice president, but I'm the chair of the CIG.
Why did I give you a promotion one time?
I was intern. Okay. I did it for 18 months.
You like it?
Not enough to do more. I have kids and family and things I want to do.
Wait, how big are your kids now?
9 and 11.
I had 20.
Remember when you had the second surprise baby? No, I haven't seen you since the second surprise baby. I remember the first baby. Yeah. And are you still with your husband?
Yes, I am.
Chris, right?
Chris, yes. How
Can I have your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. Please find your seats. Quiet on the floor. Quiet on the floor. Please find your seats so we can resume.
Sarge, we're good? Okay. Okay, next panel we have Joseph Reese, Margaret Gibson, Donald Nesbitt, Deborah Allman, and Joyce McClenny, and Ralph Basilis. Sorry, I can't read it. I'll take it. Okay, you want to go left to right? Just say your name, your organization, and begin.
Joseph Reese, Vice President of Local 374 and Manhattan electrician for New York Public Library.
Right on. Go ahead. No, do you give your testimony?
Okay. We are not testifying.
Oh, you're just here
We're
to-
not testifying. Yeah, we're just supporting.
Oh, you're just supporting Donald?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. Donald, go ahead.
So I don't need to do it.
Good afternoon, Finance Chair Brennan and distinguished members of the council. I am Donald Nesbitt, Executive Vice President, Local 372, and I'm presenting testimony on behalf of the 24,000 members of Local 372 under the leadership of President Sean D. Francois. Mayor Adams recently issued his financial plan in which we're here to say no cuts. Local 372 represents thousands of workers who provide essential support services to prepare our close to 1 million public school children in New York City, including the 30,000 nearly arrived migrant children. The influx of 30,000 additional children into our public school system brings significant challenges in addressing their mental health needs. These children are likely to be carrying the psychological weight and trauma of their journey and their process in relocation. This brings to question the influx necessities to be proactive and take a proactive approach to our public schools and our communities and a well-being and successful integration into our schools. Since 1971, SAPIS have always provided mental health services within our schools, taught essential emotional strategies, and provided services to help students remain learning ready. SAPIS, through the OASIS-approved evidence-based program, presentations align with groups and individual meetings as positive alternatives for New York City public school students. SAPIS serve K through 12 in all of the 32 districts. Local 372 has long testified to this panel of the devastating effects to cuts to the SAPIS program and the loss of over 200 SAPIS counselors since the year 2006. There needs to be more SAPIS to meet the needs of at-risk children and their families, particularly those in these challenging times. For more than 10 years, the state and the city have maintained an agreement to fund the SAPIS program on a dollar-to-dollar basis. This agreement has been breached for the first time this year. If the $2 million restoration is not restored, New York City may face a reduction in the already limited amount of SAPIS that we have, the 256 SAPIS that service nearly 1 million children. This could have a detrimental effect on the safety and well-being of our city's residents as well. In conclusion, school support staff are critical to the functioning school system. Local 372 members show up daily to provide essential work within our public school system. as we did during the pandemic and as we have always done. SAPPers are an invaluable asset to the New York City public school system. Their work is essential for promoting student mental health and well-being and creating a positive learning environment. On behalf of the Local 372 leadership team and over 24,000 members, we thank the City Council for seeking resources to improve the essential services throughout our city, our New York City schools. We appreciate your commitment to maintaining the success of our public school system and prioritizing our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Deborah Altman, President of New York Public Library Guild Local 1930, and I will be speaking on behalf of all the locals represented at the New York Public Library and the Brooklyn Public Library and the Queens Public Library. The mayor's 5% PEG is already having an oversized impact on library services and workers. This unilateral cut has forced the 3 library systems to eliminate Sunday service in the city. Families who depend on library services on Sundays cannot go. All the needed programs people depend on, like story time and the many computer workshops, have been eliminated. This unilateral cut has forced the 3 library systems to cut our materials budget. We will now buy less hardcover books, less audio books, less ebooks, less DVDs, less CDs, limiting the invaluable resources library users need. This unilateral cut has forced the library to cut its maintenance budget. Now when we have a broken window, instead of replacing it with glass, it is replaced with plywood. This is a safety issue for our users and staff. Now when a boiler is broken, we do not know when it will get fixed. Given the number of vacancies the New York Public Library will need to freeze, staff from these closed locations are being reassigned to fill some vacant positions at the open libraries. This unilateral cut has forced the 3 library systems to implement a hiring freeze, impacting the service we provide. At 8 New York Public Library branches that were closed indefinitely, the community will not have the much needed services. These cuts have a direct impact on our customers and your constituents. They damage our institute and the trust we have with our customers. Please restore all these cuts to the libraries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Ralph Basiles, Vice President, Local 983. We represent over 2,500 members in 19 different titles in just about every New York City agency you could think of. Today, I'm here on behalf of our president, Joe Pulio. We're going to focus on the Parks Department titles, the Urban Park Rangers, the Associate Park Service Workers, as well as the City Seasonal Aides. I myself have been an Urban Park Ranger for 19 years. These 3 titles I just mentioned are very responsible for free, passive recreational space all throughout New York City, which I'm sure everyone at the council's very aware of is much needed. Our Urban Park Rangers are New York State peace officers. They provide safety, security, they make arrests, they issue criminal court summonses, as well as Environmental Control Board summonses. In the summertime, they're assigned to our beaches and pool area. Rockaway Beach, Coney Island Beach, you guys know the volume of New Yorkers that flock to these beaches on a hot day in the summertime. Our Associate Park Service Workers are required to maintain a CDL driver's license throughout their career because they operate the garbage packers, the beach rakes, any sort of heavy-duty equipment assigned to the park, responsible for keeping it clean, so on and so forth. Our City Seasonal Aides are not only New York State fire guards assigned to over 35 rec centers in New York City, they're also our filter plant operators, which maintain public pools throughout New York City on a hot day heat wave. So again, to sum things up, these are very necessary titles. I have to remind everyone, throughout the pandemic, there was birthday parties, graduation parties, anything you could think of was free events in the park. People need that. You talk about mental health, folks need to have this free, passive recreational space. And I'm here to represent the 3 titles I just mentioned. They need to be refunded. Every year we're here, they need to be baselined. The UPRs, the CSAs, and the APSWs, Associate Park Service Workers. On behalf of Joe Pulio, I'd like to thank you guys for hearing us out, and you could also go to local983.com to find out more about us and the titles we represent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Joyce McClammy. I'm Local 205 Vice President, and I work in daycare. To all the council members, thank you, Councilman Brannaman, for hosting this hearing on the budget cuts of the mayor that will have a tremendous impact on our city. The $120 million cut will take away from our most vulnerable people that cannot fight for themselves. Daycare is vital to our children's formative years. Education is the key to our children becoming our next president, becoming an attorney or a doctor, or anything that they would like to be. You want to downsize the libraries, which would not only affect our children, but also the ones that don't have access to literature and the use of computers and other services that our libraries offer. Downsizing our police and fire departments can be devastating to our city. Daycare in our education system cannot survive any more cuts. Mayor Adams, this city cannot function properly if you remove $120 million from the budget. It seems like these days, community-based centers are constantly fighting to stay alive, which is not fair to the children, to the parents, and our communities we serve. Mr. Mayor, have a heart and work around these budget cuts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much, and thanks for all you do for our city.
Thank you.
Stand by a sec. Okay, we have George Sweeting, Allison Nickerson, Randy Levine, Gregory Brender, and Nicholas Kasich from Good Shepherd. Okay, we'll go from my right to left. Just say your name and your organization. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Randy Levine. I'm Policy Director of Advocates for Children of New York. As an organization that works every day with families of students who face some of the biggest barriers to educational success, students with disabilities, immigrant students, students who are homeless or in foster care, among others, we are deeply concerned about the impact of the $547 million cut to New York City public schools this year and the more than $600 million cut next year. In addition to the concern about cuts to programs like community schools and 3K, we are already seeing the impact of the hiring freeze and vacancy reduction. While central staff is needed to operate the school system for all students, staff working outside of schools are particularly important to support students with the greatest needs. Cutting hundreds of DOE staff members means it takes longer for immigrant students to get a school placement, for students who are homeless to get a bus route, and for students with disabilities to get services. As just one example, we have had calls about families of preschoolers in the Bronx who cannot get services because the blanket hiring freeze has left the Committee on Preschool Special Education short-staffed. The city has legal obligations to these students that cannot be ignored. It is important to note that in addition to the cuts listed in the November financial plan, there is a slew of additional education programs on the chopping block. Over the last few years, the DOE has been using around $1 billion per year in temporary federal COVID-19 relief funds for important long-term programs that were necessary long before the pandemic and will continue to be needed long after, such as 3K, preschool special education, Summer Rising, 450 school social workers, community schools, restorative justice, 75 shelter-based coordinators, bilingual staff, and the list goes on. While this federal funding will run out in June, the need for these supports will continue. In addition, there are important programs like the Immigrant Family Communication and Outreach Program, the Mental Health Continuum, shelter-based coordinators, and additional community schools that are funded with one-year city funding, slated to end in June as well. We need elected officials to act, because without that, we're at risk of seeing cuts to each and every one of these programs, cuts that are on top of the cuts laid out in the November plan. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Adams and Chair Brennan and members of the Committee on Finance for hosting this important hearing and opportunity to testify. My name is Allison Nickerson, and I am the Executive Director of Live On New York, a membership organization representing aging, home, and community-based service providers. Our members include more than 120 community-based organizations that provide hundreds of core service programs that allow older New Yorkers to thrive in communities as we age, such as older adult centers, home-delivered meals programs, affordable senior housing, NORCs, and many more. Live On New York joins over 225 organizations in the Y15 campaign to ask for transparency and inclusion in the city's budget. I want to be really clear on aging. There is no fat to cut. NYC Aging's total budget is $466.7 million, less than half of 1% of the city budget, and covers services for almost 1.4 older New Yorkers. Aging service staff are already some of the lowest paid workers in the city. Older adult centers already are not given enough funding to support their physical spaces and go without HVAC systems and other critical infrastructure needs. The system has already been cut to the bone, and there is no more to lose before the system starts to fall apart itself. With such a small budget, these additional cuts would save pennies for the mayor, but will cost New Yorkers their community, their food security, and their health and safety. Based on these factors, we recommend the following recommendations. Number one, hold aging services harmless in the fiscal 25 budget. Our members have become vaccination clinics, housing clinics, intergenerational community centers, food pantries, transportation providers, and refuges for folks who have nowhere else to go. Cutting this funding not only threatens the city's funded programming and food, but threatens to collapse an already precarious service network. Thank you.
You can finish.
My other recommendations, or our other recommendations, are to provide an analysis for the why 15% cut and why it's necessary, be transparent about working with upcoming programs and service reductions, establish a city council committee on nonprofits, and absolutely, to all the questions that the council members asked, the city should absolutely be working with nonprofits. That it cannot be stated and underscored enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Brennan. I admire your persistence, and Councilwoman Brewer. I'm George Sweeting. I'm a senior fellow at the New Schools Center for New York City Affairs, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. We submitted written testimony, so I'm not going to read that. I'll just give you a couple highlights. I think the key thing is, the budget as proposed by the mayor makes it, has these very large out-year gaps. There are certainly things that are likely to shrink those. I mean, I think the revenue forecast that OMB is still carrying is well, for one thing, it suffers from not being updated since May, but it's also, I think, even then it was quite conservative. And, you know, in the last few days, IBO and the City Council have come out with forecasts that, to my eye, look a lot more realistic. But even if revenues get a whole lot better, the city still faces significant challenges. And I think it's important that we try to use all of the tools that are available and that the city has used in the past. These are carefully chosen budget cuts rather than across the board, continuing to pressure state and federal leaders for assistance that they definitely owe us in the face of the crisis with the migrants. We also need to do our spending a lot more wisely. I think moving away from some of the contracts with for-profit providers as they've stood up various emergency services for the migrants. And then I also think we can be thinking about drawing down some of the reserves the city has built up. And finally, I think it's time to consider some tax increases. If you look in the, over the past, at least the period of time I've been involved with city budget, which goes back to the late 1980s, there have been several periods where the city faced serious fiscal crunch. There was the early 90s when the city had been through a very severe recession, then after 9/11, and then after 2008. And in each case, there were a combination of sources of relief for the city. There was some state or federal aid, but the city also had PEG programs and raised taxes. And so I think, I don't have particular ones to recommend, but I'll just suggest a few that I know are in general discussion. One would be to repeal the Madison Square Garden property tax exemption. Another would be to make the personal income tax a bit more progressive by adding a higher bracket at the top. Right now, the top bracket begins for married couples with an income of $90,000, which is, the state has several brackets well above that, and the city, I mean, it's not an easy thing to raise taxes, but it's certainly something to think about, and making the income tax a bit more progressive would be one to think about. And then finally, I think there's definitely room towards trying to negotiate pilot agreements with the colleges, universities, and perhaps the hospitals, other than H+H. Any of the, some combination of those things, I think, would be a way of getting the city through this fiscal crunch. As I said, there's, history is, we've dealt with these level of problems in the past, and we've succeeded by making sure we take advantage of all the tools that are available to us. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brandon, Councilmember Brewer, for the opportunity to testify and for sitting through this hearing and questioning the administration about so many of these devastating cuts. My name is Gregory Brender. I'm from the Daycare Council of New York. We are the membership organization of New York City's early childhood provider organizations. Our member organizations provide childcare at over 200 sites in all 5 boroughs and employ over 4,000 New Yorkers, the majority of whom are Black and brown women. The cuts that are being proposed in the Mayor's November plan to early childhood are truly devastating and historic. I've had the opportunity to testify before the City Council about early childhood for over 15 years, and we have never seen cuts of this magnitude. Nearly 7,100 children per budget year, per budget action would be losing childcare. And these cuts are on top of the loss of federal funds that Randy mentioned that are also going to be devastating to the 3K and pre-K system. I wanted to briefly address some of the rationales that the administration has given for reducing both pre-K and 3K. They have cited under enrollment. However, they have the administration has known the solutions to under enrollment for a long time. Advocates, child care providers, and this city council have been telling them how to improve enrollment for a long time. On February 28th of this year, 29 members of the city council, led by Speaker Adams and the Black Latino Asian Caucus, signed a letter with recommendations, which included recommendations that will ensure more families can access child care. Including developing a two-pronged enrollment system where families can enroll directly on site with their known and trusted community-based organizations, ensuring the distribution of early childhood care and education matches neighborhood needs, including the increased use of merging child care funds for extended day programs, and making it easier to have for families to access care by investing in a multi-pronged, multi-racial, multilingual enrollment campaign. Thank you so much for holding this hearing. We really call on the council, the administration, to make sure that we do not lose the progress we've made towards universal child care, that we do move forward and invest in these crucial early years for New York's children. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail, you have anything? You good? Okay. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a short break because we're going to move for the remainder of this hearing into the committee room, and we'll resume once we're settled in there.
Also, a reminder, if you're here to speak to give public testimony, we do remind you to fill out a witness slip with the Sergeant at Arms at front. That's how we know you're here and how we know to call you up. So please do that. Thank you.